new model of the G20 appeared before everyone's eyes, including Lin Hao. Everyone was stunned speechless. Chapter 47. This is cheating. Seeing everyone so shocked, Lu Chenqiu smiled and said, "It seems now everyone is more interested in this little gadget our company makes. Before introducing the G20, allow me to introduce this thing first. This is a new product we just developed, called the Dragon Shadow Holographic Display Device. The Dragon Shadow can connect to devices via BLUETOOTH, limited microwave, or even photoelectric sensing technology to project holographic images. The Dragon Shadow hasn't hit the market yet. Our plan is to launch it within a year. Please stay tuned." After briefly introducing the holographic display device in his hand, Lu Chenqiu shifted his focus back to explaining the aircraft. He showed off the new device, not without purpose. This thing is far more useful than a traditional sand table. A major military region would surely want to purchase it, right? And purchases mean money. Lu Chenqiu had just taken the money from the Southern Alliance. After deducting production and operating costs, he poured it all into the system. And he was broke again. "We urgently need orders right now. These 20 standard units and the follow-up models. The standard model is 22 meters long, with a wingspan of 14 meters, 5 meters tall, empty weight about 18 tons, maximum takeoff weight about 37 tons. Speed can reach 1.83 Mach, maximum speed to 0.5 Mach, flight ceiling 20,000 meters, combat radius to 1,000 kilometers, lift coefficient 2.2, equipped with turbofan engines, thrust-to-weight ratio about 1.1, adopts a canard aerodynamic layout, fitted with our company's self-developed avionics system, equipped with an active phased array radar, and a distributed optical aperture system. Full aircraft stealth. The nose-mounted active phased array radar can detect enemy aircraft from 1,000 kilometers away and engage them." Lu Chenqiu's words made everyone present. All the Air Force generals draw in a cold breath, especially Qian Xilin from the Northern Theater Command. Based on the G11's parameters, it's already much stronger than the original G8. The G11 was a domestic model copied from the Su-27, yet all its data is completely crushed by the G20. After managing to build the G11, the Northern Theater Command had planned to hold their heads high. But now it doesn't feel so sweet. The G20 is so handsome. This aerodynamic design, this wingspan, this design philosophy, looks right from every angle. Congratulations, the G11 has achieved the fastest old flame status. Even Qian Xilin himself has started to look down on the G11. "Little Lu, I heard you mention there are follow-up models. What are they?" Lin Hao asked the key question. Lu Chenqiu naturally wouldn't hold anything back. He immediately smiled and said, "Yes, based on combat requirements, we've developed 3 follow-up variants of the G20, namely the G20C, which can take off and land vertically, the G20G, which pursues airframe lightweighting and large-scale payload capacity, and the G20S, a 2-seat variant for coordinating with drone formations. These follow-up models, due to material issues, have an empty weight of only about 7 tons. The aircraft is longer and taller, with a larger bomb bay. They're equipped with our Red Dragon Tech self-developed, variable cycle, dual-mode engines, capable of a theoretical cruise speed of Mach 4, with a top speed reaching Mach 6. Takeoff weight can reach 56 tons. With a thrust-to-weight ratio of 2.6, the minimum takeoff distance is only 180 meters. The avionics system differs from the standard models. The follow-up models are equipped with an oxide-added, organic matrix shock control radar, with a maximum detection radius of up to 2,000 kilometers. No need to elaborate further. After learning all the parameters of this G20, the generals present had no more objections whatsoever. After all, combat results speak the loudest. During this exercise, the Western theater's G20 took off later than the other 4 theaters. But because the G20's takeoff distance is shorter, it was actually the G20 that took to the skies first. Right after the G20 took off, its radar had already locked onto the takeoffs of the G11 and G8, and after precise targeting, launched missile strikes. Likewise, the command centers of the other 4 theaters were all within the G20's radar imaging range, so they suffered air strikes from the G20. And so the exercise concluded. Hey, this time, we deployed the standard G20 model. Annoying, isn't it? After Lu Chenqiu's briefing ended, Shen Yaowu added a jab for good measure. The implication being, if they'd deployed the follow-up models, the battle would have been even faster and more one-sided. At that moment, everyone present fell silent. This is just plain cheating. How big is the exercise area, anyway? Its radius doesn't even reach 1,000 kilometers. You could say that from the very start. The Western theater's aircraft were like having the fog of war lifted. Knowing all their movements, they could launch precision strikes at any moment. The reason they still needed 3 minutes, it was entirely because both the plane's takeoff and the missile's flight take time. Lin Haojian had already achieved the result he wanted. He immediately smiled and said, "Everyone, the main purpose of this military exercise, besides letting you all see the new equipment of our Daxia Air Force, is also to give you all a fresh perspective. Ziluo, you take it from here." Alright, even before the exercise began, Lu Chenqiu's report on air combat in the new era had already been submitted through Longbowen. And this report, before the exercise started, had already been placed on Lin Hao's desk. After reading it for the first time, Lin Hao felt not joy, but fear. He realized that Daxia's previous development direction had gone wrong. Our current equipment development focuses on high power and high maneuverability, but what I'm saying is, it's a new era. Everyone needs new thinking. In this age, who's still going to fight you? With bayonets and high-altitude dogfights, mass troop charges are outdated. We have the strongest ground army on Earth, but if the enemy sends missiles, are we supposed to have our soldiers take them with their bare bodies? Lu Chenqiu's words struck the hearts of every general present, leaving them unable to refute. Indeed, as Lu Chenqiu had said, precisely because it was an exercise, the Western Theater Command only needed to destroy the Red Side's command center. But what if the enemy came to wipe out our fighting forces? A direct missile barrage. And no matter how strong the will, flesh and blood remain flesh and blood. So our Qilong company has proposed the concept of saturation strike. Next, allow me to introduce our company's second product, the Airborne Early Warning 6000. As he spoke, Lu Chenqiu pressed the remote in his hand, and a large aircraft carrying a huge disc appeared before everyone's eyes. The AEW 6000 also comes in 2 versions, standard and advanced. The standard version is equipped with 4 turbofan engines. The maximum takeoff weight is 300 tons. The maximum payload capacity is 70 tons. The maximum speed is 1,000 kilometers per hour. The cruising time reaches about 12 hours. The range exceeds 10,000 kilometers with a flight line of 22,000 kilometers. It is equipped with a digital array radar. The effective detection radius is 2,000 kilometers. As for the advanced version, it is an all-around enhancement. It is equipped with 4 of the latest variable cycle engines. The maximum takeoff weight is 350 tons. The maximum payload capacity exceeds 100 tons. The maximum speed can reach Mach 1.5. The cruising time exceeds 20 hours. The range exceeds 20,000 kilometers, with a flight line of 25,000 kilometers. The digital array radar installed on it has an effective detection radius of over 3,000 kilometers. The meeting faction. Everyone, Chapter 48, go sit around sometime. The Air Warning 6000. All the generals present realized how much this aircraft would change the future landscape of warfare. However, the Air Warning 6000 is still in the design phase. It has not yet gone into production. The current data is still theoretical. Everyone can continue to make requests, but the company's funds are currently tight. It is estimated to take about 5 years before production. Lu Chenqiu's words immediately made all the officers present, and Lin Hao momentarily at a loss between laughter and tears. You little rascal, coming to this kind of occasion to advertise and attract investment, rather than things that haven't even been produced yet. Let's first talk about what we already have. Little Lu, can your G20 be commissioned for production now? Lin Hao asked with a kind smile. The standard version, at the aircraft manufacturing plant, has the corresponding fuselage and blades. After the production process, there's no problem. But the advanced version, for now, only our factory can manufacture it. Whether it's the variable cycle engines, or the carbon iron titanium alloy we've mastered, even if we make the process public. With the current domestic technology, it can't be produced well. Then let the state step in and purchase the complete manufacturing process for both versions from you. Then, aircraft manufacturers from across the country will buy from you the subcontracting work. Of course, the state won't let you work for nothing. The state will subsidize you 10 million per aircraft. Zero said this with great seriousness. Lin Hao's meaning was clear. Each major war zone would place orders directly with Lu Chenqiu, and these orders, except for the follow-up variants, would all be transferred to other domestic aircraft manufacturers to build. And for every unit those manufacturers produced, the state would subsidize Lu Chenqiu 10 million as payment for purchasing the manufacturing process from him. According to the data Lu Chenqiu knew from his past life, in his previous life, the nation had around 300 G20s. In other words, the standard version's process was worth at least 3 billion. And the money Lu Chenqiu should have earned wouldn't be reduced either. It was equivalent to the state directly subsidizing the Red Dragon Group. 3 billion. After that, the Red Dragon Group could focus on the small Luo. If our Air Force gives you full support, then this airborne warning 6000. What level can you achieve? After settling the distribution of the 20-unit manufacturing plan, Mech Outclasses, the Air Force Commander-in-Chief, asked, "The airborne warning 6000 is designed based on a large transport aircraft. Naturally, the greater the payload, the stronger the combat capability. Currently, our airborne warning 6000 is designed based on a 60-ton large transport aircraft. If funding is sufficient, we can try the Ant-125 Maria Dream transport aircraft and design a new airborne warning 6000 based on it. When that happens, the aircraft's combat capability can double." The AN-225, as the pinnacle of the Big Brother's aviation industry, is a legendary transport aircraft hailed as an industrial miracle. It can fly freely between suborbital and transatmospheric trajectories, with a maximum payload of 200 tons. Even the cargo hold's interior space can reach 1,300 square meters. The payload even exceeds expectations. And the top can also carry external aircraft. How much money do you need? And how much time? Mech Outclasses asked with a smile. What Lu Chenqiu had just said was of great significance to the nation's Air Force. This is no ordinary aircraft, just a simple airborne early warning plane. It's a buy one get one free deal. The current transport plane, the Y-8C, is a medium transport. It's a copy of the Big Brother's AN-12 transport. Its maximum payload is only 20 tons. The cargo hold volume is only 123 square meters. But with the Ant-225's carrying capacity, one trip can haul what it would take the Y-8 10 trips to move. If it's truly based on the Ant-125 to design the KJ-6000, then with the KJ-6000's transport capability, it can carry a larger digital array radar. This means more radar modules, detection precision, anti-jamming capability, and multi-target processing will all be stronger. 10 billion. No, 5 billion. Just 5 billion. Within a year, I will definitely deliver, Lu Chenqiu said with confidence. While Lu Chenqiu was speaking, he was already searching the system for the Ant-225's design blueprints. In the system, the AN-225 design blueprints cost 500 million, and the system has an upgrade function. You can put in your own materials and blueprints, then spend money to upgrade them to advanced blueprints. The more technology you add, the more money it costs. Lu Chenqiu did the math. If he put in his current material tech, chip technology, and the Ant-125 design blueprints together, he'd still need about $1 billion to upgrade. Previously, the G20 and G36 were both things Lu Chenqiu had seen in his past life. With the tech he got from the newbie gift pack, restoring them wasn't hard. The technology that could build mechs. Looking at a fighter like the G20, the tech was top-notch. Given the aerodynamic shape, reverse engineering wasn't difficult. But the Ant-125, with its brute force, using 6 turbofan engines, to lift hundreds of tons off the ground, that's some serious black tech. Then the Central Military Commission will allocate you 5 billion. The first unit must be delivered by this time next year. Lin Hao made the call directly. Commander, isn't this too risky? After Lu Chenqiu left the meeting room, the commanders-in-chief of the 3 branches of the military, along with the garrison district commander, gathered together. Navy Commander-in-Chief Yang Hongtao spoke up and asked, what if he can't deliver by next year? Long Bowen smiled mysteriously and said, Old Yang, let me ask you something. With our current technology, if we wanted to build an aircraft carrier, how long do you think it would take? Without a carrier to study, with our current R&D capabilities, it'd take at least 10 to 20 years. Yang Hongtao thought it over carefully and said, but he quickly realized Long Bowen was hinting at something, and froze for a moment. He looked up at him, meaning, is it Zilu? He has one. Long Bowen nodded. Although I haven't seen his carrier design. Earlier he showed me the design for a medium fighter jet. According to him, it's the carrier-based aircraft he designed for our nation. And that aircraft's attack capability is in no way inferior to the G20. I don't believe he'd design a carrier-based aircraft without having carrier technology first. That kid's sly. He's definitely waiting for the Navy to come to him on its own. Long Bowen's words made everyone present widen their eyes in shock. That kid's something else. Let's leave it at that for now. No rush. Wait until Zilu finish the Kongjing 6000 first. I suggest we give Zilu a plaque for friendly cooperation with the entire Air Force. After all, he's a private enterprise. With the military backing him, a lot of things will be easier to handle. Lin Hao offered his suggestion. I agree. Air Force Commander-in-Chief Mech Outclasses nodded. Old Yang, if you have time, you should drop by Jincheng sometime and have a chat with Zilu. There might be an unexpected surprise. Lin Hao laughed and patted Yang Hongtao on the shoulder, saying, Chapter 49. Someone stirring the pot. The day after the exercise ended, a piece of news began to quietly spread across the world. A headline reading, China and America meet again after 2 decades. Senior American officers appear at the Grand Building military exercise. Further deep cooperation expected. A news release began spreading worldwide. The origin of this release could not be traced. Instead, in multiple languages, it began on social media across various countries to keep gaining momentum. What no one in the world expected was that the first to react were not the Americans, the protagonists of the news, but rather Japan and Korea. These 2 countries did not immediately lash out at their American daddy. Instead, they condemned the media spreading these stories, branding all of them as false reports, pushing the whole "it's fake, I don't believe it" angle. Then some more baseless rumors began circulating internationally. A very blurry photo started spreading across the internet. The photo was almost entirely made of pixels, but you could barely make out the shape of an aircraft. Then, a narrative began to spread online that news of the Grand Building's latest generation fighter jet being revealed was also gaining traction online. The internet of this era wasn't that advanced yet, so across the entire internet, this news sparked massive discussion among netizens at home and abroad. A new generation fighter jet? Don't make me laugh. How could the Grand Building possibly develop a new generation fighter jet? Compared to the American masters, the Grand Building is still way too far behind. Foreign netizens started attacking online, completely refusing to believe the Grand Building could produce a new fighter. When it comes to the world's top fighter jets, we have to mention our glorious fighter. Our White Elephant Nation's glorious fighter is truly a world-class fighter jet. The entire internet is split into 2 camps on this. But clearly, those who believe the Empire can develop new fighters are still in the minority. Most are local netizens from the Empire, arguing with people online. But at this stage, computers are still expensive. Internet penetration is too low. There's no massive army of hundreds of millions of netizens like in my past life. The Empire's netizens of this era are mostly well-off intellectuals or overseas students. In this era, intellectual isn't yet an insult. Not like in later years. These true high-level intellectuals were raised with quality education since childhood. Having them duel with those foreign trolls online is a bit like an egg hitting a rock. Damn it, this is infuriating. Shen Shinju shoved the keyboard away, almost wanting to smash the monitor in front of her. Ziju, what's got you so angry? Just as Shen Shinju was being torn apart by foreign netizens' attacks, raging helplessly, a teasing laugh came from the doorway. A sharp-looking woman with short hair walked into Shen Shinju's room, smiling as she looked at her. Sister Gu, you're back. Shen Shinju looked at the woman before her, delighted. The situation at the Northern Alliance is tense. I happen to rotate back for a break, but I'll have to go again. Gu Yingzi said with a wry smile. Why don't you just not go? It's so dangerous over there with the fighting. And there are air raids everywhere now. What if a bomb goes astray? Shen Shinju looked at Gu Yingzi with concern. No, I still have to go. If everyone refuses to go, then who will bring the domestic audience? First-hand news from abroad. When we joined, the leaders told us, we are everyone's eyes. If none of us did these dangerous jobs, then people back home would be just like those from 100 years ago. Eyes closed, knowing nothing at all. Shen Shinju never expected that her own sister would have such a strong sense of conviction. After all, Gu Yingzi, as her best friend who grew up with her, could have easily lived the rich heiress life, but chose to become a journalist instead. Without a strong sense of conviction, she probably wouldn't have stuck with it. Gu Yingzi's grandfather was an old comrade of Shen Yaowu. He just retired early, and the kids in the family didn't join the military but went into business instead. Now they're among the top entrepreneurs in Jincheng, with a vast fortune. Yet she chose hardship over comfort. Other than conviction, it's hard to imagine any other reason. Ever since the 2 of them started working, they've been living together, been roommates for years. All the way until Gu Yingzi went abroad as a war correspondent and they parted ways. Ziju, what exactly did you see just now? Why are you so furious? Gu Yingzi asked curiously. While I was surfing foreign websites, I found a post that said, our country had developed a new aircraft in one go. I couldn't possibly not know about it, right? So I said yes, it's true. And those foreigners actually refused to believe it. And even insulted me. Honestly, just talking about it makes Shen Shinju's blood boil. A new aircraft. Let me see what the news says. With that, Gu Yingzi browsed through several more posts about the matter when she saw the highly clicked posts online. Most of them were stirring up sentiment, talking about Sino-American cooperation and the new aircraft development. As a journalist, Gu Yingzi sensed something was off. No, these don't seem to be baseless rumors. Someone is deliberately steering public opinion. Gu Yingzi frowned and said, "What do you mean? Are you saying these news and posts were deliberately released by someone?" Lu Chenqiu, being as clever as she was. Of course, I can tell Gu Yingzi's words had a hidden meaning. Yeah, Dandan, that photo alone is no simple matter. It's just that the posts were written in too many languages. We can't even tell where they originated from. And the volume of posts is huge. Tracing the IPs would be very difficult too. Gu Yingzi frowned as he spoke. But I can be certain. There's definitely someone behind this, deliberately steering the direction of public opinion. At the same time, the Pentagon. This is the Pentagon. The third sleepless night, brightly lit, when Colonel Oscar and Colonel Jack transmitted that nearly pixelated photo back to the mainland of the United States. The Pentagon, which had been in the dead of midnight, was completely jolted awake. Countless people were roused from their sleep. Around 5 in the morning, the streets around the Pentagon were still jammed with traffic. Many American generals who had just dozed off were woken up by phone calls. They had no choice but to rush nonstop to the Pentagon to report for duty. When they saw that photo, almost entirely made up of pixels, many high-ranking officials who were full of complaints immediately went quiet, replaced by grave expressions. "Gentlemen, I'd like to hear your thoughts on this photo." Dustin, the U.S. Secretary of Defense, Vic, swept his gaze across the American military officers before him. For a moment, no one spoke. First, the technical department has verified that this photo is authentic. No traces of any digital manipulation. They estimate the photo was taken from a distance of at least 50 kilometers. A new fighter jet capable of striking targets from over 50 kilometers away. What do you all make of this? Dustin Vic stated, "Gentlemen, what we can confirm now is, this is a provocation from Daxia against our United States." Chapter 50. Probing Daxia. Ever since Daxia invited us to their military exercise, this whole affair began. All of this is an act of provocation by Daxia against our Millie John. I now need you gentlemen to give me your counsel. Dustin Wick said to all the officers before him. No one responded at first. Everyone, upon seeing this photograph and confirming it was not a forgery, the usually arrogant and haughty American soldiers fell silent for the first time. Many pulled out the cigarettes from their pockets, lit them, and began puffing away to ease the tension. No one said a word. Lost in their own thoughts, after a full 15 minutes of silence, Leaf, the commander of the Navy, Osborne, was the first to break the deadlock, asking, "Sir, I have some questions. Has the Chinese side offered any explanation for this incident? Have they shared their exercise report with us?" "No, they haven't." Dustin Wick shook his head. "As for the reasons they gave for inviting us, including the specific details of the exercise, we were never informed." Then regarding the photos of this incident, besides Oscar and Jack, did anyone else take any? The news and reports about this matter have already spread across the world. Did they only capture this one photo? Did they sell the photos to the media? Or perhaps there's a problem among our strategic allies? Leif Osborne asked with a grave expression. The Intelligence Bureau is already investigating. At the moment, Jack and Oscar have both been taken into custody. I trust the Bureau's methods will make them reveal the true story, Dustin Wick said. But everything Leif Osborne had just said made many in the assembly even more troubled. The situation before them had grown more complicated. If this matter only involved Daxia, then they could still pressure Daxia through the international community. But now the situation was clearly far more complex. They neither knew whether Daxia already possessed a next-generation superfighter jet. We don't know if this matter involves any of North Vietnam's allies, following the Americans' approach. Whether or not they're involved, plan as if they are. Then they can't openly pressure the Xia Empire directly, without restraint. They must both fear those fighter jets of unknown capability, and consider the possibility of allies stabbing them in the back. Why don't we probe the first island chain? If we enter the Xia Empire's airspace, given the Xia Empire's way of doing things, they'll surely scramble to intercept us immediately. Then we'll know for sure whether they really have new fighter jets. Reeves Osborne said with a grave look. We can use the Taiwan Strait issue or the South China Sea issue as a pretext to intervene. We've been feeding those puppets for so long. It's about time we put them to use. Air Force Commander Norman Clinton said with a smile. We need some time to let the issue brew. But on the Eastern European front, Reeves Osborne looked a bit troubled. Reeves Osborne was hardly some loyal patriot or righteous man. War is all about money. If there's no war, how would officers like him make their fortune? If there weren't profits at stake, Reeves Osborne would never have pushed so hard for all this. But Eastern Europe and the Western Pacific aren't on the same front line. If they fought on two fronts, it would surely draw more congressional investigations. And then Commissioner Smith wouldn't have enough lives to lose. Let's temporarily slow down the Eastern European campaign. Secretary of State Powell spoke up. What matters most right now is probing out the Xia Empire's hand. Although on the international stage, the US has never been willing to admit that it once lost to the Xia Empire, even using excuses like war objectives to downplay the Xia Empire's victory back then. But in reality, toward this opponent that nearly beat them senseless, the US has always been wary of the Xia Empire, no less than it was of the Big Brother. Since Daxia's trump card isn't confirmed yet, America truly doesn't dare keep using force against the Southern Alliance. What if Daxia steps in under the banner of humanitarianism? What if Daxia's new fighter jets really are stronger than America's, so they don't dare and can't afford to be careless? Oh, my hand's tired. At Red Dragon Tech Park, inside a building that was just finished not long ago, row after row of liquid crystal displays that shouldn't belong to this era, lined up in a row. Sitting inside is a large group of people furiously typing away. These people are men and women alike, yet every one of them is the cream of the crop. But these people aren't programmers. They're people Lu Chenqiu, scoured from the streets and alleys, masters of arguing. Or rather, calling them masters isn't quite right. They might not be better at arguing than those elderly aunties, but mentally, they can absolutely handle the pressure. Lu Chenqiu brought them here. His purpose is naturally to build Daxia's first batch of internet trolls. Most of these people aren't highly educated, but with the real-time translation software Lu Chenqiu made, after that, they can use their sharp-tongued bickering skills to go head-to-head with foreign netizens. These trolls generally never had much schooling, but they've got quick wits. Now with a job that pays money and lets them curse people out for free, how could they possibly refuse? Of course, all those rosy expectations were before they actually started the job. Once they truly got into the work, they realize this job really wears them out. Not only do they have to play die-hard patriots, they also have to play traitors and foreign sympathizers. Some are responsible for rational commentary. Others have to stir the pot and watch the drama, all to heat up the topics and steer the narrative online. Now Lu Chenqiu's goal has been achieved. Online, because of Daxia. Between the new fighter jets and the possible new relationship with China and the US. A possible new relationship. They were arguing heatedly. Zhang Zifeng shook his wrist and stretched it out. Over the past period of time, their astroturfing department used over 100,000 IP accounts from around the globe, posting over 1 million comments online. In this era without AI assistance, every word was typed out by hand. The workload was no small feat. Zhang Zifeng, who back in his vocational school days, never really studied properly, never imagined he could land a job paying $5,000 a month. And at a big company like Qilong Corporation at that. Alright, everyone, let's pause for a moment. Lu Chenqiu walked into the astroturfing department's office, clapped his hands twice, and said with a smile, "You've all worked hard these past days. This month, everyone in the department gets double bonuses. Now, half of you stay to maintain the online posts. The other half can take a day off. After the rotation tomorrow, you'll be back to regular weekends." Everyone in the department cheered loudly. But just as everyone was getting ready for the time off and celebrating the upcoming bonuses, Zhang Zifeng walked up to Lu Chenqiu with a hint of worrying and said, "Boss, is our country about to make some big move?" Chapter 51, The Trial of Gold Matters Most. Lu Chenqiu's eyes lit up at once, pulled Zhang Zifeng aside, and asked with a smile, "Why do you suddenly think that?" "It's just a feeling. I always feel that with you making such a big fuss. It must be something serious." Zhang Zifeng didn't dare mention that on his way to work, he'd accidentally caught a glimpse of a convoy of military vehicles heading into some corner of the tech park. South of Jincheng was already an undeveloped area in the city's plans, and also one of Jincheng's underdeveloped regions, a fringe zone between urban and rural. People like Zhang Zifeng were the kind who couldn't study and couldn't do manual labor either. No ideals, no organization. A young man with no future, the three Nas. As for the suddenly emerging Red Dragon Group and its massive industrial park, quite a few locals only joined up with a Triatan C mindset. Few realized what lay behind this Red Dragon Group. just how deep its roots truly went. All they knew was that to build this park, many families got hefty payouts from demolition. But Zhang Zifeng had an innate sharpness, as if he'd sensed something. "How did you notice?" Lu Chenqiu asked. I saw military vehicles in the park. Boss, are we about to go to war or something?" Zhang Zifeng asked, a little worried. Lu Chenqiu hadn't expected that Zhang Zifeng, just from a few military vehicles, would pick up on all these issues. And at that moment, he too realized many things no longer fit the current business model. Trying to run things like an old-school industrial factory just wouldn't work anymore. The online operations department, at the end of the day, was just a PR unit. Lu Chenqiu's real foundation lay in physical industry. These online PR teams, if placed alongside classified units, and a few sharp-eyed people like Zhang Zifeng, were to slip through and post things online, that would be a real disaster. Zhang Zifeng probably never imagined that just by asking that one extra question, he'd get a sudden promotion. "You've got good instincts. Our online operations department right now needs someone with your talent to lead everyone and keep the work going. So, you'll serve as acting director, handling the department's work for now. I plan to expand and set up a company. Then I'll hand the department over to you to manage entirely on your own." Lu Chenqiu patted Zhang Zifeng on the shoulder. Zhang Zifeng was instantly flattered and said with a fawning grin, "Oh my. Don't you worry, I'll work hard for sure. There's no time to waste." Lu Chenqiu, almost the very next day, set up a brand new company in the city, registered as an entertainment media company. He handled this matter directly by phone, pulling strings through several rounds of favors to get it done. "Ziluo, why the sudden interest in media work? If you want to put your mind to something, better focus your energy on developing the new project," Zhang Yikai advised him earnestly. He knew how highly Lin Hao valued Lu Chenqiu. The state had also placed a major order with Lu Chenqiu. Currently, besides the military regions purchasing a certain batch of follow-up payments from Lu Chenqiu, beyond the G20, all the manufacturing processes for the 20 standard models had already been handed over to the state by Lu Chenqiu, by the Northern Industries Manufacturing Institute, the Jiangnan Aircraft Factory, and the Northwest Aircraft Factory, all three, jointly purchased from Lu Chenqiu. At the original price plus an additional 10 million per unit, they bought Lu Chenqiu's manufacturing share of the standard models. This was simply an astronomical figure. The old man truly feared that with money, Lu Chenqiu might go astray, like those nouveau rich. The same way, once they got rich, they'd start chasing women and keeping mistresses, and neglecting their proper work. But what he didn't know was, Lu Chenqiu, almost the moment he got the money, at the very first opportunity, unlocked the 5-nanometer lithography machine and subsequent technologies, along with 5G network communication technology. His phone, computer, and gaming console manufacturing plants had already shifted into high gear, working around the clock. No one knew a technological storm about to sweep the world was quietly building up, ready to strike. Lu Chenqiu, of course, sensed the old man's concern and the meaning behind his words. He immediately smiled and said, "Old man, you wouldn't believe how important the work in the media sector is. How important can media work be? I, an old man, truly don't believe it. Nothing is more important than your new project development." Zhang Yikai, when it came to the TV shows, those martial arts dramas that kept shouting about Ziwei all day, he had no liking for them at all. The old man sometimes, when the propaganda work was done well, could win without fighting a single battle. "Do you believe that?" Lu Chenqiu said mysteriously. Speaking of which, Lu Chenqiu unconsciously thought of a certain figure from his past life. That was a man who, with nothing but his own mouth, managed to fool the Americans into dismantling their own F-22 production line, a ruthless one indeed. As for Lu Chenqiu's claims, Zhang Yikai didn't believe a single word of it. So the very next day, he sent out his granddaughter Zheng Jiai and brought along Shen Xinju. Plus they pulled in someone they knew, the only one who truly understood cultural propaganda, Gu Yizhi, who happened to be on leave. Together they came to Lu Chenqiu's newly set up office building. It happened to be the May Day holiday. Lin Qingshuan also brought Yaya along to see Lu Chenqiu, busy with the new company matters. Good heavens, what a lively crowd. Seeing for beautiful women come looking for Lu Chenqiu, Zhang Zifeng, the temporary person in charge, was utterly in awe of his own boss. These two are Lin Qingshuan. She had met Zheng Jiai before, and knew she was Zheng Yikai's granddaughter, but she had never met Shen Xinju or Gu Yizhi. Let me introduce everyone. This is Sister Shen Xinju. She works as a researcher at the Military Research Institute, currently holding the rank of Major. And this is Sister Gu Yizhi. We grew up together since childhood. I introduced them to Lin Qingshuan and Lu Chenqiu. Hello, I'm a correspondent for the Central Station overseas, recently rotated back home on leave. I heard you're working in the media field, so I wanted to come and take a look. Gu Yizhi said bluntly. I heard from Grandpa Zheng that you plan to work in the media industry. You said if the propaganda is done well, you could win without fighting a single battle. I don't quite understand that. Could you explain that a bit? Gu Yingzi's directness left Liang Nu, who had come with a mission. A bit unsure how to respond, Lu Chenqiu suddenly smiled. He didn't answer directly, but instead asked Gu Yingzi a question. Have you read Journey to the West? Miss Gu, from the story of Journey to the West, is the goal of obtaining the scriptures important? Or is the journey to get them important? For a moment, Gu Yingzi didn't grasp Lu Chenqiu's hidden meaning. She didn't understand why he'd suddenly asked this. I'm not sure I understand what you mean, Gu Yingzi said with a frown. If I had to choose, I think the journey to get the scriptures matters more. After all, you only attain enlightenment through trials and tribulations. But Lu Chenqiu shook his head. No, the scriptures aren't important. The journey isn't important either. The power of discourse is what matters most. Chapter 52, The High Ground of Culture. Lu Chenqiu's words sparked a flash of insight in Gu Yingzi's mind. She seemed to know what he was getting at. The so-called power of discourse is really just the power to speak. As a journalist, she'd seen too many cases of the West spreading rumors, forcing China to produce proof to clear its name. The most typical and most recent example was the Xingye cargo ship incident 6 years ago. The Americans, using nothing but a pretext of suspicion that the ship carried weapons of mass destruction, simply turned off the GPS. Then they left you drifting at sea, free to humiliate you however they pleased. And you still had to find your own reasons to prove your innocence. Somewhere along the way, the international arena of public opinion had become a one-sided stage for the West. They say whatever they want, and whatever they say goes. They slander however they please. It's nothing short of shameless audacity. But even so, Great Xia and other developing nations can't even talk back, and have to desperately prove their innocence. Where does the right to speak on the international stage come from? Actually just two things. 1. Strong comprehensive national power. 2. Knowing how to steer the narrative. Propaganda strength that understands how to read the wines. People in our country are used to the doctrine of the mean. They like to keep their heads down and work, and don't like to talk. But what I have to say is, on the international stage, just doing things isn't enough. If you don't speak up, it's as good as not doing anything. You can't judge those foreign ignoramuses by our country's average education level. These foreigners neither study history nor understand science. If you do street interviews in America right now, 90% of people still believe the earth is flat. Not because they truly believe it, but because they can't comprehend. If the earth weren't flat, why people on the other side don't fall off? Expecting to reason with them through undercover interviews is worse than just calling them a bunch of bastards. At least they'd understand that, Lu Chenqiu said with a smile. But I know, our country's official media still cares about face. But a civilian group like mine doesn't need to. Anyway, I don't care about face. So you want to, as a civilian media organization, directly export content abroad? Gu Yingzi's eyes widened even more. How could you call that exporting? That's called shelling. Lu Chenqiu grinned, showing a row of bright white teeth. America has only been around for about 200 years. A greenhorn, a rookie. What have they ever seen? We have over 5,000 years of history. What kind of bizarre thing hasn't happened in our history? Using our culture to crush them. Isn't that like using a cannon to kill a mosquito? Besides, the chairman once said, when it comes to culture, if you don't occupy it, the enemy will. In the East Asian region, most are beneficiaries of our culture. But if some scumbag shows up, saying our stuff is theirs, and even took it to apply for heritage status, then we'd be crying with no way out. Lu Chenqiu's words made the four women present change expression. Although these were girls, 2 engineering students plus a police academy cadet. Only Gu Yingzi studied liberal arts, but they all realized Lu Chenqiu wasn't crying wolf. Gu Yingzi also knew that Lu Chenqiu's words weren't baseless. News didn't travel fast in this era. So many stories never actually reached the ears of ordinary people. But as a journalist, she knew that 3 years ago, the Koreans used their country's Haeing temple to apply to UNESCO for heritage status. But it involved a huge amount of Tibetan Buddhist temple culture and Buddhist culture. Although in the end, Tibetan Buddhist scriptures and culture didn't get heritage status from the Koreans. But after Lu Chenqiu brought it up, it flashed right into Gu Yingzi's mind and wouldn't go away. Gu Yingzi understood what Lu Chenqiu planned to do. Her mission here was done, so she immediately took her leave. Zheng Jiai and Shen Shenju didn't linger either, and followed Gu Yingzi out right away. Yaya looked around at the three pretty sisters leaving in a hurry, and asked Daddy, why did Mama Jiai and the other two pretty sisters leave? Because they had questions for Daddy, and Daddy already answered them. Lu Chenqiu said with a smile. When did Daddy say that? Yaya didn't know about it. Yaya's big black shiny eyes stared at her own daddy, and asked adorably, you'll know when you grow up. Lu Chenqiu patted Yaya's head. Lin Qingshuan beside him was still out of the loop, so she asked too, what did they just ask you? Hey, Lu Chenqiu shook his head with a smile and said no more. Grandpa Zheng, this is what he planned to do. Back at Zheng Yikai's home, Gu Yingzi, without any concealment, told the old man everything she had heard, including her own speculations. You mean to say, he plans to wage a public opinion war with foreigners? Zheng Yikai looked utterly shocked, staring at Gu Yingzi before him, hardly able to believe it. Isn't Lu Chenqiu just a science geek? How does he know anything about liberal arts matters? In this day and age, science geeks, they're basically like the military generals of ancient times. All they think about is research and development and technology. You ask them to trade verbal jabs with people, you might as well have them discuss Maxwell's theory with someone. It's not just a public opinion war. It also seems he intends to export Chinese culture abroad. Exactly how he plans to do it, we don't know. But what's foreseeable is that what he's doing is truly great. Gu Yingzi had to praise him. She said that if Lu Chenqiu hadn't brought it up, she never would have realized any of this. All along, she had thought that being able to deliver truthful news reports to the audience was already something remarkable. But today, Lu Chenqiu told her that whether the scriptures are real or fake doesn't matter. How one interprets those scriptures, how one conveys their content to the world, that is what truly matters. How laughable that she, a journalism graduate, couldn't see it as clearly as a science geek. As long as he's not neglecting his duties, that's fine. Zheng Yikai's thinking was simple. As long as Lu Chenqiu doesn't keep a mistress, doesn't pamper young models, doesn't go down that kind of crooked path, then even if he poked a hole in the sky, they old-timers could still shield him from it. Grandpa Zheng, I plan to resign. Ever since I talked with Lu Chenqiu today, this thought has grown stronger and stronger. Xiaoying, this is not something to act on impulsively. Zheng Yikai never expected Gu Yingzi to suddenly bring this up. I plan to work at Lu Chenqiu's company. Gu Yingzi suddenly smiled and said, I have a feeling following him might better fulfill my dreams. Upon hearing Gu Yingzi plan to work at Lu Chenqiu's company, Zheng Yikai thought it over and said no more. One was a junior he had high hopes for. The other was his old friend's granddaughter. If the two of them could really achieve something, that would be for the best. Chapter 53 Old Villain, Prepare to Die. At first, Zheng Yikai didn't take Gu Yingzi's resignation seriously, but clearly, someone thought otherwise. Early the next morning, just as Zheng Yikai was about to leave for work, someone suddenly burst through his door. The man grabbed a stick and swung it straight at Zheng Yikai's face. While attacking, he shouted, Old villain, prepare to die. Seeing who it was, Zheng Yikai quickly dodged aside, his speed belying his age. The intruder was none other than Gu Yingzi's grandfather, Gu Bei, a former comrade in arms of Shen Yaowu, and an old acquaintance of Zheng Yikai. He had left the military during the decade of turmoil. Now his children were in business, among the top families in Jincheng. Usually, the two families would occasionally visit each other, but now, this kind of outright violent confrontation was something Zheng Yikai truly never expected. Hey, you heartless old man. What did you say to my little Ying? She came home and resigned right away. That was a national TV reporter position. Gu Bei stormed in cursing loudly, looking ready to kill Zheng Yikai on the spot. Old Gu, calm down. The girl resigned because she has her own plans and reasons. I tried to talk her out of it at first, but Ying had already decided where she wanted to go. What could I say? Zheng Yikai said. Who exactly led my little Ying astray? She had such a bright future ahead. No kidding, that's a head reporter for the main station. You could say that as long as Gu Yingzi finished his assignment and makes it back to the main station alive. The worst he'd get is a section chief position. That's seniority earned with his life. Now, from the end of his assignment, there's less than half a year left, and he's still so young. You could say his future is limitless. Now everything's fallen apart. This has definitely rattled Gu Bei. This matter, it's hard to explain. Clearly, anyway, we can't go to that guy. Let me put it this way. That young man, you can't afford to mess with him now. hearing that Gu Bei still wanted to cause trouble for Lu Chenqiu. Junkyard said, "You're not taking me along, are you? Fine, then I'll go by myself." Gu Bei immediately prepared to call Shen Wu. Junkyard quickly grabbed him. "I'll take you there. But you have to promise not to do anything reckless." Junkyard made Gu Bei swear. Gu Bei just nodded and grunted a couple of times, then followed Junkyard out of the house. "So you went back yesterday and quit your job, then came here to apply." Lu Chenqiu was stunned too. He had only met Gu Yingzi yesterday. He had some impression of this girl, but what he never expected was that this girl would go home and quit her job on the spot, then come to him the very next day saying she wanted to join. Her drive was terrifyingly strong. Lu Chenqiu pointed at the already renovated and moved-in Internet Army department and asked, "So tell me, do you know what they do?" Gu Yingzi turned to look at Zhang Zifeng's. After observing for a moment, she said, "Catching shadows, steering public opinion. They help you online, guide the direction of public opinion." Huh. Lu Chenqiu didn't expect this girl to guess it, but then asked with a hint of surprise, "You come from a journalism background. You should know the 3 elements of news, right? Truthfulness, timeliness, and spreadability. This job doesn't match your work at all. Wasn't it you who said yesterday, the scriptures and the journey to fetch them don't matter? What matters is the golden test, right?" Gu Yingzi said whether the scriptures are real or fake doesn't matter. How to spread the scriptures is what matters. Making others understand them matters even more. Wow, a genius. Lu Chenqiu had to praise the young woman before him. She was simply born for the news business. Maybe he hadn't understood before what Lu Chenqiu meant by the scripture business, but after Lu Chenqiu brought it up, he caught on in an instant. "Don't you think what I've been doing goes against what you learned before?" Lu Chenqiu asked hesitantly. "Wasn't it you who said, the media in our country are too concerned with face? Someone has to be shameless, right?" Gu Yingzi replied with a smile. Lu Chenqiu could grasp the key points, knew how to draw inferences, even knew how to use countermeasures to manage. Honestly, this girl was ready to graduate. "Fine then. Let's just run a simple interview process. As you can see, my department, besides chasing rumors and steering public opinion, has no other work for now. If you joined this department, what would you plan to do?" Lu Chenqiu's words left Gu Yingzi in a brief silence. At that moment, Gu Yingzi realized Lu Chenqiu was testing her. After thinking briefly, she said, "If I'm not mistaken, the momentum being stirred up on foreign networks now is mostly because of you and your department. Your goal is to divert the Eastern European conflict while showcasing Daxia's national strength. If I'm not mistaken, Daxia should already have its own new generation fighter jets. Your purpose is to drive a wedge between the US and its allies by using the US visit, driving a wedge between East Asian and Southeast Asian nations, slowly turning them against the United States. If it were me, I'd stay domestic. After firmly confirming the new fighter jet's existence, start ramping up cultural exports abroad, then blend into foreign forums, gather and analyze overseas information, so we can target our messaging precisely, strike with pinpoint accuracy." Lu Chenqiu nodded. "Tell me more. I haven't thought it all through yet, but roughly, whenever they bring up Japanese or Korean culture, we twist it around and say, this stuff was learned from our country. We also need to disguise and maintain the accounts. Can't use low-tier accounts that only post once. Anything else, next step is stoking division. In the US, stir up black-white conflict. Stir up partisan conflict. In Europe, stir up ethnic and national conflict. In Japan and Korea, stir up historical conflict. Stir up hatred and division. The main goal is to never let them have peace." Gu Yingzi's words instantly won Lu Chenqiu over. She's truly talented. A massive talent. It could be said, Gu Yingzi's plan and his own strategy were almost identical. This girl really gets it. Welcome aboard. Starting today, you are now the executive president of Longsing Media. In a moment, I'll hand you a detailed proposal. Just follow it step by step. Make sure we cover every angle. Strike on a massive scale. Both domestic and international must be covered. Though Lu Chenqiu was very pleased with Gu Yingzi, one's vision is shaped by one's experience. Gu Yingzi's plan, though similar to Lu Chenqiu's, in reality, what Lu Chenqiu wanted to do wasn't just cultural conflict and simple online trolling. What he wants is a comprehensive precision strike, based on history and facts, against America and other Western countries, and even their lackeys, launching a wave of indiscriminate crushing. At the same time, outside Lu Chenqiu's office, Junkyard said with a smile, "See, I told you. The kid has his own plans. Now you can rest easy. Chapter 54. No way. There's something dirty here. HMPH. Gubei snorted and turned to leave. Old fool, Junkyard cursed under his breath, then followed after him. That very day, Lu Chenqiu handed a very complete plan to Gu Yingzi. Gu Yingzi, after briefly flipping through the plan, his eyes went wide instantly. He never expected that Lu Chenqiu's plan not only covered all sorts of agenda-setting strategies, but also included various promotional plans. Even film and TV drama production plans were all written in detail within the plan. This plan must have taken you a long time to write. Gu Yingzi raised the plan in his hand and asked, "Yeah, it took several months to write." Lu Chenqiu nodded. Ever since he transmigrated here, Lu Chenqiu had started writing this plan, adding in whatever came to mind. Although the system had been activated from the start, Lu Chenqiu initially really hadn't planned to go down the R&D path. The reason was simple. Going down the R&D path alone, the money was too hard to earn. He had originally wanted to build an entertainment industry, then use the money earned from entertainment to fund R&D in return. Coming from a parallel world, he knew all too well how lucrative the fan economy was. Since it's all about making money anyway, why not let himself make the money and then use it to strengthen the nation through technology, rather than handing it to those entertainment company bosses? Then let them keep mistresses and hire escorts. Does that make sense? As far as I know, you're a genius-level research talent. Why would you suddenly choose this path? Gu Yingzi voiced his question. He had looked into Lu Chenqiu and had also learned from Junkyard what kind of person Lu Chenqiu was. Although Junkyard didn't say outright what Lu Chenqiu had actually done, he was full of praise for him, calling him a peerless scholar, on par with the two former elders. Even if it was just to make money, Lu Chenqiu could casually research something, and the money he'd earn would far exceed what publicity work brings in. So why would someone like Lu Chenqiu suddenly want to get into propaganda? This was something Gu Yingzi had pondered all night without figuring out. It's precisely because I'm in research that I understand the future direction of development more clearly. The future is an era of informatization and digitalization. The pace of life is accelerating, and many people simply can't spare attention for national defense or international relations. In the future, people's pursuit of spiritual nourishment will reach an unprecedented height. Life is already hard enough, and precisely at this time, hostile forces abroad will seize the opportunity, using slogans like women's rights, equality, environmentalism, and freedom, through means like celebrity worship and articles, to easily infiltrate our country and capture our people. If we don't hold this front this year, no matter how much new technology I develop, it'll be useless, because by then, the people using it will be corrupted. Lu Chenqiu said with deep sincerity, "Your job is to build in the hearts of the common people a spiritual great wall. Its difficulty is no less than our research and development. Your mission is a long and heavy road." Gu Yingzi's expression shifted, and he suddenly regarded the man before him with newfound respect. He never expected that this man could see so far ahead, and to entrust such an important task entirely to me. You trust me that much? Gu Yingzi felt the weight on his shoulders grow heavy, and couldn't help asking with a smile, "The question I asked you yesterday is the answer I chose you with?" Lu Chenqiu revealed a knowing smile. The two of them, in perfect sync, extended their right hands and shook firmly. The bombing of Belgrade, which had lasted over 40 days, finally came to a brief halt. The entire Federal Republic of Yugoslavia finally caught its breath. The previously sealed borders were reopened, and supplies began flowing back into the country. The war-torn nation began, like a wounded beast, to hide its scars. "Mr. President, the second shipment of supplies from the tower has entered the country. The large batch of gas canisters and fertilizer, ordered from the Red Dragon Group, has begun arriving in Yugoslavia again, replenishing their ammunition stockpile." In May, Milosevic finally stepped out of the underground facility and looked toward the east. "Mr. Lu, we hope your tower can once again become the light of humanity and guide us toward a brighter future." On the fourth day of the May Day holiday, setting out from the Yokosuka Naval Base, America assembled the Reagan and the Kitty Hawk to carrier strike groups, with over 100 carrier-based aircraft, accompanied by cruisers, destroyers, anti-submarine helicopters, and for submarines, slowly advancing toward the tower's southern waters. A formation like this was more than enough to strike at the coastal defenses of any nation on the planet and breach any nation's borders. Yet America deployed all of this merely to test the tower. As they were about to enter the tower's southern waters, the carrier group began patrolling in international waters. But at the same time, 3 F-18 Hornets took off from the Reagan and began encroaching on the tower's airspace. They want to see whether the Great Zia truly has the qualification to go toe-to-toe with them. This is Cobra 1. Joel, do you read me? Among the 3 F-18s taking off, Victor, the lead pilot, called his wingman over the headset. This is Cobra 3. Victor, what's up? Nothing much. After all, we're just here to probe the Great Zia. Those yellow-skinned kids. Just relax a bit. Victor chuckled and said to his 2 wingmen, do you think the Great Zia really has some new aircraft? I think it's possible. Joel wasn't as relaxed as Victor. My grandfather once fought in that war back in the 50s. Even after all these years, the moment he hears the bugle call, he still has a stress reaction. The people of Great Zia aren't as fragile as you think. Victor, I think it's probably another intelligence bluff. Joshua, the pilot of another jet, said with a laugh. After all, our congressmen back home love to blow hot air too, don't they? The Great Zia people, to deal with us, throwing up some smoke screens isn't out of the question. Besides, how could they have such advanced tech? Well said. The Great Zia people are poor and backward. How could they ever be our match? Victor laughed heartily. Then he glanced at the rearview mirror in the cockpit and said, Joshua, keep a bit closer. Even though we're just doing reconnaissance, we can't afford to fall behind. What are you talking about? I'm right behind you, Joshua said, utterly bewildered. Stop talking nonsense. You're pulling ahead fast. The 3 members of the Cobra formation quickly realized something was wrong. The 3 of them all showed up on each other's radar. Yet in the short time they were chatting, a 4th aircraft appeared in the formation, and it didn't show up on their radar. No, there's something wrong. Chapter 55, I've been locked on. What is that? A UFO. The plane that suddenly appeared behind them made the 3 in Cobra formation break out in a cold sweat. No one noticed when it appeared, even as it approached. There wasn't a single sound. Arm the fire control. Be ready to open fire at any moment. Victor gave the order. Then he called for support from their cruiser. Base 1. This is Cobra 1. I've spotted an unidentified aircraft. Please assist me. Needle. This is Focus 1. I've activated radar search. I detect no unknown aircraft in your formation. The cruiser's reply came quickly through the headset. How is that possible? I can already see it in my rearview mirror. It's no more than 200 meters behind me. The moment Victor heard that, he panicked completely. The warship's radar system is far more powerful than their avionics radar. If even the warship can't detect it, could it really be a ghost? Had he run into the ghost aircraft that crashed in these waters? But that guess was clearly unrealistic, because this plane before him had no matching model in the history of human flight. Its cold, pitch-black hull, its sci-fi silhouette and massive wingspan, like a great archangel with 6 wings, about to deliver divine judgment upon him. Guys, we're in trouble. Victor's voice was more serious than ever before. The other party's origins were unknown, and he'd been caught. All we can do now is each flee for our lives. Good luck to you all. With that, Victor pushed his control stick forward and dove straight toward Great Zia's airspace. When he was less than 500 meters from Great Zia's airspace, in his headset, a voice suddenly rang out without any warning. The other side had somehow bypassed his encrypted radio channel and transmitted the message directly into his headset. This is the Great Zia Air Force. You are approaching our airspace. Please leave immediately. Please leave immediately. That message, in both Chinese and English, reached Victor's ears, sending cold sweat down his back instantly. Great Zia Air Force. How is that possible? That monstrous aircraft was truly Great Zia's new plane. He couldn't believe it. He pushed the control stick all the way forward. The speed surged once again. The fuselage nearly broke the sound barrier in an instant. A sonic boom erupted around the aircraft. But what he never expected was that the plane behind him was even faster. Almost at a visible rate, the gap between the 2 aircraft was closing. Beep, beep, beep. An alarm suddenly blared inside the cockpit. That was the sound of being locked onto by fire control radar. The other side had already switched on their fire control radar and locked onto him. He had planned to plunge straight into Great Zia's airspace and then engage the enemy in a dogfight. But years of experience, his pilot's instinct was warning him. If he dared to plunge into Great Zia's airspace, he'd be dead within a minute. Almost instinctively, Victor tilted the control stick in his hands. The plane banked sideways in the air and turned back, barely grazing the edge of Great Zia's airspace. But what Victor never expected even more was the plane chasing him suddenly pulled its nose up and did a vertical climb. That black aircraft executed a high-speed vertical ascent. Then, with a beautiful Chinese-style maneuver, pivoting on its tail nozzle, quickly swung its nose around and kept pursuing him. The speed of this plane was simply unbelievable. In no time, it reappeared in Victor's rearview mirror. Victor broke out in a cold sweat. He tried every evasive maneuver he could to shake the enemy, but no matter how he struggled, the distance between them stayed constant, neither closing or widening, like a ghost trailing right behind him, although the enemy seemed to have turned off its fire control. He suddenly realized a truly hopeless fact, that he simply could not shake them off. The enemy was faster than him, more agile, and even bigger. In that sleek weapons bay, who knew how many missiles were hidden? All he could do now was run, and his good brothers Joel and Joshua were no better off than he was when he sped up first to lure that monster away. The other two planes had planned to continue their probing mission, but when they got within less than a kilometer of the tower's airspace, two aircraft suddenly descended from high above, flanking them, one on each side. Ignoring their encrypted radio, they broadcast directly through their speakers. "This is the Tower Air Command. You have entered our airspace. Leave immediately. Leave immediately." Both of them turned around at almost the same moment. They also recognized the two planes behind them. They were the same model as the one Victor had lured away earlier. Only then did they realize that the tower not only had new aircraft, but those new aircraft were already fully deployed. Could it be that in the Asia-Pacific region, what they'd face would be opponents like this? As U.S. troops stationed at Hengshu Hegang, Joshua and Joel's palms instantly grew sweaty. Cold sweat pouring even in broad daylight, the three members of the Cobra Squad departed under the escort of three large aircraft. After being sent nearly to nautical miles out, the large aircraft vanished as if they'd never existed, disappearing from the trio's sight once more. The radar on the trio's planes was just like those useless husbands in those movies, showing no reaction from start to finish. They turned on their fire control radar, but forget locking onto the enemy. They couldn't even turn around. Joshua and Joel tried locking onto the large aircraft beside them, but the fire control system could neither lock nor identify the large aircraft. This meant even if they could fire missiles, they'd never hit their target. It gave them the feeling of fighting aliens. When they landed on the carrier Reagan, the three got off the planes, legs trembling, barely able to stand. Standing up, what nonsense is this? Are you even soldiers of the U.S. military? The squadron leader, Barrett, pointed at the three and started cursing. But when he saw their condition, he couldn't help but pause. The three looked like they'd just been pulled from water. Their flight suits and even helmets soaked with sweat. Their lips were white as sheets. No one could understand what they'd just been through. Perhaps if they'd been shot down by the large aircraft at once, they wouldn't have been this rattled. But that feeling of not knowing when the enemy would open fire made them feel like they were dancing before death itself, with no privacy whatsoever, and never knowing when death would strike. The immense psychological pressure nearly broke them. If not for forcing themselves to stay alert, they probably can't even make it back to the carrier. What did you encounter? Chapter 56, A Ghost. Hallett looked at the three men before him, heads full of yellow hair, all soaked with sweat. The Cobra Squad members, barely recognizable as human, couldn't help but frown as he answered me. What exactly did you see? Our report, sir. We were near the airspace above the mainland. We spotted three large aircraft we'd never seen before. They hailed us, completely ignoring our encrypted radio. At the same time, our radar got no response from them at all. We couldn't lock onto them, nor shake them off. Couldn't even fire. Victor, supported by ground crew, stood up straight and shouted loudly. What? How did you know those were large aircraft? Barrett asked. Because they spoke Chinese, sir, Victor yelled back. Go rest for now. Barrett waved his hand, dismissing Victor and his squad. Soon, the matter of the large aircraft was reported by Barrett to the commander. The overall commander of this probing operation was Major Peter Vasa of the 6th Fleet. Upon hearing the news, Peter's first reaction was disbelief, but he still ordered the hangar maintenance crew to investigate the flight records of the three F-18s immediately, as well as the black box recordings, trying to reconstruct the flight paths of the three aircraft. However, before the maintenance team's feedback reached him, that urgent call startled Peter Vasa, who was waiting for results. "Yes, sir, Admiral. We've received a message." Received a message? What message needs to be kept so secret? Peter asked impatiently. However, When the aide brought Peter to the display screen and showed him the message just received, Peter felt a sudden surge of electricity run down his spine. Every hair on his body stood on end. The carrier's computer system received an image, a panoramic view of the carrier fleet. Judging purely from the shooting angle, it was taken directly above the carrier formation. But as for the altitude, it couldn't have been more than 1 kilometer. The enemy took their photo from ultra-low altitude. This meant, despite the US military's most advanced radar in the world and their aviation defense systems, the enemy slipped through like they were in an empty room and swooped right up to the carrier, even casually snapping a photo with ease, precisely identifying it and sending it to the Reagan, the flagship carrier. But what if they hadn't sent a photo? What if it had been a missile instead? Peter didn't dare think any further. What on earth was that enemy aircraft? Could their plane be a ghost? Otherwise, why? Why hadn't his radar reacted at all? Peter grabbed the walkie-talkie immediately and shouted into the mic, "Attention everyone! Full fleet, turn around. Full speed at 30 knots, return to Yokosuka Naval Base." 30 knots was the Reagan's maximum speed. It was practically a desperate race. Hearing Peter's order, many officers had no idea what was actually going on. They could only passively turn around and haul ass. Damn it, damn it. What kind of game is Zia playing here? Commander Peter didn't want to believe it, but he didn't dare gamble with his own life. All of this seemed utterly unbelievable, but combined with the report Barrett had filed earlier, Peter simply had no confidence to take that risk. If Zia's aircraft truly had the ability to evade radar detection, then he was willing to believe Zia's people were genuinely sincere and simply didn't want to provoke a conflict. In that instant, Peter nearly made up his mind. Before he could return home, he didn't want to leave the Yokosuka base again. South Sea Fleet, Yulin Naval Base, as the southernmost base of Zia. There are quite a few here besides the main submarines and destroyers. There's also naval aviation presence. 3 Type 2 aircraft returning from their mission slowly touched down at Yulin Base. A man with a kind face and a beaming smile stepped off the plane and walked joyfully toward the base leaders waiting for them. The man snapped a salute and shouted loudly, reporting to the commander. "Wang Wei reporting to you. The aviation formation successfully intercepted and drove off 3 enemy military aircraft. Good, you've worked hard." The head of Yulin Base, Rear Admiral Lu Chenqiu, returned the salute and said, "How do the new planes handle?" Reporting to the commander, "I've never flown such an amazing aircraft. The thrust feeling, the acceleration, the maneuverability once I took off." Wang Wei was instantly blown away. "This is our country's own plane. It's wonderful. If we'd had these planes earlier, we wouldn't have fought so hard in the past." Lu Chenqiu said, "The Air Force probably got more of these than we did, right?" Wang Wei looked at the 3 planes before him with some regret. Since the exercise ended, the country finalized the procurement plan. The planes originally prioritized for the Western military region had some pulled aside and distributed to the other major theater commands. The Southern Theater Air Force received 5. The Naval Aviation got even fewer, only 3. There's no helping it. New planes and new manufacturing processes can't be produced that fast for now. I heard several major aircraft factories have already stepped in. Production should speed up after this. Speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence. Today just happens to be when Yulin Base, as the southernmost naval base, received these 3 planes and conducted test flights. If it had been the original equipment, news of the enemy forces in international waters would have needed to be spotted by the military outposts on the Shisha Islands before it could be reported. But this time, shortly after the enemy arrived, the recognition system of the 2020s had already detected the American fleet about 200 kilometers away. After Wang Wei realized the Americans were up to something again, he immediately reported it to the base leadership. Uncle Yu made the call on the spot to order an intercept of the American military aircraft and stay ready to open fire at any moment. Wang Wei and his 2 comrades, after resisting the temptation of a family tree opening night, successfully drove off the American planes. This news, within half a day, was already sitting on Lin Hao's desk. "Great, great. Before this, I said, that Zilu could stand shoulder to shoulder with the 2 predecessors. But now it seems, in the future, Zilu might even surpass those older generation scientists. Who knows?" Lin Hao laughed heartily, his earlier worried expression completely gone. "Sir, this is Lu Chenqiu's plan for the subsequent Eastern Europe deployment, along with decisions and proposals for some detailed strategies. Please take a look." Lin Hao's confidential secretary handed him a document. "I'll read it later. Right now, I need to go share the good news with the others." With that said, Lin Hao, like a father whose kid scored full marks, went off to show off. to the commanders of the major war zones. At this moment, Lu Chenqiu was in his own hangar. But he wasn't in the office. Instead, he was sitting in the cockpit. Inside the long-missed Gundam chest cockpit, Yaya sat in the child co-pilot seat. Lu Chenqiu smiled and asked Yaya, "Ready?" Chapter 57, A Revolution. Yaya nodded her little head firmly. Lu Chenqiu's fingers tapped a few keys on the panel in front of him, entering a series of commands. Then, he placed his hands on the control sticks on both sides of the pilot seat. Boom! The mech's eyes lit up with green light. Then the hangar lights began flashing red. The ceiling gradually slid open to both sides. Launch preparations complete. Level 1 lock released. Lu Chenqiu checked the ground status, smiled at Yaya, and said, "Classmate Yaya, please fasten your seatbelt." Seatbelt fastened. Yaya, full of spirit, childishly let out a cheer. "We're ready to go." Lu Chenqiu, on the control stick buttons, tapped them a few times. Then pressed the throttle all the way down, and pushed both control sticks forward together. "Go, go, go. Here we go." Yaya waved her arms excitedly. Whoosh! At that moment, the mech, now equipped with a backpack system, folded its white wings. The nozzles hidden beneath the wings, and the nozzles on the backpack, simultaneously blasted out powerful exhaust streams. The mech slowly crouched down, as Lu Chenqiu floored the throttle, and pushed both control sticks forward. The nozzles on the mech's back shot out ring-shaped exhaust trails. With a mighty leap, it launched straight up and flew out of the hangar. The mech's speed grew faster and faster. Finally, as it climbed to 10,000 meters, it suddenly turned around, spreading its wings like an angel. The mech, using its gyroscope, and the multiple nozzles beneath its wings, along with the flight backpack, hovered in midair. The blue and white mech, bathed in moonlight, looked absolutely breathtaking. Wow! Through the panoramic cockpit, Lu Yaya saw the night scenery. Streets lit up bright as day, endless streams of traffic, and the vast starry sky. This sight reflected in Yaya's eyes. She couldn't calm down for a long time. "Daddy, it's so beautiful." Yaya looked at her father with excitement, her eyes sparkling. "Ha ha, Yaya, want to see something even more beautiful?" Lu Chenqiu asked with a smile. Little Yaya nodded her little head. "All right, let's keep climbing." Lu Chenqiu smiled, and tapped the keyboard in front of him a few times, then pressed down on the throttle with both feet, and pushed the two control sticks forward again. A sonic boom suddenly rang out. The massive mech shuddered violently. Under the immense thrust, it instantly surpassed the sound barrier. The thunderous roar echoed over Jincheng skies. Many astronomy enthusiasts, while observing the moon, suddenly captured a blurry shadow on camera. "Holy crap, what the heck, Mom? I think I just photographed an angel." That astronomy enthusiast, who had only caught a blurry afterimage, grabbed the photo, and, panicked and flustered, ran off to find his mom. The mech's speed grew faster and faster. Lu Chenqiu kept adjusting the flight attitude, while monitoring the mech's data. Ground signal normal. Radar signal normal. Ground controls normal. Great, Lu Chenqiu smiled, as he looked at the feedback from the mech's computer, nodding repeatedly. And in an instant, the mech's slight trembling ceased. This meant the mech had completely left the atmosphere and entered outer space. Everything around was quiet. Quiet beyond belief. Yaya gazed at the azure blue planet beneath her, and the vast brilliancy of stars above her head. At just 5 years old, she was utterly awestruck. "Daddy, where are we?" Yaya looked at Lu Chenqiu and asked. "This is outer space. That big fiery ball over there is the sun." "Yaya, we've made it to space." Lu Chenqiu, while collecting the data he needed, answered with a smile. "It's so quiet here." Yaya lay on her child's co-pilot seat, looking at everything before him. He felt a sense of refreshing joy. "Oh no, we're running low on energy. Yaya, it's time for us to head back," Lu Chenqiu said with a smile. "Daddy, when can we come back again?" Lu Yaya asked. "Once Daddy finishes developing a more powerful micro-energy device, then we can play here to our heart's content," Lu Chenqiu said with a smile. "How long will that take?" Yaya pouted her lips, asking with a hint of disappointment. "If we have enough money, at most 2 years." Lu Chenqiu gave an estimated time. "Then Yaya will give all her allowance to Daddy. Can Daddy finish it sooner?" Yaya asked innocently. "Then Daddy will definitely finish it as soon as possible." Lu Chenqiu patted Yaya's little head, and said with a smile, "Let's go." Lu Chenqiu shut off the thrusters that kept them afloat, and plunged straight into Earth's atmosphere. He smiled as he looked across the blue ocean. Suddenly, the mech, once caught by gravity, began accelerating into a free fall. Lu Chenqiu continuously used the vector thrusters around the mech to adjust its posture, while making sure the speed didn't get too fast. As the mech plummeted rapidly to about 3 kilometers above the ground, the wings spread open. The mech traced a graceful arc through the sky, readjusting its flight posture, and finally landed steadily in the original hangar bay. Test successful. After the test, we moved to the next phase. Lu Chenqiu smiled slightly and looked at the towering mech. The next day, news spread across major TV stations and various web portals. A phone called Pattaya, with the English name Pitai, began selling in the market, on the streets and in the alleys. The storefront that was being renovated also opened its doors on the very same day. The gleaming display counters and the sleek, minimalist phones placed neatly on top of them sparked an unusual excitement in countless people. In this era, phone stores were still the norm, selling various brands as agents, though each brand had its own counter. All in all, it was much like the supply and marketing cooperatives of decades past. Products were shown through glass display windows, and only after someone made a purchase would the item be taken out from the case. No one had ever seen a store selling just one single brand. Of course, these stores didn't only sell phones. They also had smartwatches, laptops, game consoles, and even hoverboards and electric toothbrushes. Everything could be tried out hands-on. Across all 5 major districts of Jincheng, over 40 physical stores opened simultaneously, capturing the attention of nearly every electronics enthusiast. When people stepped into the experience stores and got their hands on these products, a sense of novelty never felt before spread through the crowd. No one realized that this seemingly ordinary day was the beginning of a revolution. Of course, what drew people in at first wasn't the dazzling array of electronics, but rather the sales girls, carefully handpicked by Chenqiu. A combination of professional attire and black stockings. For the men of this era, it was a bit too much to handle. In this gradually opening era, trendy items like platform shoes and jeans had already become street fashion. But for the Pattaya experience stores, the sales girls with long black hair and pretty faces, dressed in professional outfits, white shirts, high heels, and black stockings, made many men experience the charm of office ladies for the very first time, especially those who had undergone professional training. Her speech and manners were impeccably polite, a career woman radiating professionalism. For this era, for those still somewhat conservative men, it was utterly captivating, at least without any prior promotion or publicity. The first customers at the Pattaya offline store were truly drawn in by these young women. Of course, people are cautious by nature. On the opening day of the Pattaya experience store, sales could only be described as dismal. Many came to look, but not a single one actually bought anything. First, no one had ever seen such a high-end and impressive marketing model. Second, most things in the city had prices that were somewhat steep. In this era where the average salary was around 2,000, the Pattaya with 512 megabytes of RAM was priced at 3,099. Not to mention the other versions, the Pattaya S, the Pattaya E Plus, and the Pattaya E Pro. Of course, this pricing wasn't meant to drive away the poor. It's that in this age when computer RAM was mostly only 128 megabytes, a phone like this, whether in processing speed or storage capacity, far surpassed what those computers could offer. You see, in this era, a computer with 128 megabytes of RAM and hard drive would cost at least 7,000 or so. Lu Chenqiu's phone was practically a steal. Of course, being thoughtful, the moment his phones launched, he sent several units to those who had looked after him, including Shen Yaowu and the others. Lu Chenqiu's Pattaya i1 was designed to closely resemble the iPhone he knew well, and the phone's system architecture was optimized based on iOS, while avoiding the iOS issue of growing fragmentation and accumulating junk over time. It also avoided Android's tendency to slow down with use. Inside the phone, it featured the Liju chip developed by Lu Chenqiu, along with the Longwang GPU, not only delivering a computing speed of up to 30 trillion operations per second, but also exceptional graphics processing capability, with the advantages of high refresh rate and high rendering quality. The battery was also fully developed in-house by Chilong Corporation. With the phone playing video locally, it can run for a full 48 hours straight. You could say with this configuration, anywhere in the world, you won't find a single piece of software that it can't handle. Of course, these are things domestic users, and quite a few electronics enthusiasts, haven't had the chance to learn about yet. The reason is simple. But then again, the first batch of users Lu Chenqiu targeted weren't them anyway. That day, the Pattaya experience store caused quite a stir in Jincheng. But for many people in Jincheng, It wasn't really a big deal in this era before smart TVs existed. When TV station programs still ruled the airwaves, countless people had already put the Pattaya store matter out of their minds, choosing to enjoy TV programs with their families at night. And right there in Jincheng, after the local station's news program ended, a commercial caught countless people's attention, including Lu Chenqiu. Lu Chenqiu was a designer who had returned from Liuyang years ago. In this era of rapid national development, he chose to come back to China to build his career, planning to start his own clothing brand. And this commercial before him made his eyes light up. No brainwashing slogans, no brand logo thrown in your face. The ad opened with a panoramic mountain view, lush green shade, wispy cooking smoke, a wave of rustic life rushing at you. It instantly captured his gaze. You could tell the filming location was deep in the northwestern mountains. The entire ad had not a single line of dialogue. It was all about showcasing the magnificent, breathtaking scenery of the southwestern peaks. Finally, when the Pattaya logo appeared, a concise and to-the-point tagline came into view for the audience. This film was shot entirely in high definition on a Pattaya 1 phone. For someone like Lu Chenqiu, who has seen the world, the shock was no less than an earthquake or tsunami. He had studied photography. As far as he knew, no current photography equipment could achieve this level of clarity. Even the two ads before and after this one, to anyone watching TV, were like frosted glass, with a piece of high-definition glass set in the middle. It stood out so incongruously. Even though the TV was still a CRT set, within its limited resolution, you could still see the refinement of this ad. In the eyes of many in the know, it stood head and shoulders above the rest. Early the next morning, Lu Chenqiu rushed over in a flurry and arrived at the nearest Pattaya experience store to his home. The moment he walked in, he asked, "How much do you sell your phones for?" Having run over in a hurry, Lu Chenqiu was still out of breath, but he still asked excitedly, "Miss, what are your needs for purchasing a phone?" The sales assistant asked politely. This question stumped Lu Chenqiu. He actually didn't know how to answer for a moment. Seeming to notice his embarrassment, the sales assistant smiled and said, "Well, our phones are positioned for different needs. If you're purely for entertainment, then we recommend this 512 meters Pattaya 1. Its processor and graphics card are fully compatible with all the games in the system store. But if you're a professional, needing more storage space or more accurate color display, then we recommend the Pattaya IPRO. This phone comes with our company's latest high-definition soft-light triple camera, capable of handling panoramic, macro, and various other shooting tasks." "It's that detailed?" Lu Chenqiu asked, a bit bewildered. "Of course, our company's motto is, it's all about using technology to change lives." The saleswoman smiled and replied, "So how much is this Pattaya 1 Pro of yours?" Lu Chenqiu asked. "Currently the 256 gig version of the 1 Pro is priced at 5,499, and the 512 gig version is priced at 6,099. Lu Chenqiu gritted her teeth and bought it. Her family wasn't short on money anyway. These days, anyone who can send their kid abroad to study comes from a family with some real savings. Over 6,000 for an ordinary family is several months of wages. But for her, it was just a matter of gritting her teeth and making the call. When the brand new Pattaya 1 Pro was in her hands, Lu Chenqiu couldn't wait to power it on. The full-screen interface gave her a brand new experience she'd never had before. This phone didn't even have buttons, yet it was incredibly smooth to use. The fluid touch response, the lightning-fast reactions, and in the App Store, a dazzling array of personalized apps, all made Lu Chenqiu feel like she'd opened the door to a whole new world. She suddenly had this surreal feeling of having stepped into a future society. Chapter 59. Wow, awesome, that one. Do you have any other products? Looking at the photos on the phone screen, so true to life, and incredibly vivid, Lu Chenqiu suddenly wanted to know just how much tech and innovation this brand called Pattaya really had. "Yes, we do, right this way, miss." The saleswoman led Lu Chenqiu deeper into the experience store. In the back, Lu Chenqiu saw a marvel she'd never witnessed in her life. Flat-screen TVs of all sizes, in vibrant colors hung on the walls. Nearby were game consoles flashing with dazzling lights, and stylishly designed air conditioners, laptops, and more. "Wait, doesn't your company only make phones?" Lu Chenqiu looked at the dazzling array of this one-stop new concept experience store. He couldn't help but ask. "Our Pattaya technology is part of the Red Dragon Technology Group. We're a subsidiary of Red Dragon Technology. We're committed to creating new ways of living giving you a brand new life experience, whatever the people need. That's what we at Pattaya build, the sales assistant replied with a smile. You're domestically made. At first, Lu Chenqiu thought Pattaya was a foreign brand, but then she recalled her vocabulary and finally realized, isn't Pattaya just the word for dragon fruit? She glanced at the phone she'd just bought. The logo on the back was indeed shaped like a dragon fruit. Yes, Pattaya's headquarters is right here in Jincheng. Our boss is a true local. The sales assistant nodded and said, when she heard Pattaya was domestically made, Lu Chenqiu felt a bit uneasy, because all along, domestic products carried the stereotype of being cheap knockoffs. But as a returnee from abroad, Lu Chenqiu knew that while foreign countries had advanced phones too, like BlackBerry and Motorola, each with their own design flair, the one in her hand right now, with its simple yet elegant design and its convenient, intuitive operation, was far better than those e-ink screens that required opening menus and pressing buttons one by one. It was so much more convenient. A phone like this, even abroad, let alone seen, they'd never even heard of it. Introduce these things to me. Sure, the one in front of you is our Pattaya flagship air conditioner, equipped with inverter technology, even running all night. It uses as little as 1 kilowatt-hour. It also features draft-free, comfortable airflow technology, ensuring a completely draft-free experience. Inside, it's fitted with a high-end processor, so through your phone, you can remotely turn the air conditioner on and off. This TV, this computer, this game console, after more than half an hour straight, the sales lady's mouth never stopped. And Lu Chenqiu, listening from the side, had only one thought: this is the feeling of a racing heart. He wanted to buy every single one of them. An air conditioner that can be smart controlled and cools the house when you get home. He really wanted it. A TV that can play any show you want on demand. He really wanted it. A game console that can play all kinds of games. He really wanted it. But most importantly, a computer that can quickly render and process images. He truly needed that. He thought it over, took out his phone, and called his mommy. Hey, Mom, I want to add some things to the house. According to the sales lady's tip, if you buy enough, you can add 1,000 yuan to customize a whole home smart system. That way, not just the air conditioner, but the whole house can be smart controlled, and all the appliances can link up with each other anytime. The curtains he already had at home, and things like the lights, could also be upgraded with the smart system. To achieve remote control or voice control, after scheduling the installation, Lu Chenqiu hurried home excitedly to wait. This time he spent over 200,000, buying smart things he'd never even imagined before. A central air conditioner, bought a smart TV, bought a game console and a computer, bought a robot vacuum, and even bought his parents each a windbreaker. He even bought electric toothbrushes, because he spent so much in one go. The store also threw in a mite remover and a floor washing machine. That same afternoon, the BTAIA installation technician arrived right on time. After 6 hours, everything Lu Chenqiu had bought was finally all installed. When he saw the various smart home devices, now officially up and running, Lu Chenqiu felt like a sci-fi movie had stepped into reality, an unreal feeling he never expected. Just going for a visit to the BIAA experience store ended up costing that much. But when he, guided by the installer, called out Zemo, turn on the TV, and the TV successfully started up on its own. A spontaneous wave of joy, like a child finding a toy they'd longed for, gave him a deep sense of satisfaction. When his parents came home and learned he'd spent over 200,000 on all this junk, they were about to scold him. But when Lu Chenqiu, smiling, controlled it by voice, and the curtains closed automatically, and the AC turned on by itself, the old couple too felt a shock. From the new era, everything felt so unreal, they even thought, could all this really be bought for just over 200,000? Whirring. When a round little robot vacuum started working on its own across the floor, the old couple finally realized the future had arrived. Mom, Dad, look. After helping the old couple switch phones, using the built-in video call feature, they successfully connected. The first video call in the world. Lu Chenqiu was thrilled. Though compared to taking regular photos, the clarity was much lower. But that wasn't the phone's fault. It was a signal transmission issue. This also meant the era of connecting across the world had arrived. No matter how far apart, they could talk face to face. Lu Chenqiu excitedly turned on the game console and started playing the action role-playing game called Massacre Prototype that came bundled with the console. The exquisite graphics, the satisfying combat feel, and the ups and downs of the story made Lu Chenqiu and his parents exclaim, "Awesome!" As for the computer, it came preloaded with plenty of office software, from word processors to image editors, all completely free. For Lu Chenqiu, this was the biggest surprise of all, because overseas, all these software require payment. And it's paid by the year, and the prices aren't cheap. And all of this was just stuff that came with the computer. Lu Chenqiu tried using this new laptop with the drawing tablet she bought today to draw a new picture. The computer's response was incredibly fast. Even the image rendering speed far surpassed every computer she'd ever used, making her exclaim in disbelief, "Amazing!" At that moment, she recalled hearing a young lady mention that Chelung Tech was apparently developing desktop computers. If even the basic computer was this powerful, she wondered how much more powerful the desktop would be. Chapter 60, Our Satellite Can't Match a Game Console. Just as Lu Chenqiu's Pattaya was beginning to take over the market, in a research lab at Domong Group's institute, a group of researchers in white lab coats were sighing over some data. "Commander, the core electronic components of the Kixing-1 navigation satellite still aren't up to standard. The semiconductor chips we produce ourselves lack the precision. They don't meet the requirements." Before an Air Force leader in uniform, a man around 40 or 50 years old, was reporting the situation. Air Force Commander Zhang Tongshan asked sternly, "What's the main problem?" "The main issue is the satellite's central processor lacks precision. It's prone to processing errors, and positioning accuracy is insufficient. This is unavoidable." Technical Director Xiao Yingkai handed the documents to Zhang Tongshan. After Zhang Tongshan skimmed through a couple of pages, he asked how long it would take to resolve. Xiao Yingkai, in charge of R&D, hesitated, not knowing how to answer. He could only say honestly that as things stood, with their current technology, they couldn't determine a specific timeline. At that moment, a researcher nearby, he adjusted the glasses on the bridge of his nose, suddenly stepped forward and said, "Leader, actually, there's another way to solve this." Zhang Tongshan looked at the researcher who had spoken, seeing a chance to shine. The researcher immediately said, "As far as I know, the Assembler Company in Windmill Country is the world's most advanced semiconductor manufacturer. Their technology is at the global forefront. If we can purchase their equipment, we'll be able to develop high-precision semiconductors." "Enough!" Xiao Yingkai beside him immediately cut in. He said with displeasure, "This matter, we already negotiated with Windmill Country before the project even began." Do you know what their answer was? They said people from our tower don't deserve to use such high-tech equipment. Exactly, and these imported devices might even have backdoor programs. Who knows, when we're making chips, unexpected problems could arise. Our related plans might even be leaked. We can't rule that out. Zhou Chengjun, Xiao Yingkai's deputy, also chimed in. Though the two had often disagreed in the past, that was only in development and professional fields, where each had their own views. But on matters of such grave importance, their opinions were remarkably aligned. The 7-Star Navigation Project concerns our national defense and people's livelihood. There absolutely cannot be any trace of foreign involvement. We must guarantee absolute security. Zhang Tongshan finally made the call. Keep trying. If we reach the assembly stage and still can't overcome the hurdle, then even with large margin of error, we launch on schedule. Having our own, even if it's a bit off, is better than borrowing from others. Those words were filled with bitterness. Over the past 10 years, America had shut down GPS twice. 6 years ago, America shut down the GPS system, causing our country's Huolin Xingay vessel to lose navigation capability on the high seas, trapped for over 30 days. 3 years ago, America shut down GPS again, directly impacting the missile launches at that time. This caused the missile launch to fail. That incident 3 years ago also marked the true beginning of the 7 Stars project. Twice, the accusations from the United States made Daxia realize the importance of navigation technology. The old approach of relying on imports was gone for good. Today, Daxia insists on self-reliance and control. A room full of researchers, standing solemnly at attention. They were all military personnel, assigned to the Air Force Aerospace Division. Just then, a young researcher suddenly burst in, calling out Professor as he entered. "Professor, take a look at this. Will it work?" When he rushed into the office, he realized that everyone else in the room outranked him, rushing in so recklessly. What a way to behave. Xiao Yingkai looked at this student, whom he thought very highly of, and couldn't help but scold him sternly. "I'm sorry, Professor. I'm just too excited. But please, take a look at this." With that, the student handed over a thumb-sized black square block. to Xiao Yingkai. Xiao Yingkai was a bit puzzled and asked, "What is this?" "This is a central processing unit. Take a look. Could this work on our satellite?" The student said excitedly. "Nonsense, where did you get a CPU? And you want to put it straight on the satellite? Aren't you just messing around?" Xiao Yingkai frowned and gave his student a sharp knock on the head. "But professor, this thing is 100% domestically made. This thing might actually be better than what we're working on now." The student pleaded earnestly. "Oh, you ... Xiao." Yingkai looked at his student with some helplessness and said to Zhang Changshun before him with a resigned smile, "Sorry for the spectacle, no matter. Since we can't solve the problem right away anyway, might as well give it a try." Zhang Changshun, as a young major general, compared to those old generals, he's far more aggressive and far more open to new things. Well, since Zhang Changshun had spoken, Xiao Yingkai had no reason to refuse. Just as Zhang Tongshan had said, since they couldn't solve it for now, might as well try a different approach. Who knows, it might just work. So after some tinkering around, this central processing unit of unknown origin was installed into the simulation experiment system. Everyone present, except for that student, nobody held any hope. But when the system booted up, everyone, including that student, was stunned. The response speed was simply absurd. It was far faster than the response speed they'd expected. Much faster. No lag, no misjudgments, and no positioning errors whatsoever. This thing before them, a processor barely bigger than a fingernail, actually had even greater processing power than the array processors they built before. You have to understand, the processing units they developed earlier required linking multiple processors together just to achieve their previous results. But now, one chip this small, such a single, simple processor, could actually match the entire processing unit they built before, and even outperform it. This left many people in the semiconductor field completely shattered. "Where did you get this thing?" Xiao Yingkai asked urgently. I took it from a game console I just bought," the student answered truthfully. Well, every single person present was left utterly dumbfounded. So basically, the satellite they built through endless hardship couldn't even match a game console. Chapter 61. Suit over a game console. Xiao Yingkai suddenly felt like the world had gone mad. Here they were. It's one of the places in the entire building with the highest concentration of technology. Their whole department, hundreds of people, worked for 3 years, and what they finally came up with wasn't even as good as someone else's game console. Everyone in the room was thinking the same thing. This time, the broken hearts weren't just limited to those few from earlier. Where did you buy this game console? What company manufactured it? And who made the central processor? Xiao Yingkai forced himself to stay alert and pressed on. Now was not the time for him to be down. There were still too many things ahead. Too many hurdles waiting for them to overcome. I bought it yesterday at the Pattaya offline experience store near my home. I played it a bit last night. The game that came free with the console. The graphics were so exquisite and smooth that I immediately realized the central processor in this thing must be very powerful, the student said honestly. The moment they heard the word Pattaya, many people's hearts sank halfway. Oh no, it's a foreign brand. It definitely wasn't made by their company. Seeming to sense what the teacher was thinking, the student quickly added, "Teacher, I asked about this company. It's a new tech company with fully independent R&D. Pattaya means dragon fruit. The foreign name is just for future exports. Such a great product, and they plan to export it. What a waste." Xiao Yingkai cursed under his breath. But he also felt a bit relieved inside. It's good that it's a domestic company. If it really is fully self-developed, then they could commission them to manufacture the corresponding chips. Where is the headquarters of that Pattaya company? Is there any way to get in touch with them? Zhang Changshun's brows relaxed at this point too. As long as they knew where they were, everything could be negotiated. The sales lady said Pattaya's parent company is called Red Dragon Technology, and it's right here in our city, Jincheng. The student recalled for a moment. He said immediately, Red Dragon Technology. Now it was Zhang Changshun's turn to be stunned, because he had heard that name before. At the joint military exercise half a month ago, this company had made a name for itself. Their chairman, Lu Chenqiu, had even given a speech on stage. But he was in charge of aerospace engineering, so he hadn't paid much attention. He never expected they had such technology. All right, I know what to do next. Zhang Kongshan waved his hand, then said to Xiao Yingkai and Zhou Changjun beside him, I'll contact the Red Dragon Technology Group first. When the time comes, I'll trouble the two of you to come with me to meet their chairman. to discuss cooperation matters. Understood. Xiao Yingkai and Lu Chenqiu nodded immediately. Lu Chenqiu sat at his desk, looking at the sales figures from the past 2 days. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. This first step was finally solid. To be honest, he hadn't planned to be so aggressive at first. Originally, he intended to take it step by step, starting from the early home button, gradually evolving to the full-screen display. But then he thought, the home button really was useless. Besides using it to leave a fingerprint, it had no other real function. So he might as well just integrate it and go full screen. But just making phones and computers wasn't enough. With the current level of software development, you can't have people using full-screen smartphones to play Snake and Tetris. That would be like using a golden axe to chop wood. So the supporting software had to keep up. Back when he first had the idea of making phones, Lu Chenqiu had already acquired a foreign game studio called Radical Entertainment. Not that Lu Chenqiu looked down on domestic game studios, but in this era, domestic studios, in terms of technology, were indeed a bit behind their foreign counterparts. Of course, Lu Chenqiu, nor did he spare those domestic game studios, including Duama Studio, makers of the domestic twin-ship games, and Quangta Studio, as well as Dongshanju, creators of Sword and Love, all fully acquired by Lu Chenqiu. After obtaining the latest game engine, developed by Lu Chenqiu, several next-generation games were able to support and protect Lu Chenqiu's Gamebox platform. At the same time, he also formed several work teams dedicated to developing various mobile apps, from games to daily utilities to shopping, covering everything. Moreover, Lu Chenqiu also prepared an express delivery department, along with warehouses, following the path of Taobao plus JD.com. These preparations were actually started even earlier than the Water Army department. With these apps and games providing support, Lu Chenqiu's opening shot rang out quite loudly, at least within Jincheng. Everyone now knew the Pattaya phone. Many people, because of the convenience and premium quality of the Pattaya phone, automatically became Lu Chenqiu's loyal fans. The next step was to expand into other provinces, spreading across the entire Daxia. However, just as Lu Chenqiu was about to take the next step, a court summons was suddenly delivered to Lu Chenqiu's desk. What he never expected was that he was being sued. Lu Chenqiu looked at the plaintiff with some surprise. The reason for the lawsuit was accusing Lu Chenqiu of monopoly. Coincidentally, when this summons was delivered to Lu Chenqiu, Yi Yushi was cheerfully coming to report to Lu Chenqiu the recent financial statements. At first, Yi Yushi had come with the mindset of enduring hardship alongside Lu Chenqiu. But what he never expected was that this man was so remarkable. In just half a year, he had not only doubled the steel mill's profits, you could even say he was raking in money hand over fist. Just yesterday alone, the total sales for a single day reached over 10 million. Keep in mind, this was an era when a house cost only a few $100,000. Over just a few days, the money Lu Chenqiu alone earned had already reached several hundred million. What's with that look? When Yi Yushi walked in, he saw Lu Chenqiu holding a piece of paper with a strange expression. Nothing, just someone filing a lawsuit. Lu Chenqiu handed the summons to Yi Yushi, signaling him to take a look first. Somewhat surprised, Yi Yushi took the summons, and after reading the contents, couldn't help but frown. The summons stated that a company called 7 Colors had sued Lu Chenqiu for monopolistic practices, accusing him of disrupting market order and disturbing market rules. After thinking it over briefly, Lu Chenqiu knew exactly what their game was. He knew of 7 Colors as a company, and had even heard of it in his past life. It was the country's largest foreign semiconductor distributor and contract manufacturer. 7 Colors, as a company, had no independent R&D capability of its own. It relied purely on foreign semiconductor technology to make cheap semiconductor chips and build its fortune. Now that Lu Chenqiu had burst onto the scene, his 5-nanometer chips, whether CPU or GPU, in both performance and price, completely crushed the semiconductor products 7 Colors sold. It was a total blowout. Seeing themselves about to be pushed off the table, they finally got desperate and filed a lawsuit against Lu Chenqiu without hesitation. Chapter 62, The Transparent Boss Lan. Boss, isn't this a bit underhanded of us? 7 Colors Jingcheng headquarters. The Jingcheng branch manager, Lan Zixao, was sitting in his office, leisurely sipping his coffee, when his secretary's Eli muttered quietly beside him, "You don't know a damn thing. If they keep doing it like those Pattaya guys, the semiconductor industry will collapse sooner or later." Lan Zixao took a sip of his coffee and said with irritation. Although Lu Chenqiu was just a businessman, he didn't understand much about technology, but when he found out 2 days ago that a never-before-seen experience store had opened, the moment he walked in, he sensed the crisis. The impact of the computers and phones before him was simply too overwhelming. He wasn't a local of Jincheng. He was dispatched from the headquarters over in Taiwan. In his early years, he'd also been abroad and had seen the cutting-edge tech of recent times. But even in America, he'd never seen colors so vivid or images rendered so realistically. His instincts told him that this new company's technology was likely already above every tech company he knew of. What he couldn't accept most was something this high-tech. This company was selling to those suckers for just over 3,000. If it were them as the distributor, the wholesale price alone would be several thousand. Selling it to those gullible mainlanders, they'd have to double it. The cheapest model alone would go for 5,000. Yes, this guy wasn't just a Taiwanese. He was also a real piece of work. He never considered himself a mainlander. So when it came to ripping off mainlanders, he had zero guilt about it. He knew full well that Americans sold semiconductors costing pennies to make to them for thousands, a massive profit. But to him, that was just the Americans being capable. If mainlanders couldn't afford it, that was their own damn problem for being poor. Now suddenly a manufacturer like this appears, selling semiconductors even better than the Americans, and even cheaper at that. Isn't that just disrupting the market? The invitation has been sent out, right? Has the other side responded at all? Lu Chenqiu glanced at his secretary and asked. There was no response from the other side at all, but their legal team said they'd show up on time. The secretary said, all right. They're going to sue us for monopoly, right? Lanzi laughed right away. Lawsuits were their specialty. Back in this era, corporate law had plenty of loopholes to sue them for monopolizing. All they needed was to prove the other side priced far below market standard. As for what the market standard price was, that was for the Americans to decide. In Lanzi's view, the other side was surely trying to seize the market through pricing. This low-end foam at $3,099, to him, was definitely selling at a loss just for publicity. Where the real money was, had to be in other appliances and such. How could anyone be so shameless and still call us monopolists? Even the spare time was wasted. He was a finance director. He knew the company's actual situation inside out, but the path to profit was narrow. The ones who set this price and cost, not one of them didn't call him ruthless. Lu Chenqiu's entire phone cost only a few hundred, because the whole supply chain was self-produced and developed. Transport and sales further spread out the costs, even though the first-gen BTIA already had performance of at least the 13th-gen Apple from a past life. The actual cost was terrifyingly low. Every phone Lu Chenqiu sold basically netted over 2,000 in profit, and they still called it monopolizing. This was already outrageous profit, right? If it weren't for the other brand being too expensive, he'd have been embarrassed to price it so high. In his view, the Pateo was still just a budget phone level. So what? Let's just fight them in court. Otherwise our legal team would be sitting idle. Lu Chenqiu sat in his chair and chuckled, then asked, oh, right. Have the payments from the military and the major aircraft manufacturers come in these past 2 days? How much money is in the account now? The military's payment has come in full. Also, the 10 billion in R&D funds from the Air Force has already arrived. What are you planning to do now? Yi Yushi looked at Lu Chenqiu before her, a little helpless. Working as the finance officer under Lu Chenqiu was truly nerve-wracking. Every move involved billions in capital flow, coming in fast and going out even faster. If Yi Yushi didn't have nerves of steel, just watching money burn faster than the Ming Emperor spending would be enough to give her a heart attack. This man simply couldn't hold on to money. Nothing much. I'm planning to buy some equipment and work on something new, Lu Chenqiu figured. The Navy side should be getting restless soon. It was about time to prepare something big for the Navy. Aircraft carriers and the like were due to be put on the agenda. You can't keep spending money like this. Sure, you earn a lot, but don't forget, you still have to take care of Yaya. Watching this man spend money like water, Yi Yushi said with some exasperation. With Lu Chenqiu's earning power, if he didn't pour that money into research and just follow the likes of Lockheed across the strait, or Northrop or Raytheon taking military orders, he could live more lavishly than an emperor, resting on his laurels. As long as he didn't make any major mistakes, it could be said that within Daxia, he could do whatever he wanted. But Lu Chenqiu was just an oddball. He simply couldn't sit still. With money, he didn't buy houses or cars, didn't chase young models, didn't keep mistresses. Whatever he had, he invested it all. as if he was born with a grudge against money. By now, in terms of assets, he was already a billionaire. But he didn't wear suits or slick back his hair. No luxury cars, no beauties, no fancy villas. Every day he drove an old Jeep the military district gave him, wearing work clothes to and from the office, like a chairman, or rather, like an assembly line worker. As for Yaya, as long as she has school, food, and a place to sleep, can learn knowledge, and grow up healthy, that's enough. Money, that's stuff. You don't bring it into this world, and you don't take it out. A meal of pickles and plain porridge is still eating. Fine delicacies also just fill you up. Sleep needs no more than a few feet of space. Shelter needs no more than a few rooms. No amount of money matters more than peace in the world. Look at our neighboring countries. The Japanese, the Koreans, the Russians, what good is their money? The Americans can hit you whenever they want. When war breaks out, no matter how much money you have, it all becomes theirs. So my wealth is nothing compared to national wealth. The more everyone can prosper, the better than anything. Lu Chenqiu's words left Yi Yushi feeling a bit drowsy. He felt like he was meeting Lu Chenqiu for the first time. All he could feel was one word: awe. Lu Chenqiu's mindset was nothing like a young entrepreneur in his 20s. Rather, it was like an elder who had weathered decades of change. The key was pure clarity. He had to admit, this speech scored major points in Yi Yushi's heart. Just as the two were chatting, Lu Chenqiu's secretary and Lulu Yaya's honorary mother, Lin Qingshuan, pushed the door and walked in. Glancing at Yi Yushi, she said, "Chenqiu, someone's at the factory gate looking for you. Says they're from Zhongnong Group. Came specially to visit. Do you want to see them?" Chapter 63. Your price won't work. Ever since Lin Qingshuan was transferred to national security, after completing the full training program, she was directly appointed as Lu Chenqiu's secretary, both to protect Lu Chenqiu up close and to take care of Lu Yaya, though Lu Yaya now also had national security agents protecting her around the clock. Still, none could match Lin Qingshuan in bonding with Lu Yaya. It could be said that Lin Qingshuan now spent nearly every day with the two of them, almost to the point of living together. This made Yi Yushi, whose motives were already impure, green with envy. But Yi Yushi had no choice. This was decided by multiple parties. Lin Qingshuan truly could fight. He really is better at protecting Yaya and Lu Chenqiu. Are you from the Zhongxing Group Research Institute? Is Elder Zheng here? Lu Chenqiu asked. Didn't see Elder Zheng. Do you want to meet him? Lu Chenqiu thought for a moment, then glanced at the desk, at his schedule for today on the computer, and said, "Help me push this afternoon's meeting to 4 o'clock. For Longsing Media, adjust the off-work time a bit. Tell them we might work overtime, but anything past the time counts as triple pay." "Go ahead, okay?" Lin Qingshuan nodded, and went to notify Gu Yingzi at Longsing Media. "You go ahead and get busy. I might have to spend a big chunk of money soon. Just giving you a heads up," Lu Chenqiu said cheerfully to Yi Yushi. What a character! Yi Yushi shot him a look, then headed back to her finance department. After leaving Lu Chenqiu's office, Yi Yushi couldn't help but let out a long sigh. What she'd seen in that office just now was the unspoken understanding between Lu Chenqiu and Lin Qingshuan. Lu Chenqiu never even said whether he'd meet or not. He just laid out the work arrangements, and Lin Qingshuan already knew perfectly well exactly what Lu Chenqiu intended to do. But what could she herself do to help him? All she could do was guard the accounts and keep people from embezzling or taking liberties, nothing more. The ones communicating with Lu Chenqiu now were all top brass from the military. She simply had no way to help him on the money-making side. Wait, money-making? Yi Yushi's eyes suddenly lit up. She pulled out her phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Senior, I have something I'd like to ask." Lu Chenqiu, after handling his own work briefly, went to the reception room to find Zhang Kongshan and the others. Lu Chenqiu saw the people before him looked unfamiliar and didn't spot anyone he knew, so he asked, "Who might you all be?" "Hello." Zhang Kongshan gave Lu Chenqiu a salute and introduced himself. "I am a Major General and commander of a certain unit in the Air Force Aerospace Division, Zhang Kongshan. These two are the chief engineers of our 7 Stars project, Xiao Yingkai and Zhou Chengjun." "Hello, Mr. Zhou." "Hello, what instructions do you have for us?" Lu Chenqiu was a bit confused. These past few days, he had been waiting for the Navy to come looking for him. But who would have thought the Navy never came? Instead, people from the aerospace sector showed up. "It's like this, Mr. Lu. What we want to know is the core central processing unit of the Petai series electronics that your company is currently selling. Is it developed and made by your company itself, or purchased from somewhere else?" Xiao Yingkai stepped forward and asked. The CPU is, of course, our own development. We have a fully independent production line and our own patented technology. Is there a problem with that? Lu Chenqiu blinked, wondering why they suddenly brought this up. A completely independent production line. The three of them were stunned, eyes wide open, with looks of utter disbelief. If you're interested, I can file a report and take you on a tour. All of Lu Chenqiu's facilities are basically registered with the military district. Not just anyone can visit them. Nowadays, all the production lines in the Chilong Industrial Park can operate unmanned, with intelligent manufacturing. If soldiers really do arrive, all production lines can seamlessly shift from civilian to military use. In no time, they can produce everything needed for war. It's like this. Our 7 Stars project has reached a critical stage, but the CPU we made ourselves isn't precise enough, so it hasn't been able to run properly. Xiao Yingkai directly handed over 2 documents. One was a confidentiality agreement. The other was the full contents of the 7 Stars project. Lu Chenqiu raised an eyebrow. He immediately took the confidentiality agreement and signed his name. Then he took the 7-star plan proposal and started reading it. The more he read, the stranger Lu Chenqiu's expression became. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Seeing Lu Chenqiu's expression grow increasingly odd, Xiao Yingkai couldn't help but ask. I wouldn't call it a problem. Lu Chenqiu smiled and handed the proposal back. It's just that the satellite's entire core processing unit, the architecture, isn't quite right. The processing structure is too complex. It's bulky yet the processing efficiency is very low. This architecture isn't even produced at our facility anymore. From the proposal he'd just read, this chip developed in-house by Zhongyard Technology still uses the most basic planar architecture, whereas every chip Lu Chenqiu produces already uses a 3-dimensional architecture. Even the current phone chips and computer chips start at a 100-layer stack. Of course, this is also because the Zhongyard Group currently lacks the necessary technology. Electronic components in the world today are still only at the micron level. Only when you get down to the nanometer level can you even touch stacking technology. Xiao Yingkai and Zhou Chang Jun couldn't help but exchange bewildered glances. There's nothing more despairing than learning that you're already behind the times. Given the satellite's current architecture and precision, it'll work, but drift and error are certainly unavoidable. Lu Chenqiu delivered the final blow. Master Lu, you have a keen eye. Right now our technology has hit a bottleneck. We can't achieve the same precision as the old GPS. Zhang Changshun said humbly. Could you perhaps help us solve this? From Mr. Lu to Master Lu. And from you to you, sir. After Lu Chenqiu pinpointed their problem, Zhang Changshun knew he'd found the right person. Yet to the surprise of the 3 hopeful men, Lu Chenqiu simply shook his head. Master Lu, why? Zhang Changshun asked, unwilling to give up. The plan had finally found a turning point, but judging by Lu Chenqiu's attitude, he didn't seem inclined to help. If it's a funding issue, please just say so. Whatever the amount, it's fine. Zhang Changshun was going all in, gritting his teeth, even willing to raise the price, just to settle this today. But Lu Chenqiu suddenly smiled. It's not about money. You've misunderstood. What I mean is, the overall architecture of your satellite is too outdated. Our company can indeed make chips with higher precision and faster processing speeds, but your other components just aren't compatible. It's like putting a race car engine on a tricycle. Sure, it'll run, but whether it crashes is anyone's guess. Chapter 64. Why did you provoke him? Hearing Lu Chenqiu's explanation, the group finally understood why he'd had that strange look earlier. From Lu Chenqiu's perspective, the satellite they designed was probably riddled with internal flaws, especially Xiao Yingkai and Zhou Chengjun. The two had spent half their lives studying satellites, yet now a young man under 20 had easily surpassed them. It was a bit hard to swallow. Don't take it to heart, you two. Lu Chenqiu said with a smile. Building from nothing is the hardest part. Navigation satellites like this, no one in our country has ever built one before. Getting this far is already quite impressive. The problem is, you didn't know about chip stacking technology, and your production precision doesn't meet the standard. Only nanometer-level chips can be used for structural stacking. You lost to the times, not to your own ability. Lu Chenqiu didn't actually know how the aerospace engineers of his past life had overcome this very challenge. But it was that never-give-up spirit that let Daxia rise after a century of humiliation. Despite the Western blockade, we still stand tall among the nations of the world. So, Master Lu, could I trouble you to help optimize the plan? This project is vital to us, and to every industry in Daxia. Zhang Kongshan said humbly, I can do it, but I've recently gotten tangled up in a lawsuit, Lu Chenqiu said with some difficulty. What's the lawsuit about? Zhang Kongshun's face shifted slightly. It's like this. The phones we sold before. Because we developed and made everything ourselves, including the logistics and the retail stores. Our company handles it all on its own. So our costs are lower, and we sell them cheaper. And that's exactly what stirred up trouble. We cut into someone else's pie. So I got sued, Lu Chenqiu said with an awkward smile. Ridiculous, getting sued for selling cheap. Do we have to sell expensive just to be safe? Don't the people of Daxia deserve affordable tech products? Zhang Kongshun's temper flared at those words. Then he said, Master Lu, go ahead and boldly work on the satellite. I'll handle this matter for you. You don't need to worry about it. All right, sure. There's one more thing I'd like to discuss with you. Lu Chenqiu suddenly remembered something and said, what is it? Go ahead. As long as I can manage it. It's like this. Our phones are quite good, but unfortunately, the current network speed is too slow, and the costs are too high. Many features just can't be used. Here's what I'm thinking. Our company partners with your Zhangong, and we launch a new batch of communication satellites. We provide the technology, and you handle the launch. What do you think? Lu Chenqiu asked. You know about that too? Zhang Kongshun was a bit off. Lu Chenqiu held up a thumb, making a gesture that clearly meant he'd sue, and said with a smile, just a little. This is a good thing. Don't worry, if you build the satellite well, I'll handle the paperwork and procedures. Zhang Kongshun slapped the table hard. Great, I'll leave it to you. Lu Chenqiu smiled. From the drawer in his reception room, he took out 3 PTIA-1s, handed them over, saying, a small gift, take it. Let's keep in touch from now on. The three were pleasantly surprised, but they had no idea what Lu Chenqiu had given them. They really thought it was some cheap trinket. So they accepted it right away. Zhang Kongshun was also very straightforward. He gave Lu Chenqiu his office phone number, then immediately went back to solve Lu Chenqiu's problem. Xiao Yingkai and Zhou Chengjun stayed at the Qilong Industrial Park, responsible for coordination and making demands. As for giving guidance, they truly had no such intention. When they saw Lu Chenqiu's production line, they felt like they'd landed on an alien planet. Their faces showed total confusion. At that moment they realized, besides making demands, they could only be like school kids, following along and learning. Meanwhile, after Zhang Kongshun left the Qilong Industrial Park, he returned to his office, made a call to his connections. After some twists and turns, the matter Lu Chenqiu faced was investigated thoroughly. Even the identity and background of the mastermind was all laid bare. Some nobody daring to act tough on the big man's turf. Who gave him the nerve? Zhang Kongshun sneered coldly, then made a few more calls. The next day, on Lu Chenqiu's side, while they were still redesigning the satellite, the semiconductor and electronics market exploded. A batch of electronics shipped from Taiwan to the mainland, destined for distribution in major cities, was held by customs. They called it a routine inspection. But after a brief check, this batch of electronics became mired in a lengthy dispute over smuggling. Why are you holding this for 24 hours? Why can't we take our goods and leave? The head of Kaizguang Company, in charge of the shipment, said indignantly, we received an anonymous tip about a batch of smuggled electronic components. We suspect yours is that batch. We need to verify one by one the models and information you declared. The customs officer shot back. Aren't you just bullying us? The Kaizguang people grew even more agitated. Electronic components may not have expiration dates, but they do have a time sensitivity. The same components this month might sell for 3,000. Next month maybe only 800. If this drags on too long, there's bound to be trouble. Sorry, it's our duty. Please cooperate with the investigation. The customs officer stopped explaining and went straight to registering the models one by one. The same scene played out at ports and airports everywhere. Large shipments of Kaizguang components were seized on suspicion of smuggling or various other pretexts. Electronic components sell fast. After the existing stock sold out, many distributors found they couldn't get new supplies. To be precise, their shipments were all held up. All at once, distributors across the country began demanding answers from Kaizguang's Taiwan headquarters. They wanted an explanation. Damn it, who the hell is screwing with me? At Kaizguang's Taiwan headquarters, the boss, Zhang Yaoyang, was so furious he hurled his teacup to the ground. How would I know? Did you offend someone? Otherwise, those mainlanders, why would they suddenly target us? As a partner, Yao Chong also looked at Zhang Yaoyang with dissatisfaction. Ever since Zhang Yaoyang took charge, The sales model of 7 Colors Light had become aggressive, ignoring customer experience, ignoring after-sales service, relying solely on low prices to win the market. It must be that mainlander who came to see us before. What did he say? He asked us to support them out of brotherhood. Why did you have to provoke him? Yao Chong said angrily. Chapter 65. The arrow of 7 Colors Light's form and beauty. Market share was visibly shrinking. When the mainland distributors began to realize that 7 Colors Light had likely offended those up top, they also started to follow the crowd, shifting toward other brands. They said our goods hadn't even arrived yet. As the largest 7 Colors headquarters in the southwest, Lan Zixao was clearly anxious. Right, I asked around. Heard they were held up by customs. They simply couldn't get through. Secretaries Eli said with a worried look. Damn it, then what do we do here? So many distributors are waiting for us to deliver the goods. In his anxiety, Lan Zixiao's hometown dialect slipped out. Hey, Boss Lan, this can't be rushed. There's no stock nationwide right now. They say some people reported a large batch of electronic waste being imported, so customs is checking everything one by one. If they find that the models we declared don't match what they actually found, we'll be in even bigger trouble. Zili quickly tried to calm him down. This is Daxia, not Maricha. In Maricha, money might make you big, but in Daxia, it's the officials who hold the real power. Fine, fine. You keep a close eye on it, alright? After cursing in Hakka, Lan Zixao waved his hand impatiently, just indicating that he knows. By the way, Director Lan, the trial is tomorrow. Will you be going? Zili asked. Going, of course I'm going. It's not like I have anything else to do. Idle time is idle time. Might as well go watch the proceedings. Then I'll arrange the schedule for you. Zili nodded. At the Yulin base, Wang Wei and his comrades were carefully wiping down the only 3 G20s they had. As they looked at these 3 planes, everyone looked at them like they were dreaming of a lover. Even the G82s nearby didn't seem appealing anymore. Especially Wang Wei. Just looking at the G20 filled his heart with joy. The more he looked, the more he liked it. The sleek aerodynamics, the mighty, imposing design, the understated yet refined color scheme. In short, it was just gorgeous. Back when they handled the old jet, they were just as careful as they were today. They even feared their shoes might leave scratches on the aircraft's fuselage. They held sponges in their hands, wiping it bit by bit, afraid of damaging it. It just rained. There's still some water on that one over there. Who's going to wipe it off? Wang Wei stood tall and saw far. Noticing some maintenance was overlooked, he spoke up right away, reminding the logistics crew. Got it. I'll go. And with that, a ground crew member grabbed a mop and headed over. There was a time when the old jet received the same treatment. Who would have thought one generation of planes would replace another? Wiping the planes again, huh? Seeing Wang Wei leading his comrades in cleaning the aircraft, Yun Nanchu asked with a smile. Sir, Wang Wei quickly climbed down from the plane and walked up to Yun Nanchu. So, how's the new plane? Fully familiar with it by now, right? Yunnan asked with a smile on his face. Awesome. Wang Wei gave a thumbs up, grinning from ear to ear. The reason I came this time is I have a few things to ask. Uncle Yunnan thought for a moment, then led Wang Wei aside and asked, as a frontline pilot, do you have any thoughts on aircraft carriers? Sir, I'm in the Air Force. I fly planes. Why would I board a carrier? Wait, Wang Wei suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up. Sir, you mean the aircraft carrier? Uncle Yunnan suddenly smiled, neither confirming nor denying it. He simply said calmly, I've already gotten through to the commander. You go do the groundwork. As for the first batch of pilots, if all goes well, they'll pick a group from our base. Remember, your skills must be top-notch. Yes, sir. Wang Wei saluted with excitement, then went straight to find his comrades to share the good news. Yes, sir. Rest assured, I'll definitely convince Commander Lu. At an office in the Southern Theater Command, as the Director of Equipment Procurement, Chen Guangzong kept assuring over the phone. Sir, so what's our budget? Chen Guangzong asked cautiously. At any cost. As long as we can secure the carrier, we can even accept installment payments. I've already filed a report with the Central Military Commission. Worst case, for the next few years, our Southern Theater Command tightens its belt. In short, we must get the first carrier launched as soon as possible. Yes, sir. Chen Guangzong felt the weight of responsibility. He immediately boarded a military plane and headed to Jincheng. Welcome, 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 comrades from the Southern Theater Command. The one hosting Chen Guangzong was Wei Zitao from the Western Theater Command. Old Wei, no need for formalities. This time I came on official business. Chen Guangzong and Wei Zitao were old acquaintances. Over a decade ago, they served in the military together down south. Later, Wei Zitao was transferred here to Jincheng. Bullshit, you didn't come here for business. Or did you come all this way just to catch up with me? Wei Zitao rolled his eyes in annoyance. Back then, the two were brothers who talked about everything. But all of that changed because of one wicked woman, turning them into bitter enemies. Of course, the winner was Chen Guangzong. Wei Zitao is married now, but he could never forget the woman taken from him back then. If he'd lost in a fair fight, he'd have accepted it. The problem was Chen Guangzong played dirty tricks. He pulled a fake order that year, successfully keeping the two apart. At that moment, Wei Zitao felt that not punching Chen Guangzong twice was already being generous. Anyway, this is a letter of introduction. I'm here to meet that person. Chen Guangzong needed a favor now, so he had to swallow his pride, forcing a smile and saying, "Brother Dao, please introduce me to that person." "What person? I have no idea what you're talking about." Wei Zitao played dumb on purpose. Lately, any military personnel coming to Jincheng were surely here for that one at Qilong Technology. But Wei Zitao just couldn't stand Chen Guangzong, purely messing with him for fun. Chen Guangzong knew full well that Wei Zitao was toying with him, so he leaned in and whispered to Wei Zitao, "What happened back then was my fault. After this is done, I'll host a dinner to apologize. Deal? Any dinner will do?" Wei Zitao raised an eyebrow and asked. Chen Guangzong nodded firmly. Even knowing he'd definitely be taken for a ride, he still nodded and agreed, "Fine. Get in the car, I'll take you there." Though it was personal revenge, Wei Zitao didn't let personal grudges interfere with his duty. He didn't delay the real business. He turned and drove Chen Guangzong straight to the Qilong Industrial Park. But when they arrived at the Qilong Industrial Park, the two discovered that the gate guard there was quite unusual. All soldiers were on duty. Wei Zitao wasn't a first-time visitor here, but these soldiers before him he'd never seen before. Chapter 66. Step back a little. Wei Zitao walked with practice ease to the guardhouse by the side, pulled out a pack of Huazi cigarettes, and said with a smile, "Uncle, who are those two soldiers?" "No idea. They just arrived today." Uncle Liu chuckled and tucked the Huazi pack into his drawer. "They didn't say where they're from?" Wei Zitao asked. "The moment they came, they said they'd take over my post. I was happy to oblige, of course, so I just let them be." Uncle Liu pulled out a cigarette and lit it for himself. Before, Uncle Liu could only afford Taschen cigarettes, ever since he became a guard at the Red Dragon Industrial Park. He couldn't go a single meal without Huazi, thanks to the boss. "Then you get on with your work," Wei Zitao said, and walked straight toward the two soldiers on duty. As he got closer, Wei Zitao realized the two soldiers before him weren't army, but Air Force. Once Wei Zitao reached the two men, he saluted them both and introduced himself. "I'm the Logistics Director of the Western Theater Command Army. Wei Zitao, we need to enter the compound now. Please let us through. We need to consult our superior officers first." The Air Force soldier on duty said immediately, turned and headed to the guardhouse, borrowed Uncle Liu's phone, and called their superior directly. "Explain the situation. Tell them to wait a moment. I need to consult an even higher authority on my end." The leader on the other end paused for a moment, then said, "Understood." The guard returned and explained the situation to Wei Zitao and his companion. Zhang Chongshun also received the news right away and immediately called Shen Yao, asking about Wei Zitao's mission. Upon learning that Wei Zitao was there to receive, when it came to comrades from the Southern Theater Command, Zhang Chongshun was not so polite. Now that the 7-star project launch is imminent, the satellite was almost completely rebuilt from scratch, which made the already tight schedule even more pressing. The 7-star project is a top national priority. No one can afford any delay, even knowing the Southern Theater Command was probably here for the equipment. But there's a proper order to things. If it were their own people from the Western Theater Command, they'd cross paths often enough, so he'd feel at ease. But since they weren't their own people, then sorry, you go tell them. Currently, the Red Dragon Company is carrying out a critical space mission. The facility is temporarily sealed, exit only, no entry. So no matter what business they have, tell them to hold off for now," Zhang Chongshun said without the slightest courtesy. After receiving Zhang Chongshun's call, the guard immediately informed Wei Zitao. Wei Zitao never expected such a thing to happen. Both he and Chen Guangzong were completely dumbfounded. "What do we do now? Space programs are usually top secret. Sealing off the facility is understandable. Why don't you wait a couple of days?" Wei Zitao turned around and asked, "I came here with a mission too. I'm in a real hurry as well." Chen Guangzong was almost in tears. He had sworn up and down to his own superior that he'd finalize the aircraft carrier deal within 3 days. Now about this, how about you beg me? Wei Zitao suddenly flashed a mysterious smile. Beg me? Maybe things could take a turn. Godfather, save me. Chen Guangzong had no pride left to spare. He dropped to his knees before Wei Zitao on the spot. All right then, just wait. Wei Zitao thought for a moment and directly dialed Shen Yao's number. Uncle, it's me, Zitao. Few people knew that by family ties, Wei Zitao was actually Shen Yao's cousin's nephew. He himself rarely mentioned this connection, and Shen Yao naturally wouldn't allow the younger generation going around swindling people under your own name. Zitao, what's the matter? Shen Yao was a bit surprised. Why would his cousin's son be calling him? Wei Zitao glanced at Chen Guangzong beside him and said, It's like this. Uncle, Wei Zitao explained the whole story. Then he added, Could you help call Mr. Lu? Ask if he has time for a quick talk. My comrade in arms is in a hurry. After all, they were brothers who carried guns together for years. Even broken bones stay connected by sinews. Wei Zitao didn't like Chen Guangzong, but that was an internal matter, now that the Aerospace Air Force was being so overbearing. He certainly couldn't watch his own brother get wronged. I'll make the call for you. No guarantees it'll work. Shen Yao heard it was indeed serious business, and didn't decline right away. After all, it was just a phone call to ask. So, he called Lu Chenqiu's phone. Over on Lu Chenqiu's side, he was checking the wiring of the entire satellite unit, but he answered the call right away. After learning the full story, Lu Chenqiu checked his schedule, then said, Tell them to come in now. I have half an hour of break time. Try to wrap it up within half an hour, alright? After hanging up, Lu Chenqiu called Zhang Kongshen. Only then did the Air Force at the gate let them through. Seeing how well connected his brother was, Chen Guangzong felt for the first time that he'd been a real jerk back in the day. When the two walked into the meeting room, they finally saw Lu Chenqiu, drenched in sweat, still wearing his dust-proof suit. What do you two need to discuss? Keep it brief. Lu Chenqiu took off his goggles and mask and set them aside. It's tough working in the lab, isn't it? Wei Zitao kept turning around to hold the door for the two. After hearing Chen Guangzong's request, Lu Chenqiu was silent for a moment. Chen Guangzong sat there on pins and needles. He felt a bit nervous, afraid that Lu Chenqiu would refuse. Well, here's the thing. We can't take on this job for now. The reason is simple. We're an inland operation. We can't build a carrier on land. So we need the Southern Theater Command to cooperate. Either find a place to build a new shipyard, or we can only acquire an old one and let us renovate it. Also, based on current cost estimates, an aircraft carrier costs around 50 billion yuan. Can the Southern Theater Command really afford that? Do you have the authority to decide this? Then there's the carrier's configuration. The higher the specs, the higher the cost. And that doesn't even include the carrier-based aircraft. Let me give you a list here. Take it back and discuss it with your superiors. Once you've confirmed everything, then we'll talk, alright? The satellite production was already in its final stage. He didn't want to waste time either. After dictating a list through voice input on his phone, he connected to the printer in the meeting room and printed it out. He handed the list to Chen Guangzong, and at that moment, Chen Guangzong seemed more interested in his phone. What is this you've got here? Chen Guangzong looked at Lu Chenqiu curiously, at the phone placed aside, and asked, You mean this? This is a phone, made by our own company. If you'd like one, I'll give you one, Lu Chenqiu said as he opened the drawer, planning to hand over a phone. No need. Chen Guangzong quickly shook his head. In his view, a phone cost at least a few thousand yuan. In this era where the average salary was only around 2,000 yuan, that would be like taking several months of someone's pay. He couldn't be so out of line. Chapter 67. We must build the aircraft carrier. Chen Guangzong, after receiving the list from Lu Chenqiu, took a quick look at it and found it filled with various options, such as the carrier's launch method. Is it the HUA style or the catapult launch? If catapult launch, steam catapult or electromagnetic catapult. Different options naturally come at different prices. There are also choices for the hangar system, choices for the power system, choices for the carrier aircraft models. All of these need to be decided in advance. Chen Guangzong also realized that he truly couldn't make these decisions himself. No way around it. He could only take the list Lu Chenqiu had given him and return to his hotel. He called his immediate superior, Commander Gong Shu of the Southern Theater Command. Chief, that's how it stands. Chen Guangzong reported Lu Chenqiu's conditions and the rough price tags to Gonqiu. He asked his old leader hesitantly. Gonqiu was silent on the other end. As a relatively young general among the 5 theater commands, usually bold and daring, he now found himself unsure of what to do. He first convened a full area officers meeting of the naval branch. They held a heated discussion on whether to build an aircraft carrier. The meeting was rather vague, because no one had ever built a carrier before. Though the list Lu Chenqiu provided was detailed, it didn't specify exactly how much money was needed. As for the price differences and performance gaps between various parameters, they weren't too clear either, so they talked back and forth without reaching any conclusion. Finally, with no other option, Gonqiu could only call his mentor, the old General Liu Huaqing. "Hello, teacher," Gonqiu said dejectedly, once the call connected, not knowing where to begin. "Calling me so late. Has something come up?" General Liu Huaqing had already retired, resting at home in his twilight years. "Teacher, it's like this. Our theater command is thinking of building an aircraft carrier, but there were some uncertainties." Who knew, before he even finished speaking, when he heard the southern military region wanted to build an aircraft carrier, old General Liu Huaqing immediately cut him off and said without hesitation, "Build it. We must build it." But then General Liu Huaqing calmed down and asked instead, "Who exactly did you find? Can the country even build aircraft carriers now? Is this reliable?" General Liu Huaqing, back when he served as commander of the Navy, he made tremendous contributions to naval reform, pushing forward the modernization and the upgrade of the great Navy's equipment. He was called the father of the Republic's modern Navy. Now, even though he had retired, he still worried endlessly for the great Navy. He feared these young hotheads, in their push to develop the Navy, would be deceived by someone. "Teacher, he's reliable, this person. He's already developed new aircraft for our country. His words can be trusted." Gonqiu said, "He can build planes, so he can build carriers too. When did our country produce so many talents? So what's your question now?" The old general could hardly believe it. He'd only been retired for 2 years. Now there's new aircraft and plans for carriers. Isn't this pace a bit too fast? Well, here's the thing. This Mr. Lu gave us a performance list, and also gave us a rough quote. It's 50 billion. Right now we're torn between going all out for the best or cutting costs, getting something first and worrying later. Gonqiu voiced his concerns. The old general's eyes went wide when he heard this. Not only can he build it, he can even offer options. That's a bit absurd, but after a brief hesitation, the old general, who had lived through that era, said to Gonqiu without hesitation, "Shu, my boy, listen to your teacher. The carrier must be built. Without it, we have no say at sea. The Japanese and the Americans will dare to flaunt themselves right in our faces. If we build the best. No matter what, we must build an aircraft carrier." Before he knew it, General Liu Huaqing's face flushed red with excitement. He seemed to have returned to that year, returned to the time he was invited aboard, yet was humiliated, forbidden to touch, able only to stand on tiptoe, craning his neck to look. "Can you make the decision? 50 billion is no small sum. If you truly cannot decide, then I, your teacher, will take charge of this," old General Liu Huaqing declared with righteous conviction. "Rest assured, I'll coordinate with Mr. Lu to start work as soon as possible." Gonqiu finally felt he had a pillar of support. He immediately bid his teacher farewell and hung up the phone. Turning around, he dialed Chen Guangzong. After Feng Shu's call ended, the old General Liu sat silently for a long while, holding the receiver. Then he burst into hearty laughter. He laughed with immense joy, rocking back and forth with laughter, as if to laugh out all the grievances of years past. "What's made you so happy?" Hearing her father's hearty laughter, Liu Juming, then a senior captain in the Navy and director of the Naval Equipment Research Institute, asked with a smile. Good news, Juming. In a while, our nation will surely astonish the world. I need to make a call. You go about your business." It was a matter of secrecy, since his own son wasn't involved. The old General Liu naturally wouldn't say more. He pressed the end call button and dialed another number directly to Office 0. Once the call connected, Liu Huaqing said with a smile, "Hello, leader, there's something I need to discuss with you." With the plan settled, Chen Guangzong took the initiative to contact Lu Chenqiu. Lu Chenqiu, in turn, had set aside time for lunch the next day to meet with Chen Guangzong directly. After deciding to build the carrier, Gonqiu had already been scouting shipyards along the southern coast. He had shortlisted several cities, waiting only for Lu Chenqiu to make the final call. Just waiting for Lu Chenqiu to make the final call. When he met Lu Chenqiu again, Chen Guangzong's whole demeanor was completely different from before. Chen Xiaoxiao looked to be in high spirits, which suggested there was good news. Lu Chenqiu held an enamel mug and asked with a smile, "Sorry to take up your work and rest time." Chen Guangzong looked at Lu Chenqiu, who could only spare a few meal breaks to meet him, and felt somewhat apologetic inside. But then from his chest, he carefully pulled out the list Lu Chenqiu had drafted, and said with a smile, "After discussion at the military region, we don't fully understand the differences between configurations. So we won't have amateurs directing the experts. We'll just go with the best and most superior configuration on your list." "That's no problem for me. Have you settled on the shipyard location?" Lu Chenqiu said with a smile. Chen Guangzong quickly nodded, "Of course. The military region has already shortlisted several cities. We're just waiting for your requirements, waiting for your input. I don't have many requirements, just that the draft must be deep. Otherwise the carrier will run aground. And transportation must be convenient. Otherwise the parts we make can't be shipped in. Just those 2 points, you decide." Lu Chenqiu said. "Very well, then we await your arrival," Chen Guangzong said respectfully. The two sides drew up the contract on the spot. Then Chen Guangzong took his leave. For the Southern Theater Command, Chapter 68, You're Not Worthy. The contract for the commissioned aircraft carrier production and the shipyard construction matters were settled. Lu Chenqiu couldn't free up time in the short term. He had to finish the AVIC satellite project first before anything else. Thanks to Lu Chenqiu's involvement, the original Kixing-1 satellite was almost completely redesigned from the inside out. But Lu Chenqiu directly freed up a top-tier dust-free production line. Using metal printing with unmanned production, efficiency was greatly improved. Even if he tore it all down and started from scratch, Lu Chenqiu only needed 3 days to catch up on 3 years of the Institute's work. This was also thanks to the 3 years of accumulated experience at the Institute. Although Lu Chenqiu redesigned everything, he still drew on much of his previous experience, avoiding many detours. After redeeming all the navigation satellite technology, Lu Chenqiu, combining all the technology he currently possessed, redrew the satellite's design. The weight was greatly reduced, yet the processing power was dozens of times greater than before. And when it could serve as a spy satellite, at DESI, Lu Chenqiu's company also held lens technology patents, and could produce lenses with a resolution at the 5mm level. You should know, that was at an orbit of 210,000 kilometers in altitude. At such a high orbit, it could still achieve that level of precision, fully identifying ground details. That was incredibly useful. After all, the higher the orbit, the larger the area it can cover. With Lu Chenqiu's design approach, only 3 7-star series satellites were needed to basically see the entire Earth. There would be no visual blind spots left on the planet. Even the US President, Huan Kuchazi, could be seen clearly. As for Xiao Yingkai and Zhou Chengjun, they had gone from humbly learning at the start to now just shouting 666. There was no helping it. The technology Lu Chenqiu introduced was just too advanced. They only understood satellite positioning. Everything else was completely beyond them. Yet Lu Chenqiu had managed to perfectly integrate all of it into the satellite's design. Each unit did its own job, with extremely high efficiency. But at the same time, more functions meant more time required. According to Lu Chenqiu's estimate, at the current pace, it would be tough to make the launch deadline. But even so, Lu Chenqiu these past few days has been working overtime non-stop, constantly refining the plans. If he kept going on, Xiao Yingkai feared he'd burn himself out. "Honey, take a break. You're pushing yourself way too hard." Lu Chenqiu's work ethic seemed utterly relentless to Xiao Yingkai and Zhou Chengjun. Before, they thought they themselves worked hard enough. Skipping meals and sleep was nothing. But Lu Chenqiu's attitude of if it doesn't kill you, you work it to death, routinely pulling 2 all-nighters in a row, sleeping 2 hours then getting back up to keep going, truly opened their eyes. Compared to him, they were practically getting regular sleep. After all, the man before them was already the richest by assets, raking in tens of millions in net profit every single day. His fixed assets, intellectual property, and all that converted wouldn't stop short of 100 billion. And yet, a billionaire who could just lie back and enjoy life was still going down the production line with them, personally overseeing production trials and such. So what excuse did they have not to give it their all to professors who'd spent half their lives researching satellite navigation, could only serve as Lu Chenqiu's assistants now? And because they were short on hands, they brought in a batch of researchers who moved straight into the Qilong Tech Park. And Chenqiu didn't let them help for nothing. He paid these researchers handsomely at 80 yuan an hour, with anything past 8 hours at triple pay. At first these researchers didn't think much of the pay. In their view, they were from the China Aerospace Research Institute and already earned decent salaries. But when they did the math, they realized something was off. At 8 hours a day, that's 640 a day, and over 30 days, it came to nearly 20,000. Their salary at the institute, it's not that high actually, especially when it goes over 8 hours. It's calculated at 240 per hour. Just from pulling all-nighters these past few days, the pay they've earned already matches more than half a month's salary. That's tempting. It made quite a few people's hearts waver. When is the court hearing? Have they been notified? At the Jincheng headquarters of Seven Colors Company, Lan Zixao glanced at his secretary's Eli beside him and asked arrogantly, "They've been notified. It's this afternoon." Zili replied, "All right then, let's go take a look. Let's see how those Pattaya people managed to fall flat." Lan Zixao sneered. Come afternoon, Lan Zixao took Zili and went to the courthouse. But the scene he'd imagined, the other side showing up in force, either furious or arrogant and overbearing, never appeared. The other side sent just one lawyer, wearing glasses and carrying a briefcase. Pattaya Tech sent only you. Lan Zixao walked up to the lawyer with great arrogance. My client is currently busy tackling tough challenges. No time to deal with such trivial matters. The lawyer nodded with great composure and said with a smile, "Because you're not worth their time." The moment Lan Zixao heard that, his face changed. Rage surged up. He said excitedly, "What did you say?" The lawyer just smiled, then turned and walked straight up the steps, completely ignoring Lan Zixao. "Boss Lan, I feel like that lawyer looks familiar." Zili muttered quietly beside him. "He's just a lawyer. What's the big deal?" Lan Zixao didn't care at all. "Oh," Zili replied, then followed Lan Zixao up the long steps of the courthouse. But the further he walked, the more uneasy Zili felt. He kept replaying in his mind, over and over again, the famous lawyers he had met before. And then, the image of a bespectacled lawyer gradually sharpened, slowly merging with the lawyer he had encountered earlier. Damn, it's him. But it was already too late. He had already followed President Lan to sit at the plaintiff's table. President Lan's case was likely doomed. Zili whispered softly into Lan Zixiao's ear. "Humph, the base price and all the premiums are in our hands. No matter how you look at it, the advantage is ours." The man wanted to know. Semiconductors were all controlled by foreign countries, so he didn't think he would lose this lawsuit against Pattaya. "No, President Lan, this lawyer is all wrong." Zili's tears were almost squeezed out. His legs were trembling nonstop. Thinking of this man's nickname, he simply couldn't imagine any scenario where their side would win. Court is now in session. The plaintiff, Kaizhuang Technology, and their legal counsel. The defendant, Pattaya Technology, and their legal counsel. The plaintiff's attorney may present their statement. After hearing the plaintiff's attorney's statement, the defense attorney for Pattaya Technology adjusted his glasses and flashed a smile. That smile, seen through Zili's eyes, made his lips tremble involuntarily, because this lawyer's surname was Luo. Chapter 69. Is it really that profitable? Attorney Luo took off his glasses and wiped them, then put them back on, stood up and began to speak. Let me summarize the plaintiff's attorney's conclusion. The plaintiff's side believes that our client used the base price to gain market dominance, thereby achieving a monopoly. Correct. That's right. The attorney beside President Lan nodded. This is the data our side has submitted. The current domestic mobile phone users reach 43.29 million. But at present, our client's Pattaya phone users number only 6,000. Their market share is less than 1/1000th. Surely, this cannot be the market dominance the plaintiff claims. Furthermore, the plaintiff argues that my client sold electronic products at prices far below market value, disrupting the market, right? Attorney Luo smiled and submitted another document. These are the cost prices of most electronic components and electronic products currently on the market. These documents were naturally gathered by Zhang Kongshan through his connections. Even Attorney Luo was brought in through Zhang Kongshan's network. Currently, the vast majority of electronic and semiconductor products can only be imported, so checking their cost prices is almost too easy. The custom set tariff price is the transaction price of imported goods. This transaction price becomes the purchase price from major domestic distributors. Domestic distributors bring the products into the country at this price and then mark them up to sell to major dealers. The dealers then mark them up again to sell to merchants nationwide. Throughout this entire process, the selling price at each stage is roughly 15 to 20% higher than the purchase price. That means if a phone's import price is around 1,000 yuan, then after 3 rounds of reselling, the price rises by about 80%, reaching 1,800 yuan. That's nearly double. In Lan Zixiao's view, the people at Dasha lack the ability to develop semiconductors themselves. Lu Chenqiu probably found some unknown semiconductor company from who knows where, imported semiconductor products at low prices, and then processed them into phones himself. But the processor is the biggest chunk of manufacturing costs. No matter how much Lu Chenqiu cuts corners, he absolutely cannot eliminate that entirely. So he could be certain that Pattaya Tech was definitely pursuing a low-price strategy, just to sell at a loss and gain market share. That's precisely why he dared to boldly file this lawsuit directly. Given the current selling prices of electronic products, the ratio to the cost price, the selling price is about twice the cost price. Lawyer Luo said, "This is my client's production cost of the electronic products sold, compared with the selling price. I request that this document be kept confidential." The judge nodded in approval, then took the document submitted by Lawyer Luo. Based on the documents currently submitted, and the statements of both defense lawyers, combined with market factors, this court rules the defendant Pattaya Tech's selling price versus cost profit exceeds double or more, which does not match the plaintiff's claim of low-price competition. Also, since the defendant's market share is insufficient, it does not qualify as a dominant market position. Therefore, the plaintiff, Rainbow Scenery City, branch company's claims are not established. The defendant, Pattaya Tech Company, the alleged monopoly charge is not established. The case is dismissed. Now, adjourned. As the judge struck the gavel, it declared the end of this court session. But the man, Lan Zixiao, at this moment, fell into a state of self-doubt. Losing the case was secondary in his eyes, but the judge's words echoed in his mind. Pattaya Tech's selling price actually exceeded its cost price by more than double. In other words, the factory price of Pattaya Tech's phones was even less than 1,500 yuan. How is that possible? Is Pattaya Tech really making that much? Lan Zixiao, for a moment, was like a gambler who had lost everything. Immediately said with red eyes, "No, I want to appeal." "That is your right. But I think you won't have that luxury for long." Lawyer Luo smiled slightly, then packed up his things and turned to leave. What does he mean? Is he threatening me? Lan Zixiao widened his eyes, looked at his assistant Zili beside him, and demanded angrily, No, I really don't think so." Zili grinned. He really felt he couldn't say much. This one here is Professor Luo, a law professor at the university. He's already stepped into the fray. If his opponent isn't behind bars, that's already Professor Luo showing mercy. After returning to his own company, Lan Zixiao planned to gather evidence and keep appealing. But a single official notice cut that short. The tax bureau came to audit the books. After days of hard work dealing with them, the fire department came to inspect next. After paying a fine, the fire inspectors finally left, thinking it was finally over. Who knew the Market Regulation Bureau would show up? So the entire branch office fell into a week-long inspection and self-audit process for false advertising, product defects, after-sales service, and so on. They investigated all acts that infringed on consumer rights. By the time the market regulation people left, nearly a month had passed. Not only did the branch earn nothing that month, they couldn't even pay employee wages. Even now, Lan Zixiao still hasn't realized who exactly he's crossed. And the same tactics were applied across the country, in every city where Rainbow Light had a branch. At Rainbow Light's headquarters in Taiwan, upon learning of this news, they knew full well they were being targeted. But to this day, they have no idea why the mainland would suddenly turn against them. All along, as a Taiwanese company and a high-tech enterprise, Rainbow Light enjoyed policy advantages on the mainland. For the sake of cross-strait harmony, the same treatment was given to nearly all Taiwanese industries. Over the years, they'd made a fortune as middlemen. But in this crackdown, their counterparts in the same position didn't get that treatment. Almost everything was aimed at the Seven Colors Light. Zhang Yaoyang stared at the red ink on the financial report. His heart ached so much he could barely breathe. With no choice, he had to announce withdrawal from the mainland market. But just as he announced the withdrawal and disbanded all his mainland teams, a force quietly reached out to those Seven Colors Light rescue team members under Director Yi. "That's how it happened. Consider it my gift to Master Lu," Zhang Kongshan said with a smile over the phone. "Then I'll thank General Zhang on behalf of Xiaoqiu," Yi Yushi said with a gentle smile. Originally, Zhang Kongshan had planned to simply crush 7 Colors Light's Jincheng branch and be done with it. But Yi Yushi managed to contact him through connections. In front of Lu Chenqiu, she might seem like a lovesick woman, but in the business world, she showed a completely different side. She took the initiative to ask Zhang Kongshan for help, to strike at every 7 Colors Light branch across the mainland. Then, after forcing 7 Colors Light to withdraw from the mainland, at the very first moment, she sent people to absorb all those employees. You see, these people held sales channels spanning the entire country. Lu Chenqiu's Pattaya series phones and home appliances had made a strong debut in Jincheng, with sales steadily climbing. But to expand beyond Jincheng and out of Suzhou, much more preparation was needed, and that was exactly what Yi Yushi needed to handle. Chapter 70. Those who seek greatly may go freely. During this period, Lu Chenqiu had been coding and busy solving problems. After all, there was still a gap between theory and hands-on practice. The system gave Lu Chenqiu a perfect design, but the machines built might not match the tolerances exactly as recorded in the system, especially with semiconductor chips, where precision goes down to the nanometer scale. A single nanometer off and you're 1,000 miles astray. So Lu Chenqiu had always been constantly verifying and testing his results. Fortunately, the metal printer and lithography printer built earlier had no problems at all. The only time spent was on testing and programming. Lu Chenqiu integrated the destiny positioning, along with spy and short message communication functions, and he planned to launch 4 satellites at once, sending the 4 basic positioning satellites directly into their respective orbits. Because Li Guo started early, they occupied the low Earth orbit, which forced the building's navigation satellites to operate at higher orbits to work properly. This also meant more satellites were needed. Navigation satellites usually sit in medium orbit, roughly 2,000 to 36,000 kilometers up, since they're closer to the ground. Many satellites are needed in a network to achieve global coverage. But what Lu Chenqiu planned was to use the first batch of navigation satellites as communication satellites, placing them in geostationary orbit above 36,000 kilometers. That way, just 3 satellites could cover the entire globe. As for why launch 4 at once? Of course, it's because Lu Chenqiu's satellites are small enough, but to guard against any satellite failure, one is kept as a backup. Lu Chenqiu also convinced Zhang Kongshan and the higher-ups. Now, launching dozens of medium-orbit satellites at once would definitely be too late. Better to take it step by step. Get the first ones up, then worrying about the rest. The top brass at Zhongnong Group and the State Affairs Office all chose to trust Lu Chenqiu and approved the plan. After Lu Chenqiu toiled for 15 days, finally, the 4 satellites of the Kixing constellation rolled off the line successfully and were delivered to Yucheng Space Launch Center. Lu Chenqiu, as the project's chief engineer, was invited to observe the launch on site. That day's launch was highly classified. The general public naturally knew nothing about it, and Lu Chenqiu brought Yi Yushi along to the Yucheng launch base, ready to watch the launch. Originally, Lin Qingshuan should have come with Lu Chenqiu, but during this period, sensible Yaya knew she mustn't disturb her father at work. She went to bed and woke up on time every day. This time it was a night launch. Yaya definitely couldn't stay up for it, so they had Lin Qingshuan sleep with Yaya. Yi Yushi was also attending such a formal occasion for the first time, feeling a bit nervous. But when she looked at Lu Chenqiu, those 2 big panda eyes, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Look at you. You're putting yourself through this for nothing. After Lu Chenqiu sat down in the seat arranged for him, Yi Yushi gently massaged his head with her hands. You don't understand, Lu Chenqiu said with a smile, eyes closed. This feeling of saving the nation from the brink and holding up a collapsing tower, for a man, that's the greatest achievement and romance. Fine, fine, you're the greatest, all right? Yi Yushi watched this somewhat boyish man. The Lu Chenqiu of now, compared to his school days back then, shone even more brilliantly. But while others might see his radiance, only Yi Yushi saw the loneliness within his light. It was the kind of loneliness of being so far ahead that few could truly understand him. All stations, attention. 4 minutes to launch. As the command center gave the order, everyone's attention was fixed on the big screen before them. 0142, ready. 01 to stage ignition. Roger, connector separation. All stations, attention. 2 minutes to launch. 01, third stage cutoff, switching to internal power. 01, power switch complete. 01, all systems nominal. 20 seconds, 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1, liftoff. As the engines ignited successfully, the rocket shot into the sky. White smoke billowed upward. Dazzling flames lit up the night sky. Program turn. Launch site telemetry signals normal. Holy Land tracking normal. Radar tracking normal. Post-launch fire suppression started. Optical radar tracking normal. Telemetry signals normal. Yucheng flight normal. The rocket climbs higher and higher, accelerating steadily, as telemetry readings from every station report normal one after another. Booster separation. First stage separation. Second stage ignition. Fairing jettison. As the fairing at the top of the rocket opens, the instrument bay carrying for satellites is revealed. Just 5 minutes later, the rocket has already brought the satellites to orbit. Second stage shutdown confirmed. Third stage ignition. Ground stations report success after success. All observation results nominal. As the satellites accelerate with the Earth's rotation, third stage, the rocket reignites. The rocket begins accelerating once more, heading for geostationary orbit, this time using precision injection technology. Once the designated point is reached, as the ground signal is sent, the first navigation satellite is released. Satellite separation locks released, all nominal. Solar panels deploying. Solar panels deployed successfully. Kixing-1 satellite has entered its designated orbit. Kixing-1 satellite 3 has entered its designated orbit. Satellite systems operating normally. Applause. Thunderous applause erupts in the command center. This marks that from this day forward, Daxia no longer needs to rely on the US GPS system, and now has its own independent positioning system, whether for civilian navigation or military positioning in the future. From now on, our missiles will never lose their way again. From this day forward, the days of being controlled by others are gone for good. With this single launch, from now on, anywhere on Earth is within our reach. Confirmed, confirmed. The satellite is working normally. We have succeeded. Recording complete. Xiao Yingkai beside him was beside himself with excitement. A man in his 50s, excited like a 100-pound kid. He couldn't help but want to share this joy with the biggest contributor this time, Lu Chenqiu. Even Yi Yushi, who knew nothing about the technology, was beaming with pride. Her pretty face flushed red with excitement. Everyone in the command center was cheering and celebrating with each other, hugging, except for those around Lu Chenqiu, who had all gone quiet at once. They looked at Lu Chenqiu, who had been sitting in his seat, and had at some point closed his eyes, falling into a deep sleep. Shi Linhao was also present this time. After noticing that Lu Chenqiu had fallen asleep, he immediately signaled for everyone to be quiet, and quietly slipped out. Let him rest well. He's been too exhausted lately. Though he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, all news about Lu Chenqiu, Xiao Yingkai had followed in every detail. At first, it was just to report on the plan's progress, but as time went on, Xiao Yingkai watched with growing alarm. This young man was pushing himself way too hard. Xiao Yingkai simply wanted to tell the leaders, to have them persuade Lu Chenqiu to go get some rest. It could be said that without Lu Chenqiu and his grueling efforts over these past 10+ days, the plan would never have gone so smoothly. Chenqiu bowed in tribute. From this day on, in the history of Daxia Aerospace, his name would be written in bold strokes. Chapter 71. A little shock for the world. When Lu Chenqiu woke up, he found himself lying in bed. Yi Yushi was asleep beside him, curled up. Yushi, Yushi, Lu Chenqiu called out softly twice. Yi Yushi gradually opened her eyes. When she saw that Lu Chenqiu was awake, she was overjoyed. Chenqiu, you're awake, How long did I sleep? You slept for 28 hours. It's already morning now. Yi Yushi quickly got up and walked toward the table on one side of the room. Wait, let me heat up some food for you. Don't go to all that trouble. I'll just have a bowl of instant noodles. Lu Chenqiu quickly told Yi Yushi not to bother. He could tell that the food in front of him had been reheated twice. Yi Yushi must have been watching over him since yesterday, afraid he'd wake up with nothing to eat. So she reheated it every mealtime. Lu Chenqiu didn't want to trouble Yi Yushi either. She probably hadn't rested in these 28 hours. That's why he told her not to bother. Besides, the food had been reheated several times. It wasn't fresh anymore. Let me get you something fresh. Yi Yushi didn't even pay attention to what Lu Chenqiu said, and after speaking, she quickly walked out the door. Lu Chenqiu made a gesture like Erkang's, but then gave up. How stubborn Yi Yushi could be. He'd seen it more than once. After eating, Lu Chenqiu went to the monitoring center of the satellite base. He began trying to locate a position through the corresponding program. Why use multiple groups of satellites in medium orbit? Because the distance from the satellite to the receiver, using the distance formula in three-dimensional coordinates, requires 3 satellites to form equations to determine the x-y-z position of the observation point, and there's an error between the satellite clock and the ground receiver's clock. So in reality, there are 4 unknowns, XYZ, and the clock error. That's why at least 4 satellites are needed to locate a single point. Only then can you get the longitude, latitude, and elevation of the observation point. And the ground receiver can lock onto more than 4 satellites, so the receiver can group them according to the satellite constellation, 4 per group. Then use an algorithm to pick the group with the smallest error for positioning, thereby improving accuracy. The positioning program Lu Chenqiu had set up wasn't really refined yet, but because the altitude was high enough, so by using the positions of 2 satellites, we can compare the target point's longitude and latitude on the globe. If we want to keep improving, we'll need to launch more navigation satellites. Lu Chenqiu plans to launch 72 satellites on different orbits. Spread out like that, he's confident he can push the accuracy down to the decimeter level, or even centimeter level. As for the detailed design plans for the follow-up satellites, I've already sent them to both institute directors. For the processors, my side can handle the manufacturing. At the same time, we've also submitted the 5-nanometer lithography machine technology. We can transfer the patent to Zhongyang Group at a low price, so you can develop it on your own, depending on your needs. As for the follow-up development work, I won't be involved, Lu Chenqiu said to the many big shots present. But sir, look. Hearing that Lu Chenqiu was about to wash his hands of it, Xiao Yingkai immediately got anxious and hurried up to try and persuade Lu Chenqiu. The basic structure and design approach you should all have learned by now. There's no need for me to keep meddling. Besides, there are more important things I need to do. Zhang Chongshun naturally knew that Lu Chenqiu was talking about the Navy's business. Zhang Chongshun had pulled a few strings and learned roughly what Lu Chenqiu was about to do. Compared to their 7 Stars project, the Nanny project was no less important. Both were major projects capable of changing the nation's situation. Just as Lu Chenqiu had said, he had already shared everything he knew and helped them build all the architecture and design plans. All that remained was for them to lead their teams, fully digest Lu Chenqiu's architecture, and continue developing along his design approach. If Lu Chenqiu stayed, he could definitely shorten the time to get this project off the ground. But if he left, the impact wouldn't be that big. At worst, everyone would just have to put in a bit more effort. Then let me wish Lu Gong a smooth journey right here. May everything go well, and may you claim victory soon, Zhang Chongshun said with great solemnity, and saluted Lu Chenqiu with a military salute. He expressed his respect. Thank you. Once I get back, I'll definitely find time to gather with everyone, Lu Chenqiu said with a smile. All right, we'll await your good news, Zhang Chongshun nodded. After Lu Chenqiu returned to the company, he held the first group internal meeting, mainly covering the work during his absence, arranging for subsidiaries like Pattaya Technology under Chiron Company, Chiron Chemical, Longsing Media, and Chiron Steelworks to each report in turn. Lu Chenqiu, regarding the current situation, gave high praise and set the tone. Currently, our main revenue streams are in Chiron Steelworks, Chiron Chemical, and Pattaya Technology. Everyone must keep working hard to maintain the current momentum. As for Longxiang aircraft manufacturing, can you ensure that while I'm away, the G20 is delivered on time? Lu Chenqiu looked toward the head of Longxiang aircraft manufacturing in Zheng Jiai's direction. After the May Day military exercise, through Zheng Yikai's introduction, Lu Chenqiu directly brought Zheng Jiai over from the south. Longxiang aircraft manufacturing, though it uses unmanned, automated production, machines can still have errors, so we need someone knowledgeable to oversee it. Zheng Jiai may lack seniority, but his ability is not weak. With him in charge, Lu Chenqiu felt at ease. No problem. The Yun 25 and the Airwell 6000 are also in development, expected to show results within half a year, Zheng Jiai said. After joining Chiron Technology, Zheng Jiai had always thought Lu Chenqiu was only accomplished in materials science and electronic systems. But when all the G20-related technologies were made public to him, he realized Lu Chenqiu, who designed the G20 and its subsequent deformities, what kind of freak is he? So, now he follows Lu Chenqiu's every word without question, especially after learning that another new aircraft is about to roll off the line. Zheng Jiai grew even more excited. In a tech company, only Lu Chenqiu understands the technology. That's clearly not enough. Otherwise, he'd be exhausted trying to finish so many projects. So Lu Chenqiu also built up a talent pool, recruiting a large batch of graduates from top domestic universities to join his Red Dragon Research Institute. Currently, the institute covers chemical materials, aircraft design and manufacturing, aerodynamics, nuclear physics, and many other fields. Right now, the researchers devoted to the Yun-25 manufacturing plan alone number no fewer than 30. Lu Chenqiu nodded, then looked toward Gu Yingzi. For the current film and TV productions and animation projects, is there anything specific in the works? Have the game projects been approved yet? The company has approved 3 film and TV productions, 1 animation, and 3 game projects, expected to start production by year's end. As for the games, the first trailer should be out by the end of July. Gu Yingzi said, "Not enough. Step up the promotion. Get in touch with the Jingcheng city government. Host an international gaming expo. Put our projects in there, with live demonstrations. At the same time, convey our ambition for the annual game awards. We want to be the players, and more importantly, the platform and the judges. For the film and TV projects, remember to go big on spectacle. Tell our own sci-fi stories from the tower. Don't do the same old save-the-world cliches. And don't stuff in too much romance either. For animation, start with a mecha theme. But it has to be hardcore and truly sci-fi. Find top domestic sci-fi writers to craft the script. Don't worry about spending money. If you run into any filming problems, just contact me anytime, and I'll handle it." Gu Ying nodded while jotting down notes. No one realized that from this day on, the corporation would give the world a little shock. Chapter 72, The Long Journey to Pengcheng. After Lu Chenqiu had arranged all the current company tasks and assignments, he announced another major piece of news. He was going to enter the automobile manufacturing industry. Many people advised Lu Chenqiu to think twice. After all, it was still an era when German and Japanese cars dominated the market. Lu Chenqiu, if he really dove headfirst into car manufacturing, the risk would be too great, and he could easily lose everything. But Lu Chenqiu said he had his own plans, asking them to keep an eye out for car factories near Jincheng that were shutting down or up for sale. First buy up some production machinery, then come back and try producing first. As for Lu Chenqiu's stubbornness, no one tried to talk him out of it anymore. From what Lu Chenqiu said, he planned to test the waters first, rather than jumping straight into sales. Everyone figured that once Lu Chenqiu hit a dead end, he'd naturally know to turn back. The next day, Lu Chenqiu set off alone for Pengcheng. Originally, Yi Yushi wanted to go along with Lu Chenqiu, but Lu Chenqiu wasn't having it. As the chief financial officer and CEO of the Red Dragon Group, Yi Yushi had to stay and hold down the fort at the company. So naturally she couldn't go with him. Lin Qingshuan took care of Yaya. And Yaya hadn't reached summer break yet. Besides, the aircraft carrier construction was top secret. Even when Yaya's summer break came in July, she still couldn't go to Pengcheng to see Lu Chenqiu. And this time, the carrier construction would take at least 6 months, at most 1 year, or even 2 to 3 years, though it wasn't like they couldn't reach Lu Chenqiu at all. But they rarely got to see each other. "Yaya, say goodbye to Daddy." Lin Qingshuan held Yaya and waved at Lu Chenqiu. Lu Chenqiu was about to board a military plane straight to Pengcheng. Humph, but Yaya pouted and turned her head away, showing she didn't want to talk to her stinky daddy. "What's wrong, Yaya? After Daddy leaves today, it'll be a long time before he comes back. Doesn't Yaya love Daddy the most?" Lin Qingshuan asked softly. "Boo-hoo, bad Daddy. Daddy, are you not going to want Yaya anymore? Yaya will be good from now on, and even more obedient. Can Daddy take Yaya along, please?" Yaya's little lips quivered, and she burst into tears right away. Lu Chenqiu's heart ached as he took Yaya from Lin Qingshuan's arms and held her close, gently soothing her. "What nonsense are you talking about? Yaya is so adorable. How could Daddy ever not want such a cute Yaya?" "Right, Daddy really has to go to work. This matter is very important. Once this work is done, the children of our country will never be bullied by foreigners again. So don't you think this is very important?" But Yaya doesn't want to part with Daddy." Yaya wrapped both arms around his neck, clinging tightly to Lu Chenqiu's neck. With a whiny voice, she said a bit unreasonably, "How about this? As long as Yaya is obedient, Daddy will talk to the Navy uncles and ask them to let Daddy come back for Yaya's birthday, okay?" Lu Chenqiu asked with a smile. "Really?" Yaya asked with red eyes, half doubtful. "Of course, it's true. Daddy never lies to Yaya." Lu Chenqiu held out his pinky. "If you don't believe me, let's pinky swear." "Okay." Yaya held out her little hand and pinky swore with Daddy. Their family was happy and complete. The envy of all. On the plane, a Navy commander sat beside Lu Chenqiu and said with a smile, "At this age, kids are clingy. It's a headache." Lu Chenqiu smiled. With a hint of humble bragging, he said, Take a look. These are the shipyard sites selected by the Southern Military Region. See if you have any issues or opinions. The commander didn't call Chenqiu out on that. Instead, from his bag, he handed a stack of documents to Lu Chenqiu. Ask away, fine. Lu Chenqiu took the documents from the commander and flipped through them page by page. 3 natural deepwater ports are currently selected. One is Nansha Port in Yangcheng. One is Jiangyan Port in Rongcheng. And another is Mizhou Port in Xinhua. Take a look and see which one is more suitable. But after Lu Chenqiu examined them, he shook his head. None of them are quite right. Nansha Port isn't deep enough. Only 17 meters. If the carrier exceeds 100,000 tons, it'll run aground. Jiangyan Port's depth is about sufficient, but land transport isn't convenient. The materials I need can't be delivered. Mizhou Port's depth is sufficient, but its location is too awkward. A bit close to the Shawan Bay area, it might get noticed. Not suitable. Lu Chenqiu's answer left the commander completely surprised. Somewhat at a loss, he asked, then what do we do? If there's no natural deepwater port, then we'll just modify one a bit. But that would extend the construction timeline. Lu Chenqiu said, choose Pengcheng Dam. The transport is convenient, and the future development prospects are good. Who would have thought that behind a modern super first-tier city like Pengcheng, there's a large shipyard? Fine. After the plane landed in Pengcheng, Xiaozi brought Lu Chenqiu straight to the Southern Military Region's base in Pengcheng. After sharing Lu Chenqiu's analysis with Yun Nanchu also realized his oversight. As soon as he heard Lu Chenqiu wanted to directly renovate the harbor near Pengcheng, he immediately became interested. Renovating the harbor for the palace. How confident are you? About how long will it take? Yu Nanshu looked at Lu Chenqiu and asked. 100% confident, but it will take some time. I need these things. Lu Chenqiu listed everything he needed on a checklist and handed it to Yu Nanshu. Yu Nanshu had been to a shipyard before, but he had never seen anything Lu Chenqiu needed. Lu Chenqiu didn't ask for various shipbuilding machines or anything. Instead, he asked for all kinds of lathes and milling machines, as if he planned to handcraft the parts. He also made a call back to the Chilong company, asking Chilong to produce a batch of core components on the spot and ship them over to speed up production as much as possible. Lu Chenqiu planned to build a batch of large metal printers to directly produce the finished hull, which was much faster than producing steel plates first and then slowly assembling them. Besides, aircraft carrier deck steel, compared to the low-carbon steel plates Lu Chenqiu had previously developed, was much easier, and the metal printers were also much simpler to build. Now please help assemble the parts. Once our core components arrive, we can complete the assembly right away. I don't have a suitable computer on my end. You tell me the budget ceiling first, and I'll pack in as much as I can. The way Lu Chenqiu said it was like building a computer at a computer mall. According to the Central Military Commission's allocation, the budget is around 60 billion. If that's not enough, we can use the Southern Military Region's naval budget for next year to cover it. Yu Nanshu stated. Then let's calculate based on 65 billion. If it goes over, I'll cover the extra cost myself first. You can return them to me later. Lu Chenqiu said with a smile. Chapter 73, The Monster's Excited Time, pushed back to mid-May. That probe in the waters south of the tower ended with America's humiliating retreat when the Reagan carrier returned to the Yokosuka Naval Base in Japan. News of the F-18 being chased by the tower's new fighter had already crossed the ocean and reached the Pentagon on the other side. The full video footage captured by the onboard cameras, along with the radio recordings of the 3 pilots in the Cobra formation, were all sent back to the homeland for those congressmen to study and debate. When the video began to play, at first, things seemed fairly normal. The 3 American pilots were chatting and laughing. But soon, in the footage, an unknown fighter suddenly appeared, because the onboard cameras were mounted inside the cockpit, not on the outside of the aircraft, so most of what was captured was the view inside the cockpit, only in the corner of the frame. Could the sudden appearance of the unknown fighter be seen? Then, to shake off the other aircraft, the 3 F-18 pilots each pulled out their best tricks. First, Victor's footage showed his plane suddenly accelerating. Then the channel was filled with curses and expletives. No matter how the F-18 struggled, it couldn't shake the other plane. Even stranger still, the other plane kept pace, with the F-18 Victor was flying, maintaining a relatively stationary speed, as if it were a ghost that Victor couldn't escape, until they neared the tower's airspace. A warning in Chinese sounded, along with the alert of the fire control radar locking on. Only then did the congressman realize This plane was indeed the tower's aircraft. And when Victor chose to veer away to avoid entering the tower's airspace, it was far deeper than Victor had felt at the time. The despair and shock filled the entire Pentagon conference room. Rector's attention at the time was all on flying the plane, with no time to watch the J-20's every move. But now the congressman could clearly see that after the F-18's emergency evasive maneuver, the J-20 pulled off a stunning Cobra maneuver. The speed of the aircraft's pull-up, the steepness of the angle, the incredibly short climb distance, it was simply incomprehensible. The move looked almost like something out of an Eastern martial arts film, as agile and swift as a flip. In terms of engine thrust and material strength, it should have been nearly impossible. Yet somehow this aircraft pulled it off, carving a razor-sharp turn in the sky. Terrifying. And then came the American pilots, nearly hysterical shouting and the wails of utter breakdown, until they flew their planes out of the 200 nautical mile ocean zone. Past that area, the monstrous aircraft vanished without a sound, as if it had never existed at all. The entire room fell into a long, dead silence. Many Air Force generals and congressmen, with trembling hands, took off their glasses, pretending to casually wipe the lenses with cloth. But their still shaking hands betrayed them, revealing that their hearts were far from calm. Are all the planes from that country monsters? Only a monster could pull off such a maneuver. Air Force Commander-in-Chief Norman Clinton muttered to himself, "Gentlemen, this is the gravest incident in the 200-plus years of relations between our nation and China. What are your thoughts, gentlemen?" Secretary of State Powell, in a somber tone, said to everyone present, "At present, we know nothing about their new fighter jet. What its combat capabilities are, what's his top speed, it's all unknown." "I can't say," Norman Clinton said with a grave look. "What's the current status of the F-22? Is the production line mature? Can it go into mass production?" Powell turned to Norman and asked, "The F-22's design is fully mature now. The prototype is about to roll off the line. Once test flights are completed, mass production can begin. Then it can be deployed." Norman said, "The country spent $67 billion not to hear bad news like this." Powell roared, losing his composure. Now everyone's eyes were filled with dread. They were afraid. These American big shots who'd lorded it over everyone for so long, upon learning that people across the ocean held the truth in their hands, began to feel uneasy for the first time. Others might not know what kind of country America really is, but they themselves knew full well. America is a country that plunders across the globe, sustaining their privileged elite. Before, they held the world's most advanced weapons and the world's most cutting-edge technology, so they could do anything without restraint. Whatever they wanted, they could just take it. But now, when they learned that the Red Nation across the ocean possessed technology on par with theirs, they felt fear for the first time. It's like a robber holding a knife who could brazenly break into a kindergarten because he knew no one there could match him. But suddenly the kindergarten director stepped out. The robber had assumed the director was just a scrawny weakling, which is why he'd picked that kindergarten. But now he saw the man was over 2 meters tall, all rippling muscle, and with bulging pockets, no telling what he had stashed inside. Naturally, he panicked. After all, the other guy could really just punch him to death. Especially since they knew full well what they had done before. How messed up it was. What they feared now was the other side coming back for payback. Gentlemen, science and technology no longer rest in the hands of the free world. This is a blatant declaration of war, Powell said to everyone before him. What we need to do now is reassert the dominance of our United States of America. Fifth, gentlemen, a new arms race has begun. Once upon a time, the big brother was brought down by the arms race. And what Americans do best is inflating their military data, making the other side chase after them, draining their resources, and bankrupting their finances. Urge Lockheed Martin to get the F-22 into production and service ASAP. We need such an aircraft to restore national pride. Powell ordered. Also, the Army, the Navy, all branches must develop and upgrade their weapons. We must use America's advanced technology to make America great again. God bless America. God bless America. Though the probing actions in the South China Sea were kept secret from the general public, buried under movies, TV shows, and entertainment news. For other nations, it was hardly a secret, especially for the Philippines, the closest neighbor, which could already observe the U.S. fleet with the naked eye when it arrived. And the U.S. fleet came in all swagger, then slunk away in disgrace. The laughable spectacle quickly spread across the world. America's invincible, unbeatable image. It seems a bit faded. Chapter 74, Tree Newbie. Far away in Europe. Half a month after the NATO coalition ceasefire, quite a few NATO countries, led by Britain, are now getting a bit restless. No way around it. Every extra day of troops deployed is another day of money spent. The whole continent of Europe combined is only slightly bigger than Daxia, less than 1 million square kilometers. Its total population is only half of Daxia's population. Its industrial and agricultural base is actually quite limited. The size of the territory determines that these NATO countries have limited resources. The longer this drags on, the louder the domestic opposition grows, and the bigger the military spending becomes. Half a month of sitting still. All those troops and horses need feeding. Everything has to be shipped from home or from allies to the front lines. Just the shipping costs alone are a hefty expense. And after all this fighting, they still haven't achieved any decent results, which leaves many allied nations feeling deeply frustrated. Anthony Blair, who follows Britain's lead, has no idea why. His big brother across the pond suddenly went silent. So after waiting half a month, he makes a call to the White House, wanting to ask the American president, "Mr. President, sorry to call so abruptly. Regarding the situation in Eastern Europe, we want to know about the military plans in the Balkans. What exactly do you intend to do? Are there any concerns?" Anthony asked tactfully. "Well, here's the thing. After deliberation on our end, we've decided to abandon intervention in Eastern Europe. America is facing severe challenges right now, and has no time to uphold justice for the free camp." The president's businesslike tone caught Anthony off guard. "Damn it, you were the one calling for war. And now you're the one backing out, leaving us European allies stuck where we can't move forward, and can't back down either. You're an absolute beast." Anthony didn't dare to argue with the robber leader. After all, America was the real daddy now. He could only tactfully express his confusion. "Mr. President, may I know what exactly is going on? The situation in Eastern Europe is now clear. Just add a little more fuel, and we can completely crush the socialist camp in Europe." "How could you ... Of course, because our freedom camp is facing an even tougher challenge," the robber leader said, halfway through. "A few months ago, during the big military exercise, you Brits joined in too, didn't you?" "Yes, but the Daxia people have new planes now, and they far surpass our F-18 Hornets, brand new fighters. We Americans simply don't have the strength to keep meddling in Eastern Europe." The robber leader's words made Anthony's face turn pale. "Mr. President, are you saying the Daxia people have already deployed their latest fighters, far superior to the Hornets, currently in our military service?" "Yes, so, to guard against a possible Daxia invasion, we must shift our defense focus to our own homeland. But to maintain stability and peace in Europe, we will still provide long-term armed support to the Eastern European front." The robber leader left some wiggle room. The gist was, America would no longer get involved in the complex Eastern European situation, but they'd still pour massive amounts of their own weapons into the European theater. Wasn't that like wanting to eat meat without even killing a pig? But there was no choice. As the current world superpower, facing such an overbearing demand, Anthony still had to hold his nose and accept it. Damn it. Anthony hung up the phone, then thought it over, and directly summoned all members of Parliament to convene a session in the House of Lords. He also notified Queen Elizabeth to attend. All members of both the House of Lords and the House of Commons arrived at Parliament at 2 in the afternoon. After debating whether to withdraw troops from the Kosovo region in Eastern Europe, Parliament voted and decided to pull out immediately. Subsequently, through arms sales, they supported the Kosovo Ethnic Armed Forces. In the following days, France, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Denmark, Belgium, Canada, and others all withdrew from the battlefield one by one. After all, the one who set up the coalition had already left. The remaining countries were leaderless. Naturally, they wouldn't go all out and burn bridges. At the end of the day, Yugoslavia and these countries all belong to the same continent. Although the US led this airstrike and even killed quite a few people, the Yugoslavs hated them to the bone. But across the Atlantic, even if Yugoslavia found a new big brother or grew stronger in the future, seeking revenge would still require careful thought. But these countries were different. If Yugoslavia truly wanted revenge, their missiles could only fly a few hundred kilometers at most. In an instant, they could take their neighbors down with them. So they had to save each other some face. And precisely because of that, they withdrew their troops in such perfect unison. And the moment they pulled back, the Kosovo Ethnic Armed Forces were like, "What the hell, guys? Didn't we agree before? You'd help us out, and sooner or later beat Yugoslavia down like the big brother did." What's the deal now? You're not fighting anymore, but Yugoslavia is coming after me. Originally, the Kosovo region was a province under Yugoslavia, similar to a provincial-level administrative unit, but the residents there were of Albanian ethnicity, not the same ethnicity as the Serbs, and precisely because of that, under NATO's backing, they erupted into a violent ethnic movement, which eventually escalated into this war. The original situation was actually an uprising in the Kosovo region. Then Yugoslavia sent troops to suppress it. But now, it had turned into Yugoslavia being accused of destroying peace and stability in Eastern Europe. And so, led by the United States, the North Vietnamese forces, under the banner of democracy, freedom, and peace, intervened in this internal conflict of the nation, ultimately escalating it into war. Come to think of it, the Kosovo ethnic armed forces were essentially rebels, thugs. But no matter how the leader of the Kosovo ethnic armed forces, Ivanović, tried to persuade these NATO countries, could not stop the other side from withdrawing their troops. By the time the last batch of Nordic coalition forces withdrew from the coast, Ivanovic's heart sank halfway. The F-22's maiden flight shocked the world. The first fifth-generation fighter was born. Victory coefficient 2.0, the true king of the skies emerged. Just a month later, a sensational piece of news burst out from the United States, and so pro-American factions worldwide began to celebrate. Fantastic! Truth lies in the hands of freedom and democracy. Only such aircraft can maintain world peace. Then a video of the F-22's test flight began spreading rapidly across the internet at nearly viral speed, sweeping through the entire network. Even Lu Chenqiu, who was in closed research, heard about it. Hey, Carpenter, did you hear? The Americans' F-22 had its maiden flight. At the shipyard, a naval commander smiled and handed a video to Lu Chenqiu to watch. But Lu Chenqiu didn't even lift his eyes until he heard, ceiling 20,000 meters, max speed 2.25 Mach, combat radius 900 kilometers, thrust-to-weight ratio 10.1, victory coefficient 2.0. They're full of it. This aircraft ceiling is at most 16,000. Max speed is only 1.8. Thrust-to-weight ratio is only 7.95. And the victory coefficient is only 1.6. How do you know all this? That commander stared at Lu Chenqiu in astonishment. Chapter 75. Pierce them with the strongest spear. Of course, I know. Because our data is far stronger than theirs. The turbofan engines they use can't reach a thrust-to-weight ratio of 10.1. Our variable cycle engine can reach a thrust-to-weight ratio of 17 or even 18. And their planes are so heavy, without even afterburners. How could they have a lift coefficient of 2.0? It was then that Zhang Xiao remembered. The man before him was the chief designer of the J-20, and the legendary scientist who single-handedly created the current situation. As an expert in the aviation industry, Lu Chenqiu knew it wasn't anything incomprehensible. Mr. Lu, how do you know their exact data? Zhang Xiao was still a bit curious. Calculation. They published the approximate aircraft weight, and I can roughly deduce the thrust of their turbofan engine. So naturally, I can work out the rest. Lu Chenqiu chuckled, not mentioning he'd seen it before. But with his current knowledge, calculating it wouldn't be hard anyway. So what do we do now? When the time comes, are we really going to use these J-20s against their F-22s? The lieutenant colonel was worried, although he'd heard from Lu Chenqiu that the F-22 was no match for the J-20, and that was a pleasing result. But the enemy now had weapons that could contend with them. So there was still some cause for concern. Both the J-20 and the F-22 are heavy fighters, which are essentially defensive weapons. Unless you strike their homeland, you'd basically never even see an F-22. The real threat is carrier-based aircraft. Lu Chenqiu unfurled the blueprints with a rustle, revealing a beautifully designed new fighter full of aesthetic appeal. This is our strongest spear, the carrier-based J-35. The aircraft carrier I'm designing now can carry 70 J-35s into action at once, and the J-35 specs are no worse than the F-22s. We'll use our strongest spear to tear them apart. Lu Chenqiu laughed heartily and patted Zhang Xiao on the shoulder. Zhang Xiao stared at the blueprints in shock, then burst into joy. He wanted to take the blueprints and study them closely, but who would have known? Lu Chenqiu suddenly put the blueprints away. Gu Hong and Zhang Zi looked stunned, like they were being teased, but couldn't do a thing. Like AVIP gate blocking the next level. Just wait for the maritime exercise. Once the exercise is over, with our company's mature production line, these 3 or 5 can be churned out, like dumplings in a pot. Besides, you'd need to file a report just to see them. It's classified, got it? Lu Chenqiu lifted his chin and laughed heartily. Fine then. Zhangzi had no choice and could only clench his fist in frustration. Over on their side, America thought that after dropping its trump card, it would get a reaction from the nation across the ocean, not necessarily jumping up and down, shouting fake news and the like, but at least it should bring out its new fighter jets for a show, to display national might, right? Quite a few American scholars studying that nation all believed that nation had always been very big on saving face, especially on matters of national honor. The people there had an obsession that surpassed any other country or people in the world, so they figured, once their new jet was unveiled and posed a threat to that nation, even within that nation, quite a few who took their money were hyping up the F-20 to threat, so to calm the ordinary people, that nation would immediately reveal its own new jet. Even if not showing it off, it would release more news about the new aircraft. Yes, America's move was actually testing the waters. They deliberately leaked false info, just to fish for intel on the new jet. But what they never expected was that with the F-22's appearance, the people of that nation were quite excited, though some were indeed a bit anxious. But when a Navy Rear Admiral surnamed Zhang, a professor at the National Defense University and a doctoral supervisor, appeared as a guest on a military program, he raised a certain argument. The F-22 is only in its test flight phase, so it's still a long way from being deployed. Even if the F-22 were fully deployed, it would pose no threat to our homeland, not in the slightest. After all, it's a heavy fighter, with a combat radius of at most 1,000 kilometers. Even taking off from the US West Coast, it couldn't even reach the Hawaiian Islands. So how could it possibly threaten our mainland? And our country, of course, is also developing new aircraft. Someone asked me, Professor Zhang, the US already has 5th-generation fighters. Shouldn't our country also be working on 5th-generation fighters? I told him, we do plan to develop new aircraft, but not the kind the international community calls traditional 5th-generation fighters. In fact, what we're developing is a 4th-generation fighter. The aircraft we're working on would have to match the F-22, then they'd never even meet. It's all about protecting national security. Lu Chenqiu never watched this episode, or he'd probably have burst out laughing. The young director's ability to mislead was clearly even stronger. As a Navy Rear Admiral, Director Zhang surely knew the J-20's true capabilities. He was obviously digging a trap across the ocean again. The Americans wouldn't have a clue. After watching this military interview program, those big brains slapped their foreheads and thought, whoa, right, no matter how powerful the F-22 is, it can only defend its own airspace and territory. It can't take off or land on aircraft carriers. Just as Director Zhang said, the Daxia people don't have carriers. So what would they use to cross the Pacific? Isn't that nonsense? Wouldn't the F-22 become useless? It would never get a chance to meet Daxia's new aircraft in its lifetime. In the end, on their side, they could only use F-18s to go head-to-head with the enemy's new fighters. So on Capitol Hill, the U.S. House of Representatives held a session, nearly unanimously passing a new military procurement plan to develop a carrier-based fighter rivaling the F-22. They wanted to use the sharpest spear to poke through the big scarecrow. So on the issue of developing a new carrier-based fighter across the entire United States, a bidding process lasting 6 months got underway. In the end, Lockheed Bolding Corporation won the bid, securing the project with an $80 billion R&D budget. Of course, no one could have imagined this would become a massive money pit. Over here, the arms race between China and Nepal quietly kicked off. Meanwhile, in the entertainment industry, a grand event was brewing. From Japan, the US, and Europe, studios with modest fame worldwide, or those that had made a big name for themselves, even manufacturers, all received invitations from the official tower. Co-founded by Jin Cheng officials and Longsing Entertainment, jointly established together, because this event itself would drive Jin Cheng's cultural and entertainment industry growth, and it was also something that could boost Jin Cheng's influence. So led by Jin Cheng, they rallied many companies to co-host it, leveraging their sales channels to expand reach. 4 years ago, in Los Santos, America, they had already held the earliest professional game expo, the Third Expo, initially serving as a launch event for console games and their related merchandise. It was an annual preview of commercial battles, attracting mostly game developers. It was primarily a trade-focused expo, aimed at industry insiders rather than players. But what Lu Chenqiu wanted to hold was a game expo truly aimed at players. Chapter 76, a crushing blow for CEO Gu. Chairman Lu didn't mention this before leaving, did he? Isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to act on our own? Jincheng is organizing the Golden Panda Game Expo. Longsing Company, as the publicity arm. The astroturfing department had already been promoted to the publicity department. And right now, they were swamped with work over this very matter. Yet what no one ever expected was Gu Yingzi. While preparing for the Golden Panda Game Expo, she actually wanted to organize another exhibition as well. The Electronic Technology Expo. This was something Lu Chenqiu hadn't arranged before he left. So as the former head of the astroturfers, and now the director of the publicity department, Zhang Zifeng nervously reminded Gu Yingzi in a low voice. That's a big shot like Chairman Lu. He wouldn't consider it. Lu Chenqiu was so far ahead that he simply hadn't thought of it. All the game studios under our banner make their games using game engines. But most computers on the market right now can't even run our games at all. Rather than wait for players to buy our games and go home cursing in frustration, it's better to run some publicity alongside. Let the world know about our latest technology. If they can buy new hardware, that naturally boosts game sales too. Gu Yingzi's reasoning was indeed sound, and it truly was a strategic oversight on Lu Chenqiu's part. All along, he'd been using computers he built himself. Their processing power was nowhere near comparable to what these current machines could do. After he acquired those studios, Lu Chenqiu had also upgraded their equipment along the way and developed his own proprietary 3D creation engine. This proved to be an immense boon for game development, film and television production, and architectural design, among other fields. Not only did it shorten the creative cycle, but it also enabled real-time rendering of geometry and lighting systems. Once they'd mastered the 3D engine, the multiple game studios under Dragon Star Media felt like they'd opened the door to a whole new world, with Lu Chenqiu pouring in unlimited funds and ample manpower at their disposal. These studios almost all managed, within half a year, to develop their own game demos, not only with grand, sweeping promotional trailers, even including the timing of the demo, but these, almost, games a generation ahead of this world. For the computers of this era, and the game consoles, it was a dimensional strike. Those processors, still measured in microns, simply had no way to handle such massive data, let alone run on these computers. The entire hard drive setup only held around 10 gigabytes. Couldn't even fit the game. It was almost certain this Game Expo would be a one-sided slaughter. The August Game Expo opened, though Jincheng and many software companies used their own channels to bring in plenty of vendors and players. But compared to the mature third expo, Jincheng's first Golden Panda Game Expo didn't meet expectations. But many small foreign studios didn't let this opportunity slip, especially after Gu Yingzi guaranteed the entire event would be broadcast live on local and international channels. These small foreign studios, and some foreign companies, purely looking to test the waters, came to Jincheng to join the expo, and breaking from their familiar expo routine. The entire venue was set up as a playtest hall, which also turned it into an exhibition of electronic hardware. But compared to 20 years in the future, many computers of this era still kept the boxy shape, with bulky monitors. So, the whole playtest hall looked like a shady internet cafe. But quite a few companies did bring their new technology. They partnered with game developers and started promoting their new computers. Microsoft, IBM, and other American firms were invited. They brought new computers with faster speeds and larger storage. At the same time, they also took the opportunity to launch their own portable devices. These foreign manufacturers naturally showcased their computers by running games to demonstrate just how powerful their machines were. Quite a few manufacturers were attending such an expo for the first time, and having them set up their own booths was a bit of a struggle. Fortunately, Gu Yingzi had anticipated this situation and sent out a professional team to help resolve issues right away. That was how this 3-day expo went off without a hitch. The first 2 days were open to industry insiders. Many manufacturers used this expo to finalize their own development directions, and also learned from various hardware makers about the current limits of hardware. This provided crucial guidance for their subsequent development. But what giants like Blizzard, Platinum Games, Koei Tecmo, and Aeon never expected was that at this expo, the most popular booth wasn't theirs, but that of a rising star, PTS Studio. After Lu Chenqiu acquired those game studios, although nominally these studios were all under the jurisdiction of Longsing Media, Gu Yingzi's main focus was on publicity and film animation, leaving the gaming side largely unattended. To keep things well managed, Gu Yingzi then established PTIAS Studio under Longsing Entertainment, a company dedicated to managing those game studios. Currently, PTIAS Studio oversees 5 domestic studios and 2 overseas studios. After Lu Chenqiu developed the 3D engine, these studios all submitted their works for display at this expo. On the final day, the open day for all gaming enthusiasts, the host took the stage and introduced the showcased games one by one. The first ones were all from major foreign studios: Age of Empires, Resident Evil, World of Warcraft 2.0, and so on. Each major studio's new title or sequel was presented through eye-catching trailers and gameplay clips that whetted people's appetites. Quite a few studios were experiencing this kind of marketing for the first time. After all the exhibitors' games had been introduced, it was finally the host's turn, PTS Studio, when the original developers of Sword Immortal, the Riot Workshop, now reorganized as the Riot Team, unveiled their own Xiangxia game. The trailer for Sword Immortal, Strange Coast, lit up the big screen. Every exhibitor in the hall couldn't help but gasp. Many had only arrived that day or missed the demo. But seeing the stunning characters and swordplay, and the melodious classical music, they were captivated by the beautiful visuals on screen, and the intriguing premise held their gaze. Foreigners didn't understand the boundaries, nor the culture of the chivalrous hero. But in the live gameplay demo that followed, seeing the protagonist's flashy sword moves and spectacular spell combos, the satisfying impact of real-time combat, got many people fired up instantly. Many, upon seeing this, started saying "shut up and take my money." The other domestic studios didn't get that kind of cheering, but still received rave reviews. And then came the grand finale. Dajo, a monkey wielding a golden staff, captured the world's attention. Chapter 77, The Future of Gaming in the Tower. When the Pattaya Studio logo appeared on the big screen, the attendees who had already been shocked by several Pattaya subsidiaries earlier were mostly numb by now. They couldn't imagine what else this company could pull out. But when this monkey with his staff appeared in the mountain forest and started battling the little demons among the trees, the gaming fans of Dazia burst into shouts of amazement. This monkey, every person of Dazia knew him. Dazzling light and shadow, stirring music, smooth, satisfying combat impact, and finally, that fleeting glimpse of the great sage equal to heaven. In that moment, including many overseas players, countless people began to go monkey crazy. Many foreign players were already asking the even more excited Daxia players, "Who is this monkey? Why is he so cool?" At this point, many players realized this company called PTS Studio and its affiliated studios all had impressive technical prowess, while other companies still had stiff animations, blank expressions, and scenes rendered in almost pure color blocks. These studios under Daxia could already create scenes rivaling real life, and character models detailed down to every strand of hair. Playing such games was truly a feast for the eyes. When all the games were presented, nearly the entire gaming industry was left in awe. Many foreign giants who had snubbed the event suddenly felt they'd missed a golden opportunity. Thanks to the international broadcast, many countries could watch the live coverage of this gaming gala, and the several studios under Pattaya undoubtedly became the biggest winners of this promotion. At the same time, they drew massive traffic and attention to the entire expo. In the following days, especially the topics about that Xiangxia game and the monkey, on the international internet, and in many newspapers, the buzz stayed red hot. Many people were asking just who this monkey was, and when many foreigners learned that the inspiration for Sun Wukong in Dragon Ball was this very monkey, even many longtime anime fans began to take notice of these games. This was undoubtedly a chance for most games to break into the mainstream. Many exhibitors were in a bittersweet spot. The sweet part was that they never expected Daxia's first gaming expo of this scale could draw so much international attention, and the bitter part was that as the host, Pattaya Studio, that's a bit of bullying, honestly. Their game's visual effects compared to their own, it's like adults fighting little kids. Andy doesn't play by the rules. With the smoothness of their work, the lighting intensity, and scene rendering. Not to mention this era, even 10 years from now, most likely no one could compete with them. It's like making someone bring a wooden stick or a fire poker to go up against a heavy machine gun. Even if the games from rival companies, one after another, had stories as bad as garbage, people would still buy them anyway. After all, people of this era, they've never experienced such visual impact, textures as real as a living person, environments like real locations, and genuine impact feedback, plus the unique, profound culture of the tower, its deep heritage and foundation. Even if the story is mediocre, sales absolutely wouldn't be bad at all. All along, The game producers at the tower have really been fencing themselves in, self-satisfied. Whether it's the mainland or Taiwan's game production, they almost only make games in Chinese, targeting only the domestic market. They never had any intention of breaking out. Almost all the major international studios have never seen the true level of the tower's game producers. But that also let them breathe a sigh of relief. Such high rendering, such high graphics quality. The hardware requirements must be extremely high. With an S-Studios configuration for these games, then 90% of players worldwide couldn't enjoy them. In other words, the tower, though they already have ideas of expanding outward, it seems they're still mostly fencing themselves in, scheming within. But even so, these visionary game producers have to admit that the future of gaming lies with the tower. With such mature technology, such advanced hardware engineering, the tower had already pulled ahead of everyone. But what no game developer expected was that soon the people at Pattaya Tech would actually send them a cooperation request. They never imagined that Pattaya Tech would willingly share their 3D engine for free. Only after the other party's game reached $1 million in total revenue would they charge game studios a 5% royalty, and if they agreed to launch on their Paikaya game store, then developers could reduce that royalty fee from the original 5% down to 3%. Additionally, Gu Yingzi also released other partnership terms for companies in film, animation, and similar fields. If their annual revenue exceeded $1 million, then they would pay PTA Company $1,500 per employee per year. These terms got many game studios very excited. In this era, games that could generate $1 million in revenue were almost few and far between, so the game engine was essentially still free. The real goal of Lu Chenqiu and Gu Yingzi was actually to push their own game store to get more games onto their Pidyakin box, console, and game store. That way, more and more people would buy gaming devices. Through this expo, PTIA Company's many modern smart devices also stepped into the spotlight and became known to the world. After the expo ended, discussions about it continued for a long time. Meanwhile, the congressmen across the ocean were scrambling to figure out how to deal with the tower's possible rise, completely unaware that in Silicon Valley, a company called Pattaya had quietly been founded. But this English name didn't attract much attention from Americans. This is insane. Far across the ocean, Yi Yushi's senior fellow apprentice Ji Bacheng. Even now, it still feels a bit surreal. As one of the first graduating class, after Talanchao was renamed, Ji Bacheng was quite the big name back then, especially skilled at capital operations and cooking the books, which is exactly how he ended up at Talanchao for further study. In those days, society wasn't all that accepting of people with a criminal record. So after Ji Bacheng got out of prison, he couldn't find a job for a long time. That's how he caught Yi Yushi's attention, who dragged him in to make money. This guy's a professional. The task Yi Yushi gave Ji Bacheng was simple: set up a company in America, and then make money. Find every way possible to make money. As long as he earned a full 10 billion, he could come back home and have his entire record wiped clean. Start over fresh with a new identity. In those days, that was a truly tempting offer. To have your record cleared. Who wouldn't want to live a decent life? And now he'd successfully built his company, recruiting a bunch of Americans as his proxies. A bold plan gradually took shape in his mind. A plan so daring that even he himself thought it was a bit crazy. Chapter 78, The Bold Plan, and 12. Senior brother, I got a bold idea lately. Wondering if you might be interested. He'd finally gotten a foothold in America, and Ji Bacheng wanted to head home soon. After all, the water of one's hometown is sweetest, and the moon of one's hometown is brightest. Even though his junior sister gave him funding in America, living a life of luxury, still, nothing beat the comfort of being back home. To get home sooner and see his son sooner, he was giving it everything he had. As someone with a criminal record, Ji Bacheng's son, Ji Quan, didn't even qualify for civil service or military service. Otherwise, Ji Bacheng wouldn't have pushed so hard, crossing the ocean to make money. You say, as Yi Yushi was processing documents. While on the phone, she was organizing company documents. Lately, the company has entered a phase of rapid expansion. Money is needed everywhere. Although Lu Chenqiu had secured the military order and earned a good amount, there are even more places needing money lately. Longson Media's film and TV projects, animation projects, and game projects are all money pits. Just the investment in a few movies and TV series runs into hundreds of millions. Games cost even more, though thanks to the proprietary engine, a lot has already been saved. But with so many mouths to feed, You can't just skip paying wages. As for employee salaries and benefits across the factories and companies, and social security, they're nearly all calculated at the industry's top tier. Nowadays, regular employees of the Chelong Group have a base salary of over 5,000 a month, add performance bonuses and employee benefits. The monthly income of ordinary workers is almost always above 7,000. In this era where the average wage is only around 2,000, the pay of these ordinary workers already matches the standard of urban white-collar salaries, not to mention technical and research positions. The researchers at the Chelong Research Institute have long surpassed 20,000 in salary, becoming the highest-paid group of this era. So just counting wages alone, the company faces a massive expense. Once, Yin Hui had mentioned in passing whether they should slightly reduce the workers' wages. After all, the wage coefficient had already gotten too high. But Lu Chenqiu flatly refused. His reasoning was simple. Heavy industry is the foundation of the company. The workers show up for 3 shifts every day, constantly creating value for the factory. So the workers deserve to share in the company's gains. Just because the workers have less education doesn't mean they shouldn't get the pay they deserve. Everyone earns their money through hard work. Everyone gives their time. So the wage coefficient should guarantee the workers' livelihood. If the workers are out before dawn and back after dark, in the end, the family can't afford a car, can't afford a house, can't afford to have kids, can't afford to get married, can't even afford a funeral when they die. Then that's the factory's fault. Sure, some positions can bring higher profits to the factory and the company. Then raise the pay for those positions, instead of cutting workers' wages, to highlight how much more the technical and research roles make, when everyone can live comfortably. They'll naturally be loyal to the company. Lu Chenqiu is determined to rebuild the working class's voice and class confidence. Workers shouldn't have to sweat and cry. He never planned to change the whole country, but if the country changes because of him, it'll be because he once came. Since the Red Dragon Company handles many military contracts, quite a few of its workers have signed confidentiality agreements, and their wages are a bit higher than regular workers. Many people have reached out to these workers, hoping to get from them some inside information about the Red Dragon Company's secrets and tech. These workers aren't stupid. They know the difference between one good meal and a lifetime of them. If they left the Red Dragon Company, where else would they find a factory paying this well? Right now, Red Dragon Company workers are hot commodities in the local dating market, basically on par with top university graduates. Junior, here's the thing. Isn't our Red Dragon Company a military enterprise? Let me correct you, Senior. Our Red Dragon Company is a 100% private enterprise. It's a tech company. He interrupted Ji Bacheng's words. Right, so our company has mastered a lot of new tech, hasn't it? Here's what I'm thinking. Could you talk to Chairman Lu about taking the outdated tech we've phased out and selling it at Maibo? Ji Bacheng chuckled and said. Hearing Ji Bacheng's description, Yi Yushi seemed to catch some key information. She immediately stopped what she was doing and listened intently. He said, my idea is this. Right now, Maibo is causing a stir over our country's new aircraft. And it feels like they're restarting an arms race. So I thought, since they're pouring resources into tech, why don't we join in too? Using our company's current front, we can peddle our outdated tech to fool them and drain the Americans' military budget. That way, we get a handle on the US military's hand, and we get funding from the Americans. It's a win-win all around. Ji Bacheng's words made Yi Yushi's eyes widen in surprise. Her senior fellow apprentice was really bold in his thinking. But this plan just might work. This is too big a deal. I need to check with Lu. Wait for my word. Yi Yushi quickly hung up the phone. Ji Bacheng glanced at the phone in his hand, feeling almost certain about this plan. His methods were very shrewd. Taking the 10 million that Yi Yushi gave him, he went to the United States. Then, through various channels, he laundered that 10 million into legitimate local American funds. That way, the FBI couldn't trace the source of the money back to a company funded by Patai Tower. After that, he gathered a group of Americans to form the company's management team. Ji Bacheng was very clear about his role now. His identity was that of the overseas black glove for Chiron Corporation. If he made money, his past debts back home would be wiped clean overnight. Everything would be settled. And who knows, his kids might even get recommendation spots for school. But if he got caught, he could basically forget about any rescue from Daxia. Chiron Corporation wouldn't even acknowledge his existence. The Americans he recruited were all veterans with criminal records in the US, men who could barely survive back home after the trauma of the Vietnam War. These men came home and were branded war criminals. The country wouldn't support them, and their families wouldn't take them in. They were in a miserable state, under Chairman G's promise, guaranteeing that after the job was done, they could go to Daxia and enjoy life. They finally agreed to help Chairman G establish this branch company. Of course, these managers had no idea about Chairman G's true identity. They just thought that because he was of Chinese descent, it was hard for him to operate in many areas, which is why he asked them, David, to step in. And so, Pattaya quickly gained a foothold in America. As for Chairman G himself, he played the role of an ordinary Chinese employee who happened to walk into Pattaya for an interview. His position, naturally, was the president's secretary. Chapter 79. The guard who rushes in dies. Yi Yushi, after learning of his senior brother's plan, felt a storm of shock in his heart. By then, it was already late at night. Today was another day he'd volunteered to work overtime. He figured Lu Chenqiu probably hadn't gone to bed yet, but he was also afraid the plan might have some flaw, wasting Chenqiu's precious time. Torn between hope and doubt, he went over his senior brother's plan in his mind again and again. Only after confirming there were no gaps did he take a few deep breaths and dial Lu Chenqiu's number. "You're still at the company at this hour." Lu Chenqiu glanced at the time on his watch and saw it was already past midnight. Somewhat surprised, he asked, "Huh? How did you know?" Yi Yushi looked around at his surroundings, suspecting Lu Chenqiu had installed a camera in his office. "I guessed it. The fact that you can call me at this hour means you're definitely still working and haven't gone home. You need to take better care of yourself. Otherwise, if you collapse from illness, who else can I rely on?" Chenqiu's words warmed Yi Yushi's heart. She said with a smile, "I'll head home after I finish this account. But right now there's something more important that needs your decision." Then Yi Yushi told Lu Chenqiu all about Ji Bacheng's plan. Lu Chenqiu's eyes lit up the moment he heard it. Wow, Yi Yushi sure moved fast. That kind of initiative, huh? This senior fellow of his was quite a talent. He'd thought of the exact same thing. Lu Chenqiu had the system as his safety net, so he could fully guarantee that Daxia's future technology would always stay ahead. So why not take those outdated, obsolete technologies and sell them across the strait to scam military funding, using America's money to unlock Daxia's technology? What a beautiful thing. Lu Chenqiu had planned this all along. It was just delayed by building the aircraft carrier. He'd figured he'd wait until the carrier was done and start this up after he got back. He never expected that Yi Yushi had already quietly started it on her own. "You're not mad at me, are you?" After a long silence from Lu Chenqiu, Yi Yushi felt a bit anxious. She hadn't reported any of this to him in advance. Lu Chenqiu was completely in the dark. There was even an element of gambling in it. If her schemes ended up losing money, she truly wouldn't know what face she'd have to meet Lu Chenqiu. "Why would I blame you?" Lu Chenqiu said with a smile. "You took the initiative to find ways to make money for me. I'd be more than happy. It's just that this matter of yours was indeed a bit ill-considered. You should have told me beforehand. Making money is important, sure, but I can't let your senior fellow take risks. Maibo is very dangerous. And doing this kind of thing is even more dangerous. If you'd told me in advance, I could have helped avoid some of the risks." She'd originally thought Lu Chenqiu would be upset about her acting on her own with his senior fellow, and was angry that he had kept it from her. But little did she expect that Lu Chenqiu's first concern was for Uncle G's safety. "I'll speak with the higher-ups on my end and get his file matter settled. Tell him to go ahead boldly. If anything goes wrong, the Chilong Company won't abandon him." As for the plan he mentioned, I'd actually been considering it myself. I just never got around to it. Tell him to go ahead with confidence. As for whatever technology he needs, after we've done our audit, we'll hand it straight over, Lu Chenqiu said with a smile. "Great, I'll tell senior brother right away," Yi Yushi said excitedly. "Tomorrow no, let's leave it for this morning. No need to rush. You should head home and rest first. Also, tell your senior brother that if he notices anything off, he must report it immediately. I'll find a way to pull him back. We can't let our hero suffer in silence." "Not how I," Yushi said softly but firmly. But after hanging up with Lu Chenqiu, he still immediately called Ji Bacheng. "Senior brother, I've already asked. Chairman Lu fully supports your plan. The specific technology, after the company's audit, will be sent directly. Also, Chairman Lu had a few words for me to pass on to Yi Yushi," he said solemnly. What words? Ji Bacheng felt a bit nervous. After all, he'd never met Lu Chenqiu and didn't know what kind of man he was. Yi Yushi suddenly said with a gentle smile, Chairman Lu said. Your file issue, he's taken care of it for you. And to always put your safety first when you're out there. If you sense danger, report it promptly. He'll find a way to pull you back right away. The nation and the Chillong group will always be your strongest support. He's waiting for you to come home. Somehow, without knowing why, Uncle Jibo felt a surge of warmth rise from his heart, slowly trickling down from his eyes. Thank you, Chairman Lu. Thank you, Chairman Lu. After Jibo finished speaking, he hung up the phone, crying like a 100-pound mess. He had never believed before what the ancients said about dying for one who knows you. Thought it was too exaggerated. After all, people stand alone in this world. Who would willingly give their life for someone else? But after truly experiencing all this, he'd have felt urged to give his all for Lu Chenqiu with utter devotion. He thought he was just a cog in the company, but never expected Lu Chenqiu to care about him so much, to be so concerned for his safety. And Lu Chenqiu didn't just make empty promises. Early the next morning, a burly Asian man with thick brows and big eyes came to their company to apply for a job. After he revealed his identity, Jibo learned that the man was a retired Special Forces ace from back home, sent specifically to ensure his safety. Lu Chenqiu didn't just paint him a pretty picture. He truly followed through, genuinely worried about keeping him safe. With Lu Chenqiu's guarantee, with the full support of the country and the Red Dragon Company, Jibo felt that he was now terrifyingly strong. From that point on, he could go all out without any worries. Under his management, the Pattaya Company quickly established a foothold in Silicon Valley. After the previous Golden Panda Video Game Expo, many studios had reached partnerships with PTAS Studio, but with the boost of the 3D engine, soon these game developers realized a very serious problem. Their hardware couldn't handle it, so before leaving the building, they contributed a hefty sum in procurement fees. When they learned there was also a Pattaya in Silicon Valley, many people, at first, everyone thought it was the company from the tower that had already expanded to America. Many people even reported it straight to the FBI, suspecting this Pattaya company was a tower spy operation. But after the FBI's investigation, they found the company's funding sources were clean, and the boss wasn't even of Chinese descent. It was purely a coincidence of the same name. But little did they know, it was all a clever game of hiding in plain sight by Jibo. Around the 80th wave of defense, would Jibo have guessed? Would those Americans know he was part of Pattaya? Passive defense is worse than taking the initiative, so he deliberately chose to register with a name that clashed with the company, intentionally drawing the attention of these Americans, then having someone report him. Yes, even the person who reported him was his own arrangement. The FBI searched for a long time, but found no secret dealings between this Silicon Valley Pattaya and the Daxia Pattaya company, neither in funding nor any other aspect. But even so, the FBI kept close surveillance on Jibo and other key company figures. But these people were originally aligned with Zheng Miaohong's righteous cause. How could any problems be found? The only thing the FBI found slightly suspicious was that this group of veterans' entrepreneurial journey seemed a bit too smooth. Their savings multiplied almost like winning the lottery, growing several times over in no time. And that's how they got the capital to start this company, although the money's origins were completely legal. Once the FBI suspected them, they naturally wouldn't let it go so easily. And Jibo seemed completely unaware that the FBI was watching him, going to work normally, leaving work on time, and as time went on, even the FBI agents watching him began to wonder if they'd gotten it wrong. Because Jibo seemed just like any normal Chinese immigrant in America. After all, in this era where the sincerest blessing is wishing someone an American life in their next life, too many people from the tower have fled to America. And then at Pattaya, after launching their first new product, it caused a sensation across all of America. A finely designed 2G phone burst onto the scene, immediately drawing nationwide attention in the US. This phone was naturally Lu Chenqiu directly copying Apple's design. Even the system architecture was completely copied. The launch of this phone indeed made all the tech enthusiasts across America celebrate wildly for a while. Although it had no full-screen display, no 10-megapixel camera, no ultra-long battery life, and only 128 megabytes of RAM, storage under 20 gigabytes, not even a front-facing camera, it still represented the pinnacle of tower technology. And this phone's arrival also caught the attention of the US government, since they were making phones. Naturally, they had to deal with communications regulations. Coincidentally, to contain the rising tower, the Americans wanted to lay groundwork everywhere, and here appeared such a specialized company. They certainly wouldn't let it go. So Pattaya's president was pushed to the forefront by Ji Baching. A Vietnam War veteran named York had to bring Ji Baching along to lobby and meet the president, Jefferson. Old York was barely literate before joining the army, couldn't tell his left from his right. Having him explain company business to Jefferson was simply asking the impossible. These men, when they were in school back in America, were never cut out for academics. They thought joining the military would be a way to survive. But in the end, even staying alive was a struggle. And back home, they faced nothing but condemnation. Some even tried to hunt them down in person. These veterans had long lost faith in their country. But now the US president himself would receive them. Now, wouldn't that be a fine thing? Thinking about those useless bosses in Old York, he starts trembling already. If back in the day, America had paid more attention to the post-war benefits for these veterans, then these old soldiers probably wouldn't have been so easily won over by Chief G. But now, Chief G, besides working every day, spends his time giving these veterans ideological education, making them realize they truly fought in a hard war. But the fault lies not with them, but with American imperialism. After all these sessions of ideological education day after day, these American rednecks have long since pledged their hearts to the tower, especially when they think about how, after finishing their mission, they can retire to the tower and live out their days in comfort. These American veterans feel happy just thinking about it. Accompanied by Chief G, Old York, the whole way, practically walked into the White House with his head held high. He'd been there once before, following the anti-war activists about 10 years ago, during a protest. Back then, they all kept their heads down, not daring to look up, because they were the ones being criticized. Now, this feeling of walking tall and proud is truly satisfying. But what good does it do? The milk comes only after the child has died. You know to fix the car only after it's hit the wall. Well, sorry, but this old man has already switched sides. Entering the Oval Office, President Jefferson warmly received them. Old York, of course, knew nothing and said nothing. He's a semi-illiterate holding a doctorate, so it was Chief G doing all the talking. Jefferson took a good look at this Chinese American, then smiled and asked Old York, "Mr. York, it seems your secretary is very capable. A few of us brothers pooled our money to start a company, but we can't figure out how it all works ourselves. Of course, you need a professional agent to get the job done. I really like these hard workers. They do the most work, but ask for the least. People like that, who get things done. That's the kind of talent our American companies need." Old York pulled a cigar from his pocket. Ji Baching, quick on the uptake, lit it for him. "So, let's discuss the specifics of our cooperation," the robber chief said with a smirk. "On behalf of the federal government, I'm requesting your cooperation. I want to know if you can use phones to eavesdrop and track locations." Old York looked at Ji Baching with an inquiring gaze. Ji Baching stepped forward and said, "Of course we can. Mr. President, Pattaya will serve you wholeheartedly." Ha ha ha, good. Soon, the robber chief sealed this strategic partnership. Pattaya Company would hand over all its technology, while also implanting backdoor programs. Then the American government would give them the green light and push for wide promotion. "Look into that big shot," the robber chief ordered. The FBI launched an investigation into Ji Baching. But before the results came back, something the American government and most in the IT circle never expected happened. Daxia's Pattaya Company filed a lawsuit, directly suing American Pattaya. This cross-border case caught everyone's attention, especially when people realized that American Pattaya was indeed registered later than Daxia Pattaya, and in terms of company name and logo, there was too much overlap. This enraged many blindly protective Americans. They were furious. No, they argued that Pattaya was an English word. So why didn't the Daxia people sue the dictionary company? But Daxia Pattaya presented almost ironclad logo designs and trademark patents. Finally, after the trial in Los Santos, America, American Pattaya lost the case. They paid over $1 million in damages and had to change their name to Dragon Fruit, which means fire dragon fruit. They even added a red dragon head to the logo to differentiate. Just like that, Pattaya's suspicion of being Daxia's was mostly cleared. Great Zia, surely one wouldn't be so ruthless to their own people. Little did they know that the $1 million lost, through various channels, found its way back to Dragon Fruit Company. It was always a left hand fighting the right. A grand show staged purely for the Americans to see. Chapter 81, Master of the Seas. Yet even such a grand show still didn't arouse the Americans' suspicion. On an evening as ordinary as any other, shortly after Ji Baching had fallen asleep, he slipped into unconsciousness. When he woke up again, he found himself in a dimly lit room. The moment Ji Bacheng arrived, he realized the FBI most likely intended to interrogate him. But if they had solid evidence, they wouldn't have dragged him to a place like this. Wouldn't it be better to haul him straight to headquarters? So, clearly they couldn't find any evidence, and so they planned to put him through some enhanced techniques. Though Ji Bacheng had nothing to feel guilty about, still, thinking about how he'd soon surely suffer some physical pain, he couldn't help but wince. Who are you people? Want money? I have money. Ji Bacheng put on a look of being coerced, staring fearfully at the FBI agents around him. Mr. Ji, we invited you here this time only because there are some matters we need your help investigating. We hope you'll cooperate. A blonde, middle-aged American man with closed eyes and a full beard carried a stool over to Ji Bacheng, then sat down, smiling, and pulled out a file. Can you tell me why you came to America? The FBI agent, Lawrence, spoke in Chinese. He'd been monitoring Ji Bacheng the whole time, but he still couldn't find any problem in Ji Bacheng's daily routine, so they could only pick faults from Ji Bacheng's past. For example, his parents were both native-born Great Xia people. His parents are both native-born citizens of Daxia. Why must he come to America? For instance, his children are still in Daxia. Why would he abandon all his family to come to America? Hearing Lawrence's question, Ji Bacheng relaxed a little. Looking at Lawrence before him, he said, "We are the FBI. Sorry, Mr. Ji, because your case involves national defense projects. These are necessary review procedures. If we cannot confirm your safety, or if you're hiding something from us, then we will have no choice but to punish you." Lawrence, while attaching the lie detector to Ji Bacheng's body, smiled and pointed to the torture instruments on the table beside him. Ji Bacheng looked at those wrenches, electric machines and such, and immediately swallowed hard. It was because of his identity that they hadn't resorted to torture right away. They were also afraid of offending Ji Bacheng to the point of no return. They also knew that the current dragon fruit, Ji Bacheng, was still the one truly in charge. Those incompetent old soldiers above him were nothing but figurehead shareholders, so they chose to interrogate first, and then consider whether to use torture. Since you could investigate my situation back home, then you should be able to look up my past experiences. Ji Bacheng said as calmly as he could. I've been to prison. I don't know how much a criminal record in America affects normal life, but if I were in Daxia, my life would already be over. No company would hire me. No one would accept me. I couldn't work. I couldn't even live in a community. Everywhere I went, people would point and whisper. Even my descendants couldn't live normally. They'd be rejected in exams, discriminated against in job hunting. My parents would also be pointed at and gossiped about. Do you know all this? Lawrence had never been to Daxia, but he also has a certain understanding of the building, even including the local situation in America. Many people discriminate against fuxing personnel. I can understand that. Mr. Ji, you came to America. Was it just to change your environment? Lawrence glanced at the lie detector and found that the data monitored by the lie detector showed no fluctuation at all, proving that Ji Bacheng was not lying. Of course not. I want to work hard in America to secure a better future for my son. Ji Bacheng blurted out almost instinctively. Lawrence looked up and found the lie detector still showed no anomaly. Then he asked again, haven't you thought about getting a green card? I haven't considered that for now. The lie detector remained calm. I do have some connections that can help you get a green card quickly. A hint of cunning flashed in Lawrence's eyes. He said with a smile, really? That would be wonderful. At that moment, the lie detector suddenly started beeping loudly. Lawrence's face changed dramatically. He looked up at Ji Bacheng. Ji Bacheng immediately became honest, okay? I admit, I'm afraid my parents will call me a traitor. Forget the green card for now. At that moment, the lie detector returned to calm. But Lawrence burst out laughing. I'm sorry. Mr. Ji, I'm sorry for making you come so late. You can go back now. With that, Lawrence released Ji Bacheng. Ji Bacheng hesitantly walked out of that small room, then was sent back by the car waiting outside. When he got home, Ji Bacheng was drenched in cold sweat. Those words were all technically true, but revealed nothing at all. He did come to pursue a great future, but he never said that future was in America. He said he was even afraid the driver taking him home would kill him right in the car. Now this hurdle was cleared. He quickly took a shower and went to bed. Through the surveillance monitor, Lawrence watched Ji Bacheng fall asleep. He couldn't help but let out a cold sneer. Is the commander really okay now? Lawrence's subordinate asked. What does his condition have to do with me? That's for the higher-ups to worry about. But in my view, he's nothing more than a poor wretch who took the blame for others back home. Leaving a country like that And coming to our free nation, it's not really such an unacceptable thing. Lawrence chuckled and took a sip of coffee. Organized tonight's interrogation recordings and the polygraph records. Once we submit them, we can probably take some leave, Lawrence said with a smile. In early September, the main construction of the Pengcheng shipping vessel had been fully completed, designed by Lu Chenqiu and organized by him for construction. The 400-meter ultra-large metal printer was finally finished. This ultra-large metal printer could directly form in one piece, printing the ship's main body. It could even ensure completely seamless steel structures. And while Lu Chenqiu was building the metal printer, he had already completed the design of the aircraft carrier's main structure. This was a supercarrier, 380 meters long, 90 meters wide, with a full load displacement exceeding 110,000 tons. Equipped with nuclear power engines, its top speed was 35 knots. Meanwhile, besides outfitting this carrier with air defense missiles, close-in weapon systems, and anti-submarine rocket launchers, Lu Chenqiu also equipped it with two 200mm electromagnetic cannons. This meant the carrier was no longer just a combat command center, but had become a true fortress at sea. With this carrier's firing range, it could strike targets over 800 kilometers away. Chapter 82, For Balls on My Head, I'm the best in the world, little dear. This is incredible. Your one-piece forming technology is simply breathtaking. On the day the ultra-large metal printer was fully completed and ready to be activated, Commander Yu Nanchu of the Southern Theater Command Navy and Commander Lin Hongwei of the Northern Theater Command Navy, the Eastern Theater Command Commander Xia Yuanhang, and the Navy Commander-in-Chief Yang Hongtao both came to Pengcheng Shipyard to attend the aircraft carrier's launch ceremony. Because of the integrated one-piece construction, the assembly time was saved. The carrier's construction time was almost cut from a lengthy 6 years down to less than a year. If not for the carrier's supporting equipment, which the shipyard couldn't produce on its own and had to be shipped in from factories all across the country, the carrier could have been launched within 6 months. The launch began as Lu Chenqiu gave the order. Yang Hongtao, as the Navy Commander-in-Chief, pressed the start button. The ultra-large metal printer began to operate. The carrier's bottom keel gradually emerged from the printer. Watching the countdown display, showing 3,600 hours remaining, Yang Hongtao's excitement was almost impossible to contain. Just wait for the 5-month printing period to end, then proceed with the internal machinery assembly. And after debugging, the carrier can undergo its first sea trial. By then, it will mean the nation's first domestically built carrier is successfully launched. Uncle Yang, since things are off to a smooth start here, I'll go attend to other matters on my end. For some of the self-defense weapons up top, I need to set up a few more production lines before I can manufacture them. Also, based on my vision, having just a carrier alone won't form an effective fighting force. But right now, can our country still afford to build more warships? This was something Lu Chenqiu had already proposed when he first began overseeing the carrier's construction. The configuration of a new carrier battle group, according to the traditional American-style carrier battle group setup. Besides the carrier as the core, it also includes 2 submarines, 4 destroyers, 4 frigates, and 1 supply ship. But according to Lu Chenqiu's vision, the nation should have its own carrier fleet configuration. In addition to the traditional carrier fleet setup, we should also add some naval configurations that fit future trends, including electronic reconnaissance, strategic support, and unmanned strategic cover, combining electronic reconnaissance ships, amphibious assault ships, and so on. In plain terms, every carrier is paired with 1 amphibious assault ship, forming a dual carrier battle group. The carrier handles air superiority, while the amphibious assault ship handles land or sea strikes, at the same time paired with electronic reconnaissance ships to cripple the enemy's electronic equipment, disrupt their electronic communications, leaving them blind and deaf, unable to fight back even when hit. As for Lu Chenqiu's vision, the naval commanders were utterly amazed. This is a groundbreaking idea. But given the current state of the Daxia nation, realizing Lu Chenqiu's vision in a short time is very difficult now, although the Qilong Technology Group stands out domestically, far ahead, especially leading in technology by a wide margin, almost single-handedly, bearing the supply chain for carrier construction. But precisely because of this, to build the carrier, Lu Chenqiu had to halt several production lines dedicated to making carrier parts and equipment, which slowed down some product delivery schedules, affecting the company's normal operations. Because domestic technology in related fields wasn't up to par, the Qilong Group had to take on the vast majority of supply tasks, essentially building carriers under impossible conditions. If not for Lu Chenqiu's own sufficient technological reserves, the carrier building mission could have dragged the Qilong company down entirely. After all, Lu Chenqiu barely made any profit building carriers. Everything was done at near cost price. In any other country in the world, with Lu Chenqiu's design approach, this framework wouldn't come in under 100 billion. Absolutely not. But precisely because of this, Lu Chenqiu's Red Dragon Company could no longer take on more shipbuilding tasks. Lu Chenqiu insisted on spending several months to build an ultra-large metal printer, also to split up production tasks for subsequent hull components. Even if not building aircraft carriers, building other ships could save time through metal printing. Just need to watch the material supply. And the patent for this metal printer, Lu Chenqiu had already applied and submitted in full. But given the current industrial capacity of the tower, even copying it would be difficult. Of course, that's not to belittle the tower's industrial level, but including the United States, any country trying to copy this ultra-large metal printer would find it hard because the core components can only be produced by Red Dragon Company. But the metal printer technology did give the tower's traditional industry plenty of new ideas. Lu Chenqiu isn't a completely selfless man, but he does everything he can to drive domestic industrial development. The nanny still needs 5 months of printing time. The equipment assembly and calibration still need to wait a while. Lu Chenqiu now has to rush without rest to oversee the production and development of the Yun-25, as well as the production and development of carrier aircraft. The only thing worrying Lu Chenqiu isn't product research and manufacturing. The problem is he doesn't know whether the nation can take the baton he hands over, relying on Red Dragon Company alone to produce all these aircraft, unless all the land south of Jincheng is given to Red Dragon Company to build factories and production lines. Otherwise, for the single carrier Lu Chenqiu planned, with at least 70 carrier aircraft, producing the aircraft for one carrier would take who knows how many years. So Lu Chenqiu's next step isn't to keep burying his head in development, but to slow down and wait for everyone. And that's exactly why Lu Chenqiu thought about making cars. Only by boosting exports can we create greater profits for the nation. After Lu Chenqiu returned to Jincheng, he shut himself away again. Spending several days, he drew up the next ship he wanted to build. Looking at the 4 spheres mounted on the ship, Lu Chenqiu smiled, recalling what netizens in his past life had nicknamed this vessel, "for balls on top." The baddest ship on the globe. This ship was the infamous global troublemaker, the spoiler in every fleet battle, the hardcore ship that projected Calabash Brothers onto enemy radar screens, the formidable Type 815 electronic reconnaissance ship. However, Lu Chenqiu naturally designed an enhanced upgraded version. The original had a detection range of 1,000 kilometers. Under Lu Chenqiu's upgrades, it had been extended to 3,000 kilometers. As the saying goes, only after securing coastal defense can a nation truly stand among the great powers. That's why Lu Chenqiu spared no effort to develop the Navy first. After all, only when national security is ensured can he better devote himself to research, development, and production. As for why he didn't build the electronic reconnaissance ship first, of course it's because the current satellite infrastructure doesn't allow it yet. Without the coordination of navigation systems and communication systems, the Type 815 electronic reconnaissance ship can't achieve its full potential. It's time to go see Zhang Changshun and discuss launching a couple of satellites. Chapter 83, First Flight of the Y-25. Zhang Changshun warmly received Lu Chenqiu. When he heard that Lu Chenqiu was willing to help perfect the satellite navigation system and communication system, he was naturally overjoyed. During the time Lu Chenqiu was away, the Zhonglong Group had already launched several more satellites. Thanks to the new technology Lu Chenqiu had left behind, Daxia had mastered mature multi-satellite launch capability. Over the past few months, at the 2 space bases in Yucheng and Suzhou, 2 launches were made each time. The navigation satellite network was already being steadily improved. And after Lu Chenqiu returned, he shared the heavy lift launch vehicle technology. With this, they could send 10 to 20 satellites into orbit in a single launch. Once all the satellites were deployed, the Type 815 electronic reconnaissance ship could begin construction. To speed up production of the needed satellites, Lu Chenqiu chose to share some of the manufacturing processes with the state, further driving upgrades to the domestic production lines. And for the work that followed, Lu Chenqiu no longer had to handle it personally, so he had the time to keep overseeing the construction of the Yun-25 After Song Xiaoqiu went south to build the aircraft carrier, Zheng Jiai took on everything by herself, despite having the full set of blueprints and the metal printers to help. For Zheng Jiai, though, this era-defining transport aircraft was still somewhat beyond her understanding. Compared to the R-225, which was built for long-range flights, the Yun-25, which inherited all of the R-225's technology and improved upon it, had a larger payload capacity and more interior space, but it also came with more problems. For example, the variable cycle engine that Lu Chenqiu designed. Many of its working principles, Zheng Jiai could only half understand at a glance. She often had to call Lu Chenqiu to ask questions. That was one of the reasons why Lu Chenqiu was in such a hurry to return. Lu Chenqiu had signed an agreement with the state to deliver the Yun-25 within 1 year, even though the Zhongnong Group and aircraft carrier matters had come up in between. If he truly explained it to the state, they would certainly be willing to give Lu Chenqiu more time. But Lu Chenqiu himself didn't want to wait. What he wanted was to set the rules for the Americans and the West within this year. Only by dragging the entire NATO into the quagmire of war could Lu Chenqiu better carry out his plan. National defense and diplomacy, cultural dissemination, none of these can be set aside. None of them can lag behind others. For this reason, Lu Chenqiu specifically instructed Gu Yingzi that all film and television projects must be personally reviewed by him. Though the martial arts world is full of romance and passion, where chivalrous vengeance is a romance unique to Chinese youth, this world is not so gentle as to allow you to indulge in such romance. In this era of rapid technological advancement, science fiction works must keep pace. They must satisfy people's fantasies about future technology and their spiritual needs. To that end, Lu Chenqiu brought out a certain electrician Liu, who was still writing novels at the Ningxiguan hydropower station. He hired him at a hefty price as the screenwriter for a sci-fi series, and also used Longsing Media's sales and promotional channels to publish his works. To that end, Lu Chenqiu even pulled strings directly to have the science fiction genre removed from the children's literature category and separated from it, establishing it as its own genre. At the same time, he organized a science fiction literature competition, encouraging more writers to devote themselves to sci-fi creation. It was the first sci-fi television drama in Daxia. The three-body problem burst onto the scene. As the largest investor, Lu Chenqiu and electrician Liu hit it off almost instantly. But they also often clashed over certain ideas, arguing until red in the face. Electrician Liu felt that placing the Trisolaran countdown on the sun would be cooler. But Lu Chenqiu insisted on the original plan, insisting the countdown be placed on the human retina. And as for Lu Chenqiu himself, his words left electrician Liu utterly speechless. "You, Big Liu, are just a novelist. What the hell do you know about 3-body? 3-body does not allow unauthorized changes." To promote the series, Lu Chenqiu also launched the Dao Sheng short video app. Combined with the gradually popularized Pattaya 1 phones, it began spreading virally among the masses. And to complete these arrangements, Lu Chenqiu also promoted 5G technology, not only creating jobs for the nation, but also allowing all citizens of Daxia to experience the thrill of ultra-fast internet. All of this was done by Lu Chenqiu while developing the aircraft carrier. The people who worked alongside Lu Chenqiu all praised him without exception, saying he was simply a Superman, sleeping barely 2 hours a day, yet still full of energy while juggling multiple roles, perfectly completing the work together with them. Many worried whether Lu Chenqiu might drop dead from exhaustion. In reality, the reason Lu Chenqiu could work at such high intensity was entirely thanks to pills he relied on. There was still so much waiting for him to accomplish. If not for the system all offering energy-restoring and spirit-reviving pills, he wouldn't have been able to hold on. After he joined the team, the Yun-25 project once again hit the fast track. Finally, at the end of September, the Yun-25 rolled off the line and engine testing was complete. To witness the Yun-25's maiden test flight, the Air Force Commander-in-Chief, Ma Qingyun, along with Air Force commanders from every military region, arrived at Jincheng. Gazing at the colossal machine before them, everyone couldn't help but have their eyes glittering with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our nation's new generation super heavy transport aircraft, the Yun-25, with a total fuselage length of 90 meters, a wingspan of 94.8 meters, equipped with 3 sets of variable cycle engines, maximum takeoff weight of 800 tons, maximum cargo hold payload of 350 tons, maximum top-mounted payload of 300 tons, cargo hold volume of 2,000 cubic meters, capable of carrying a space shuttle on its back, maximum ceiling of 20,000 meters, maximum range of 30,000 kilometers, At full load, the Yun-25 can reach Mach 1. Just these specifications alone were enough to make countless Air Force generals' eyes go wide in sheer disbelief. And when they saw this colossal machine roaring as it lifted off the ground, many Air Force generals were moved to tears of pride. If the J-20's debut before this forged the nation's sharpest arrow, then the arrival of the Yun-25 opened up new possibilities for military deterrence and strategic flexibility. With the Yun-25's transport capabilities, airdropping troops, equipment, and supplies would become far more efficient. Equipment and supplies will be far more efficient for handling all kinds of complex terrain. It will also step up to a whole new level. And after the successful maiden flight of the Yun-25, it was officially deployed to the Western Theater Command. Facing orders from the other theater commands, Lu Chenqiu naturally accepted them all, although he had previously shared the turbofan engine technology. But for the Yun-25, the turbofan engine still fell short, and the variable cycle engine. For many domestic factories at present, the technical bar was still too high, especially in terms of materials. With no breakthrough yet, it wasn't that Lu Chenqiu was being selfish. It's that the key components could still only be manufactured by the Red Dragon Company, but there was no time to dwell on it. After the Yun-25 rolled off the line, it received its first mission, delivering relief supplies to the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. This plan was proposed by Lu Chenqiu. The purpose was to deter the NATO countries. In a few days, it would be the National Day military parade. It was time for the nation to show its sword. Chapter 84, The Sacrifice of the Great Zia. The next morning, the Yun-25 took off with a full plane of relief supplies from Jinchengtumer International Airport, flying directly to Urumqi in Xinjiang to refuel, then flying straight to the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. The entire route was escorted by G-20 fighter jets. Along the way, it would stop in Kazakhstan and Russia to refuel, then continue flying to the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. The day before, when calls from the Great Zia reached the offices of heads of state in all countries along the route, every leader who received the call found it hard to believe. All along, the impression the Great Zia gave was one of gentleness and humility, never causing trouble, even giving the impression of being easy to push around. But this time, the attitude of the Great Zia made these countries find it rather intriguing. It seemed that since its founding, the Great Zia had never been so assertive. This time, rather than a consultation, more like a notification. And with the earlier incident involving Daxia's aircraft, it had everyone on edge. Many people wanted to take this opportunity to see what Daxia's new aircraft actually looked like. Yet what shocked all the countries along the route was, they didn't even detect the aircraft formation passing by. Many countries waited with eager anticipation, running their entire radar systems that day, hoping to catch a trace of Daxia's new aircraft along the already announced flight paths. But even so, had it not been for Kazakhstan and the Big Bear gradually reporting that the new aircraft had landed, refueled, and taken off again, they wouldn't have even known that Daxia's aircraft had already come through. And that was truly terrifying, because it meant, if Daxia's aircraft wanted to, they could even, after making them all endure a round of missile strikes, still remain undetected. Suddenly, the leaders of many nations felt a chill run down their spines. And as for Kazakhstan and the Big Bear, no one knew what deal they had struck with Daxia, but they were tight-lipped about the new aircraft, not just about its specific appearance. They didn't even release a single photo. This made many countries with ulterior motives start harboring other thoughts, while more national leaders had their eyes suddenly turned clear. Among them, many had ties with NATO countries. After Daxia had proactively contacted them, they had already planned to share Daxia's aircraft intelligence with NATO in exchange for benefits. But now, even when NATO countries proactively asked them about Daxia's new aircraft, they claimed to know nothing at all. After learning the full details, Britain, France, and Germany and others were collectively alarmed. They had originally planned to protest against Daxia for interfering in other nations' internal affairs, but now they don't even dare to make a peep. And only after the US did they start condemning Daxia's actions. On the international stage, they launched a fierce attack against Daxia, claiming Daxia was interfering in other nations' internal affairs and trampling ruthlessly on freedom and democracy. However, Daxia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs seemed to have anticipated their rhetoric all along and held a press conference that very same day. When facing questions from foreign journalists about why Daxia was interfering in other nations' internal affairs, Foreign Minister Li Jiaoxing stated at the time, "The Federal Republic of Yugoslavia and Daxia have always been friendly nations. The US and many NATO countries without approval from the United Nations, arbitrarily deployed troops to meddle in other nations' affairs. Their bombing of civilians is utterly appalling. As a friendly ally, Daxia should, when the ordinary people of Yugoslavia suffer, lend a helping hand. And when foreign journalists asked why fighter jets were escorting the aircraft, Foreign Minister Li Jiaoxing stated, Yugoslavia is still a war zone to this day. They sent fighter jets to fly alongside, solely to protect the safety of the supplies. As for other journalists asking whether Daxia was flexing its muscles, Foreign Minister Li Jiaoxing flatly denied it. 3 denials in a row: no, not at all. Don't talk nonsense. Compared to the verbal sparring at the domestic press conference, and the frantic scrambling across the Atlantic in the US, all of Europe remained eerily silent. No country was willing to stick its neck out. Because from the blurry footage, captured by spies from the Yugoslav side, it was clear these fighter jets were armed with missiles, looking ready to strike at any moment. All of Europe was frozen in silence. At that moment, Milosevic was incredibly grateful for his decision. He had bet on the right horse. His trust in Daxia was repaid with Daxia's unwavering support. After Daxia's planes arrived, even several of the separatist factions within Yugoslavia that wanted independence, everything settled down. Everyone seemed to realize that behind the Southern Alliance at this moment, a massive new backing had taken its place, until the Great Zia aircraft took off again and flew back the same way. Even after they returned to their homeland, all of Europe remained in a strange state of silence. Great Zia's bold move at the building had undoubtedly left an indelible impression in the hearts of those arrogant Europeans. This wordless display, far more than shouting loudly on the world stage, left a deeper mark on their minds, and the NATO nations also reigned in their ambitions. Many countries had been thinking whether they could still profit from the Kosovo war, planning to send troops to the Southern Alliance once the storm passed, but by now they had completely abandoned that idea. Great Zia was making it clear that if they dared to make a move, then Great Zia's aircraft would fly straight to their countries in an instant to teach them a lesson. They were afraid, so they could only quietly keep funneling weapons to the Kosovo ethnic forces. The war situation returned to the original stalemate between both sides. After learning all of this, the Americans across the ocean were both furious and utterly helpless. Great Zia completely disregarded them. But whether it was Europe or Great Zia, America could only gaze across the vast ocean. With America currently focused on the arms race, it was somewhat beyond their reach. And what made the Americans even more unsettled was when photos of Great Zia's transport aircraft leaked out. That colossal machine was actually bigger than Big Brother's Ant-125, which meant even greater payload capacity, more flexible and agile strategic deployment. The Americans suddenly felt the threat, but then the actions of the Great Zia people left many nations utterly bewildered. Right after supporting the Southern Alliance, Great Zia immediately sent out invitations far and wide, inviting heads of state to the Great Zia capital, participating in the Grand National Day military parade. And many domestic media outlets reported that this parade would unveil multiple new equipment. This left many NATO countries in a bit of a dilemma all at once. They didn't know whether they should go or not. If they showed up, it meant their relationship with Daxia was good. But if they didn't, they'd miss out on seeing Daxia's new gear. Many heads of state were torn. On the other hand, many of Daxia's neighboring countries were much more enthusiastic this time, especially Kazakhstan and Big Mao, and Pakistan, with whom relations were already good. They decided to come the moment they received the invitation.